Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shores live stream, day 50 in a row. So of course, today, or more so going into the end of the year, we of course have no updates. The main developer of the game, Andrew Gower, has been away for, Christmas, everything else, holidays. So, yeah, we just have to keep grinding at the stuff that already exists within the game. Luckily, there is plenty more than enough things to go and grind for. Yesterday, of course, on Christmas Day, we weren't really able to stream. I did a very extremely mini stream. However, we did get one pretty big goal done during that stream. And that goal was, we ended up creating, finally, our first 200 plus 4-star. Of course, we are still missing the bone right to keep replicating this effect. However, we had one singular one that we got while doing the guard grind, or I keep saying guard, I mean the watch person grind. So when we ended up doing that grind, we ended up, of course, getting a 211 bone right item, which we then combined into our 197 and our 211 at the time in order to make this 206. So, yeah, we ended up getting this. This is basically going to be our main detective weapon whenever we do the raid dens. We still can't AFK them yet. However, it is at least a little bit more consistent, but they still absolutely destroy us. So we need more levels there eventually. I think I got one last night as well. Went from like 225 to 226, but even that's still not enough to tank it out. Honestly, even 229 or 230 might not be enough. But we're getting there, we're getting there. Beyond that, we're not actually going to be doing much, if at all, in Chronopolis, other than maybe the daily, that apparently I still can't take yet. That's weird. Why did it say 12 hours on my thingy? Yet my 12-hour thingies aren't even done. I guess it said 12 hours, but it actually meant like 11 something, because, yeah, they still got a little ways to go. Anyways. But our game plan today, what is our game plan today? Of course, bone right is the main thing that we are missing from our productions. Stonemason's basically 200. Pretend it is. It's close enough. Obviously, it can be knowledge up at any point. It's really simple to get it all the way. Smithing literally already is and is being increased as we speak. And then the only one we're really missing then is bone right. How do you get bone right up? We got to go to woodcutting, carpentry, and gatherer. However, I'm mostly just focusing on the gatherer part. The only reason this title says woodcutting, actually I need to go upgrade my tools some. Not all the way to 25, unfortunately, but at least to 1010. But why do we need to get our tools up? Mostly because, oh, I just realized we need to get 5 levels, not 3. I thought we only need 3. But yeah, I need that suave log, or suave. But, yeah, the main reason we want to go and get our woodcutting up is it's on track for when we do our bones. There are a good handful of bones where the suave trees are basically just 100% free value. The main two are bone spike and particularly femur shard, where every single cycle we do one. Whereas, technically with the bone spike, we could even bank them if we wanted to, though in the case of the femur shards, actually drop them in favor of more femur shards. But that's pretty much our game plan. Start with a little bit of woodcutting, then move on to doing mostly gathering of bones while doing a little bit of woodcutting. And, who knows, maybe we'll even directly go train bone right. I'm not sure about that yet. But, obviously we're starting to work this thing up towards 200 is our main goal. But I want to get some of the collection, some of the things that we need to go get it up. But it's mostly just going to be 200 gathering. I do not plan to do 200 woodcutting and carpentry. I want to get them up just so we get a little bit more free XP into them as we're doing gatherer grind. But I don't intend to, like, go all in. Like, I'm not 200 these. I will be, just not soon. The main focus is on gatherer, but if we can get some free XP from them, hey, might as well get some free XP, some better free XP. So that's kind of the game plan there. Anyways, hello, Mad Hatter. Hello, Mark. Hello, Lost Skill. Hello, Vernouse. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you have a good day, too, Lost Skill. Thanks for stopping by. All right, let me go and bank all these, and yeah, let's get into it. Let me go have them stop. Let me go sell everything out. Let's go do our dailies, and let's go from there. Alright, put away all this. Actually, let me double check. Do I still have a lot of gold left? I want to make sure I have enough gold already queued up for tonight. We do. Oh, yeah, that's enough for like 2 more days, 3 more days. Oh, yeah, we got plenty of gold. I've really overbought in the gold. How much money do we have right now? Okay, we got 7 gold. I'm just going to get 2 level 10 tools, I think, for now, for when it comes to woodcutting. The reason I need both is I'm going to need one for both the axes. Initially, this stream, I'm going to need the hatchet, and then later this stream, when we actually do the suave, we'll need the handsaw. So we will need a bit of both, and still kind of working them up. Hello, Ericon! Welcome, welcome, welcome. This game is dead now. Gems of War is better. I personally enjoy both of them. Gems of War also been on a bit of a decline recently. However, they do have a lot of really big plans next year. They're going to be doing Guild War 2, or, you know, the second Guild War. I always keep calling it Guild War 2, but it's technically a game called Guild Wars 2. But I keep calling it Guild Wars 2. But, you know, the new Guild Wars that they're going to be adding. Beyond that, we're also getting the, what's it called, the monolith system, or whatever that thing is that he's doing. That will basically help hard counter some of the really, really annoying metas in the game. So curious to see how that pans out in that game. But no, this game's still in early access. Still has a ways to go. Oh yeah, I forgot. This venture's not ready yet. I got thrown off because my thing said 12 hours, but yeah, these aren't ready yet. I came here as if I could do this. Never mind. Whoops, what am I doing? We literally just checked that earlier, and I already forgot within like a minute time span. Wonderful. Anyways, what are we doing then? I guess we're heading to Hopeport real quick because I need to go get, what do I need from Hopeport? I need to go upgrade my tools, just so we have them. I just want to do 2 to 10. Obviously, we can't afford getting either of them to 25, but we'll keep working them up. Hello, Isabel. Welcome, welcome. How is the AFK going? I finally give into using potions. Oh yeah, I've mostly been using potions. I didn't that time. Actually, did I that time? I think I used some amount that time. I can't remember. I think I used like 10 or 12. I think I used like 10-ish, but they ran out. Because I've been starting to do that recently. I've been buying as many XP pots so I don't waste them. So if I know I'm going to be away for like 11 hours, I'll buy like 10. If I know I'm going to be away for like 7 hours, I'll buy like 6. Because I hate wasting that excess XP and basically wasting a whole pot just for like 10 minutes of XP value. So I've been buying pretty much like 1 less than however many I think I'll be away for. So like tonight I was away for like what, 11 and a half, but I only bought 10 of them. So I ended up working out. Alright, what am I looking for here? Not the sickle yet. We don't quite need the sickle, but I do need the hatchet and handsaw to 10. Also, when's that mass upgrading button coming? Because I forgot, this is still 1 at a time. This still takes a billion years to go do. But it's not that bad. But they definitely gotta add quality of life on this, on the long list of things they need. Happy after Christmas shopping? Oh gosh, no. Honestly, I haven't been doing any after Christmas shopping. I'm just investing it all next month. I'm just waiting for one of my things to expire next month, and then I'm just putting all the money into that I got for Christmas. Which isn't even that much, and some of it is gift cards, so I'll have to actually use the gift cards. But any of that's just like solid money. I'm just reinvesting it next month. But all the gift cards I'll spend. I didn't get too many gift cards though. And most of them are things I would just naturally be using. You're the shopaholic? Oh no, I've done pretty minimal shopping this year, not counting food shopping. But ignoring food shopping, I've done like very little normal shopping. The biggest item I picked up all year was the new computer. So I guess that was like the biggest of my shopping this year. The 2000 new computer. Just kind of looking around, see what I wanted. But aside from that, I haven't done like any particularly big purchases this year. Or even a lot of shopping in general other than food. Yeah, this really needs a upgrade 5, upgrade 10, upgrade X button. Or upgrade to all cash. But for now, we gotta do it 1 at a time, 20 times. We're almost halfway there, though. This will be worth it for the little bit of extra XP. Might seem like time waste now, but hey, this is permanent 4% on both of them. It'll pay for itself in no time. Though, the hatchet, I'm not using too much today. The main game plan initially is to go get 58 woodcutting. And then after we go get 58 woodcutting, we're going to bones the rest of the stream. Well, not the rest of the stream, but for some part of the rest of the stream. I don't plan to do bones all stream, no worries. We're not doing bones for like 10 hours straight. It will be for a while, though. I'm not sure what I want to offset with, though. Because Mindfighter I want to do when I do Bone Right. But I need more bones before I can go do Bone Right. So I need to get to at least like 100-something Gatherer before I can start doing Mindfighter again to go do Bone Right. That's actually one of the reasons I want to go do this grind as well. Is I kind of want to go get 200 Mindfighter, but to get 200 Mindfighter, I need 200 Gatherer. And the reason why I need 200 Gatherer before I do 200 Mindfighter is I plan to use all my bones from 200 Gatherer onto Bone Right. But to be able to do that properly, I need also something to feed it XP. And what's better to feed it XP than Mindfighter? Because that's the only other skill I could feed it into. Because every other skill is max. Not counting Stonemason. Ignore Stonemason. It's pretty much max. Pretend Stonemason is maxed right now. And by max, I mean 200. So the only one I have left is Bone Right. So it'd feed Mindfighter into Bone Right. But I don't want to just do that now, because I want to have all the bones I would have from Gatherer to offset all the downtimes within the skill. And then we can go get 200 Mindfighter and 200 Bone Right pretty much together. That's pretty much the master plan at this point. Is, at least in the somewhat soon term, probably before next year. Well, not all of it before next year. No way all of it gets done. But try to get 200 Gatherer, so I can then do 200 Mindfighter. So I can then combine the two of them, using the bones and using the XP from Mindfighter, you know, the knowledge, in order to feed 200 Bone Right. And that should get us 200 Gatherer, 200 Mindfighter, and 200 Bone Right, pretty much at the same time. Or at least these two at the same time. Gatherer will be before both of them, of course. Oh, wait, is that already at level 10? Wait, what does it mean when it says 10? Does that mean it's upgrading to 10? No, that means it is 10. Okay. I was going to say, I almost just upgraded to 11. Though that wouldn't really hurt if I did. I just like the nice even numbers. And I do plan to 25 both of these later. I just don't have the money right now, but that's on the we need to go do merchant leatherwork or grind category of things we need to go do. But we'll get to that eventually, just not right now. I'm not doing that much woodcutting this stream. Maybe like 2 hours? Not even? You guys need to get to 58, which I might use some knowledge for. And then after 58, I don't really need to do any. The rest just passively come as we do bones. And most of them are just being dropped to the ground. The method I'm doing for bones today actually drops every log to the ground. The only ones I'll actually be banking are the ones from 53 to 58. In which case we will get a couple, a couple pine logs, I believe. I'm not even sure we have to woodcut these, to be honest. Polar logs. Where on earth do you even cut polar logs? I'm still very unfamiliar with everything with woodcutting. We're pretty much a noob when it comes to woodcutting still. Let's see, where on earth do you do polar logs? Okay, is this the middle one? How on earth do you bank these? So obviously you got those 3 rooms. Interesting. I guess maybe these 2 rooms then? I'm not sure if it's worth going into that 3rd room. It's definitely not worth going into the 2 aggro rooms, that's for sure. So you only have 3 rooms that you can woodcut in. And bank is either walk over there or telly. I'm pretty sure it's walk. Because telly would be go over there, then there. Actually, you know what you could do? You could bank there, then telly back, I think is the play. So you walk over there to go bank, but then you telly back to here to go start again. And do like some kind of triple room thing over there. I'm not sure. I'm not even sure how much I even did a polar the first time around. Probably not that much. But it's going to have to be our route or something. We'll figure something out. Not sure what the ultra meta is for it at the moment because we've done so little of it. But we'll figure something out while we're there. I know for sure we want to avoid the Viper rooms, that's for sure. Not to mention the second Viper room has a lot of up-down. The first Viper room is probably not too bad, but I don't want to have to use aggro potions for, or what is it called, the fear potion. Because you can't really skip aggro on them because they have range. So you're kind of out of luck. They're aggressive and with range, so you can't skip them the same way you would other units that are melee only. You kind of left for the same before you went to ski resort. You bought 100 to make sure because you're a net. So that's funny. Hey, it's kind of funny too. You and Andrew Gower both went skiing. That's what he's been taking off doing other than Christmas. Well, he did it before Christmas rather than after. I don't know. I've actually never been skiing. I've gone like mini snowboarding before to some degree. On like some local hills. But beyond that, I haven't gone like proper skiing or snowboarding or anything. I think the hill was only like probably less than 100 feet high. So it was like very, very mini skiing. I mean, snowboarding. That has still kind of worked. But I've never gone to like a proper place for it. Like a proper mountain or anything. Alright, are we good to go? We should have a double 10 right now. Yep, 10-10. Alright, let's go and yeah, let's go head over there. See what we can do. You're secretly spying on him? Alright, let's see how on earth this works, because I have no clue. I've seen someone with a really high woodcutting carpentry level doing them in this room, so the cycle definitely at least starts here. Alright, so there's 2 here. That's a good sign. There's 2 here on the ground floor. That's already an amazing sign. Actually, before I start this, I need, before I get my first time bonus and everything, I forgot to grab one thing while I was in Hopeport. I need XP pots. Alright. I'm gonna go get some foresty pots. I might just buy them from the shop too. I think I'm running pretty low. We'll see what we have in the bank. Because I don't need that many today. I'll need like 40-ish, maybe 30-ish. Because I'm not chugging them. I'm only using them for knowledge points. So all of my knowledge I am putting on Hope Forest today. I'm going to be putting it into either woodcutting, gatherer. Honestly, initially, I'll probably be putting it into woodcutting. I just want to try to see if I can get that level before we hit the double knowledge point. Because we don't intend to do that much woodcutting today. Or the woodcutting that we do plans to be mostly on, mostly on the Suave. And the main reason for that is because you can do it 0 time while doing the bones. So the focus obviously is on the bones, but the reason I want to get the woodcutting now is because we get more XP for woodcutting when we do the bones, if we do it in this order. We got some high-tier foresters here, so let me just follow their path. Because it is probably correct. Or at least better than whatever we're going to come up with in the next few seconds. Oh no, he's going the other way. Never mind. Okay, he's already not doing what we're doing. He's doing wide log farming. We're not here for wide log. I'm here for, let's see, there's another one over here. Alright, so you have to go up here, then over there. Is this just a 4 cycle then? Okay, I think I see what's going on here. You take these 4 and then you cycle back to the other one. Oh, she's going over there though. Ooh, that's interesting. I don't think I do that. You would need a fear potion. But I think you do these 4 and then return to your start. Let's see, does it immediately spawn? No, I see why she took the 1 then. Okay, it does not immediately spawn. I would need one way to take one other tree. There's hickories over there. I wonder if there's one right in near the upper area there. Wait, you don't need potion for that room? Are you sure? Almost guarantee you do. That's where the vipers are. Are they not? Or maybe you just don't grab aggro there. Alright, I'll grab that one tree then. Because that'll work out perfectly. I know there's vipers in that room, but it could be that they can't reach the tree. Nope, they can indeed reach me. That's what I thought. They're ranged, so they can hit you from anywhere. I don't care if you're on a low ledge. The one above? The one above isn't the right tree, though. It'd be EXP, but it's not a polar tree. I still want to go check the room above, though. Because worst comes to worst, I can grab one of the gathering nodes. But I want to see if one of the trees is near the ground in the above room. Because that guy's going over there. Alright, she is telling, so she's doing what I... Actually, no, why is she using the other bank, then? Is that quicker? I guess it is, because you don't have to backtrack. Yeah, I could take the double thistle, but I can't take the tree. The tree is too far. So I might just have to do a 4 tree, 2 thistle run. Because the actual pine tree is way, way, way too far. I just want to go take those 2 trees, but I don't really need them. There's 4 polars in that room, but they're like a mile away is the problem. Unless I'm doing both gathering and them at the same time, I don't think it's worth it. Because all of them are multiple jump down, up downs. Whereas this route has double stationary. So I think what I'm going to do is do 4 tree, then grab the double ground thistle. And just drop the 2 thistles, of course. Or maybe even bank them, who knows. Because these I actually need for my pots, so I might actually keep these now that I think about it. Unfortunately, I don't have any sickle upgrade. I think that's the play. Is grab these 4, double grab thistle, and then go back. Because I need these for cryopots. These are my plus 60 cryopots. I think I'm happy with that route then. 4 polar and the double thistle, and bank everything. Only big issue with that is our XP pot's kind of in the way. Which means it's time to juggle the XP pot. Once again. And then we have a full inventory, and that should work consistently because we're adding 6666. Which will be a full inventory as well. It's a little bit annoying I don't have an upgraded thing right now. I guess I could go upgrade it real quick. Oh no, is it worth go upgrading? I have the money for it, don't I? I do have the money for it. Well, time to upgrade one more tool. Oh gosh. Okay, so let me just double check the route then before I go grab the thing. And do like a triple and then go upgrade our tool. Because I want to make sure I re-bring up the potion. But yeah, then I head over here and then just double telly back. I'm not sure if it's worth going over here or stay at the other area for the bank. But we'll go here, bank everything here, telly back. I'm pretty sure a telly back is quicker than walking. Actually, is it? I think it is. It's like barely closer. As long as you do it like immediately. And that would be the cycle then. I'm happy with that. Might not be the most efficient thing, but it gives us everything we need. So I'm just gonna do 3 sets and go upgrade our sickle real quick. And then we'll evolve them to 10, and then I'll upgrade them one at a time to 25 as we need them. They do 4-4 for the gather and wood and TP to central. Turn back and do the same. So what, they did the room above? Because I've seen some people doing that. Though I didn't see them combine the trees, oddly enough. This is where I did my thistle, but I was doing thistle only. I haven't seen too many people do thistle and tree in this room. Yeah, the only thing bad about this rouse is a little bit of backtracking, but I'm getting more logs than I am the other thing. And right now I mostly just care about the woodcutting XP. So what, was he just camping the top room then and just doing just tree and gathering 4-4? Because I did just the gathering only in that room, but I didn't bother combining tree because I couldn't do the trees at the time. Is it perfect cycle? Yeah, they were pretty close to each other. Yeah, let me just do one more of this and then we'll try it on next load. Yeah, I'm gonna try it. I just want to go upgrade my sickle real quick if we're gonna be using it some. Is that high for less? I have no clue. Hello. Couldn't get anything more than a normal hello before you switch rooms. Yeah, I'll try it on my next inventory. Then we'll go upgrade our sickle, telly out, and come back. They had a gather only in there. I just never bothered with the gatherer plus, like tree plus gatherer. Yep. If I could move this tree. There we go. Yeah, it's slightly slower woodcutting XP, but it's probably more overall XP, which is why you did it. Because obviously you wanted both, not just one. Oh, we'll definitely give it a shot. Because I'm mostly acknowledging my woodcutting right now, because I don't really need too many polars. I think this is for carpentry and, I mean for smithing and, what's it called? Smithing and stonemason, which I don't really care as much about. I'm mostly just going to be using it for carpentry and then selling them. So these logs I actually don't care about. The higher tier ones I do. Like tier 4 or higher. But tier 2 polar is really useless to me. The only reason I'm gathering it is for carpentry XP. And then I'm just going to sell it to the shop. I actually don't need the log specifically. Not this low of a tier anyways. Tier 4 is the lowest one I would need. As those are the ones I wasted like 400, 500 silver on just to make my axes earlier. When I need the axe for the 199. That was off of tier 4 polar, I believe. Alright, let me go do my sickle real quick. We're back! Luckily, this is the last one we have to do for a while. And next time we ever have to do one, it's just going to be plus 15 because I'm going to be getting it to 25. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Oh, we officially have like pretty much every useful tool here upgraded to some amount. The only ones I haven't done are the AFKs because you don't need them until post 200. And the only one you would have to do is the lopping thingies for the trees, which I'm not even sure how much I would do that AFK. The carpentry XP, or the carpentry AFK is way better than it. Even if I have to burn money, I think it's still worth it. Just to not have to do the woodcutting AFK. The only reason I want to do the mining AFK is because I personally value mining over woodcutting. Oh no, maybe we'd eventually get it up. But if I had to choose between doing a mining AFK that feeds into stonemason and smithing, or do a woodcutting AFK that only feeds into carpentry, I would rather just buy the carpentry supplies and just do the AFK carpentry. How was your Christmas celebration? Oh, it was really good. I had a lot of fun, a lot of food. Definitely still, like, paralyzed from it. Food coma. Actually, I even still had some this morning. I had the last of the pineapple upside down cake or whatever it's called. I forget what it's called. It had, like, pineapple, cherry, cinnamon. Otherwise, it was basically like a thin cake. Yep, now we're back to normal schedule. We're playing Brighter Shores until content releases. And just being ready for when it does. I'm still very addicted to this game, by the way. I mentioned it a lot of times, but I'm still as addicted as I was from day one. That fire has never gone out yet. I do feel like Brighter Shores is a ways to go before it's like a really, really good game. But I have confidence Andrew Gower will get it there. Might just take half a year to a year before it's even like halfway there. Hope they release trading soon. Yeah, I believe that's the two biggest priorities when he comes back. Other than like a billion quality of life updates. I'm pretty sure the big two is queuable actions is probably the next update. And then the one after that is probably trading. Originally the game was supposed to release with trading. And by the time it comes out, it's going to be over 2 months. Like 2.5 months. So I'm pretty sure he wants to get it out before the end of January. Otherwise, that'd be over 3 months of no trading. In a game that was supposed to launch with trading. Alright, let's see. Alright, let's go back to Hope Forest. Now that we got all of our attunement done. And yes, we will go try the one room that we're in. Also, I was talking about it earlier. That one room is probably one of my top 5 favorite rooms in the whole game. It was so chill when we were doing the thistles only there. And I really like it. It's really relaxing. I wish more rooms were like that. Just like the overall layout just kind of working. So that's one good thing about this method, if nothing else. We get to be in one of our favorite rooms in the game. It is a bit less woodcutting XP per hour, but I'm going to be putting my knowledge into woodcutting, so I guess it doesn't really matter too much. Yeah, I don't think trade's going to bring anyone back to the game, but it is pretty big for, you know, people who are already here. Curious to see exactly how it pans out and everything. Oh, wow, look at that extra XP. We're already getting 8 per. That's nice. Alright, how many trees are in here? Yeah, the fact that you get a double-double is pretty nice. This tree has it, and the other tree has it. Yeah, honestly, I do hope they have a Iron Man option. If they do, I probably will take it on my main account and just hope that they add a party room system so I can still do giveaways and such. Because just because we can't trade doesn't mean we can't give stuff away, hopefully. Because if it's anything like Old School RuneScape, you can actually still give people stuff as an Iron Man. You would either drop trade it, which you wouldn't be able to do in this game, but what you would be able to do is a party room-like system. Especially if they have a clan-based one, like they ended up adding in Old School. It's basically an area where you can add a bunch of people and then just do like a drop party. Even if you're an Iron Man. I see why this is a 4 thistle cycle. So you only do the pine trees. And do the ones that are en route to pine trees. Okay, I see the route now. Oh yeah, this probably does work. You don't actually take all the thistles. You only grab the thistles that are en route for pine tree. Which I believe is, what, 3 of them? 4 of them? How many are there? I know there's more than that in the room, but how many of them are next to a tree? Looks like it's only 3. Unless there's a thistle right there I'm not seeing yet. Unless there is enough time to go grab a 4th. But I think this is 4 pine tree into triple thistle. Unless there's not enough time, in which case it might just be a double thistle. It depends when that tree spawns, because there's 2 thistles right next to a tree. So it might just be 4 pine, 2 thistle. I just grab the thistles that are already here. Which, if that is the case, it's pretty much exactly what I was doing before. Just in a different room. In all fairness, I do prefer this room, though. But I'm not sure if this is actually any quicker. Because you're starting at a later location is the problem. I think is the big issue with this method. Like, the cycle, once you get in the room, is slightly quicker, but getting to it is slightly slower. I don't know, I think we still stick with the other method. They're actually both basically the same thing. The only really annoying thing with the other method is you do have to backtrack some. But as long as it's getting a pretty similar perfect cycle, it should be okay. I think the biggest issue is I don't know how much downtime there is. I think is the main thing we don't know. Because it's easy to tell how much downtime there is in the upper room. It's a lot harder to tell when you're detached from the room where it's spawning. So maybe this one is slower. It's hard to tell because you don't get to see when the tree spawns. Like you can in the other room. Oh yeah, duh, I don't have my knowledge point yet. I was trying to use a knowledge point I don't currently even own. But yeah, honestly, if there was an Iron Man opt-in option, I would take it on this account. I wouldn't take it on my two alts, but I would take it on this account. And just hope that they have a way for Iron Man to trade over junk they don't want to other accounts. Either through a party room system or whatever he does for it. Because that'd be the ideal situation. So I'd still be able to give people stuff, I just wouldn't be able to accept stuff on this account. I'd still be able to accept stuff, it would just have to be on my alts. But yeah, right now the biggest problem is I can't see within trees spawning. So I'm not sure how much time I'm wasting with each cycle, where it's a lot easier to tell on the other one. But it can't be that much because the second tree hasn't even spawned yet. Look at that. So this is also pretty much perfect cycle. But the thing is, you start it 2 rooms early. So I think this is actually slightly quicker. The only reason you would do the other room is if you want more thistles relative to how many pines you want. But right now I need the woodcutting XP more, so 4 pine, 2 thistle is fine. Because the advantage of the other room is you could do like, what, 6 thistle into 4 pine? Or do 4 and 4, depending on what ratio you want. Whereas the maximum that this route can get is 2, without wasting time. Oh, he was dropping all? Oh, okay. Yeah, so this route's probably better than if you're doing banking. Because it takes into account that you're teleporting from a bank. But yeah, generally whenever I route for bank. I generally don't do drop all. Even if it's a lower tier material that I barely even need. Because I still need this for carpentry XP. This is my carpentry XP around this level range. Where is it? Right there. That's the 43 log right there that I haven't even done a single time yet. But yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, if you're doing that room with drop all only, that would work then. But if you're banking, this method seems to be a little bit better. Because you're starting closer from where you're banking. You're going to be 2 rooms closer from your starting point. And I would assume this is pretty good for banking, because I've actually seen the highest person carpenter doing this method. I think his name is Sap. He's doing woodcutting plus carpentry, and I believe he's the highest carpenter right now, unless someone's hidden above him. Because I saw him doing pretty much what we're doing now. I'm not sure if it's exactly this, but I know he was utilizing those. But he's rank 1 carpenter. Because he actually has to bank them. So I know he's doing bank route. Because he has to bank them. Because he needs carpentry. That's the whole reason why he's even doing woodcutting. Not to get woodcutting, but to get carpentry XP. So I assume this is the efficient bank route. It's not the most efficient route if you're doing drop all, but it's the most efficient route if you're banking. No, I hate when they move in your direction. It's really hard to predict because you have like, what, 0.375 seconds? Maybe like 0.7 seconds at most. Is you get like a 1-tick window, then another 1-tick window. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting, I have to immediately teleport. I shouldn't even get out of that menu, I just should immediately bring up the teleport menu. I'm not used to having to teleport every cycle. It's the only big issue I feel like with the forest. Is there's a lot of methods where you have to teleport every single cycle, which I'm not a fan of. But yeah, our goal right now is to get to 58 woodcutting. That is the goal. Why am I banking them? Because why not? Yeah, they're probably worth dropping. Honestly, anything below tier 4 is pretty much worth dropping. I just can't do it. I just can't bring myself to put them on the ground. Also, the thistle I really do need a bank, though. Because at one point it will be our best alchemy XP, and I need them for plus 60 cryo. It's a little bit less relevant to be banking the polars, though. Especially since I'm just going to be selling all of them. But to some degree, that's almost why I want to bank them. Because they're a log I don't need. Which might sound ironic. But because it's a log I don't need, it's worth selling. And because it's worth selling, it's better carpentry XP. Compared to one that we were not selling. And at our current level range, we do want to do the cells. Because I'm doing the cells all the way until tier 4. So even tier 3 logs, I'm going to be selling all. And same as the tier 2 we're getting right now. It's only once we reach tier 4 am I going to bother banking any carpentry supplies. Because even though we're banking on the logs, I'm not banking the product from the logs until tier 4. Which, we're a while away. I forget what woodcutting level it is. But I want to say 100 something. So whenever the 2 ash trees from now is. Let's see, next ash tree is around, what, 71? So it's the ash tree after the ash tree. Which is at 125. We don't start getting woodcutting supplies that mean anything until level 125. Is the first woodcutting supply that isn't complete trash. As that should allow you to make 199 shields, which is really big actually. But I'm pretty sure you can make 199 shields out of that for bone rate. Which is the first material that's like actually relevant, because that's how you upgrade a lot of your initial shields on any class that isn't Guardian. Any knowledge I get, I'm putting onto woodcutting. I'm just trying to rush 58 right now so we can go do our actual method. Because what we're actually planning to do is bones. The only reason I want to get my woodcutting is it has free Suavi. There's one free Suavi tree per run. And I want my extra XP because right now I'm getting like a level 16 tree. And upgrading that all the way to a 58 tree is so nice. Those I will be dropping on the ground. Because the bones are way more precious than them. I will eventually get Suavies, but that's it for a different day. We're definitely not farming them today. I'm just getting a level up because I need them for XP. It makes sense if we're doing them anyways. I could have technically done that the last time as well. I just didn't feel like doing the woodcutting grind that time. This time I do, so we will. Let's see, can you pre-bring up this menu? I don't think you can. I'm pretty sure if I click something here, it'll cancel my menu. Yeah, it does. That's unfortunate. In that case, I might have to just keep the menu up like this. As it keeps canceling the opening of your menu. I wish there was a way to lock them in without bringing up the side panel. I wish you could bring up just like one panel and lock it. Like bring up this, but make it so clicking doesn't just destroy it. Because if I do any action right now, it's going to bring this menu down. Like that. There's not a way to keep it up unless you put on a side panel. At least currently, he'll probably add quality of life for that eventually. Oh, there's the rank 1. Actually, what are they? Are they rank 1? What's it called? I think they're rank 1 this farce, aren't they? No. Nat ended up passing them now that they're done with their grind. But yeah, they're rank 2 Hope Forest. Assumably 100% free to play as well. Because I don't think they got any levels. Yep, 100% free to play in their rank 2 Forest. Only behind the guy that went for 500 woodcutter. Which means Nat is definitely playing more then. Which you could tell given that he's already had an AFK activity. But, yeah, but he's rank 2, which is still insanely high. Honestly, that's the way to do it if you're a Guardian. Stay free to play until later down the line. And just like 500 all in Hope Forest. That is definitely a way that you could do it. That's pretty much his strategy. He picked a Guardian, obviously. And now he's going for pretty much 500 all here. And then when, you know, when he wants to go get membership, he's ready to go. As he's already finished everything he would ever want to do grinding this area. Like, he probably will have 500 bone right banked before he even touches membership. We're pretty close to it. Hello, Kijar! Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Hope your holiday went well. Hello, Kombi! Welcome, welcome. Might miss grandfathered membership price, though. True, that is true. Yeah, someone mentioned that the other day. I didn't realize that was something that was mentioned in the AMA. But the grandfathered membership price thing. But yeah, I'm definitely keeping it logged in forever. I don't plan to ever stop. There might be times where we slow down playing this game and don't play it for like 12 hours a day. But, I easily see myself playing this game every single day for like 5-10 years. Even if the amount we play per day might be a little bit lower sometimes. But we've still been going pretty high right now these days. Obviously the holidays have been getting in the way of it. And Mondays are always a little bit of shorter, of course. But yeah, we've still been going strong. My average playtime's still like absurdly high per week. Like even during the holidays, what was it the last 2 weeks? Yeah, we played 160 hours the last 2 weeks. That's almost the same amount of hours I played on launch week. I think I had like 200 something on launch week, but that was mostly because we did one 24-hour day. And obviously like super power grinding when it first came out. But even during the holidays, where I basically didn't even play yesterday on Christmas, we still have 160 hours this week. Or in the last 2 weeks, I mean. Yeah, I haven't really slowed down much. Not counting the holiday slowdown, but that's just because holidays. But ignoring the holiday, we're pretty much at the same time we would be. Maybe like 10% less playing. But it's mostly because I was also busy with the holidays doing holiday shopping. Because I did that last Monday and this Monday. But I've still been just as inspired to keep playing as from the beginning. Definitely wanting new content like everyone else, though, but I could easily live off of this for a while, though, what's already in the game. There's still a lot of grinds we need to get done. With, of course, our main focus being 200 crafting and mines and Methodical. Being able to get up to that point where we have 200 all, basically. And honestly, I'm pretty much just working towards 200 every level at this point. Obviously, we're focusing on mines and Methodical first due to its value. But we're currently in our 200 all arc. Because you know what 200 gathering does, of course, and 200 mine fighter when we go do that to go get 200 bone rate. That sets us up almost entirely to go get 200 alchemy. The only thing I would have to do first is do 200 forager, but then we're perfectly set up to go do 200 alchemy. And then after 200 alchemy, that's basically everything. The only thing we'd have left is woodcutting carpentry grind together, as well as the cooking fishing grind together. And I guess the 2 combat skills, but I'm mostly ignoring those, I think. Only reason I'm doing mine fighter is it particularly feeds alchemy. And while you do get a small amount from scout and mine fighter, I mean a scout and guard, it's not as much as you get from mine fighter. Mine fighter is basically like forager and how much alchemy supplies you get. Whereas guard and scout, while they do give some, it's not a huge amount. Like we can live without having 200 or both of them while still going for alchemy. Because that's pretty much my game plan right now. Get gathered to 500. I mean 200, I wish. 500. But get gathered to 200. Then use all those bones to get bone right to 200 while offsetting it with mine fighter knowledge. So we'd also get mine fighter to 200. So all 3 of those in 200. Starting with gather first. Then after that, the plan is 200 forager. So I can then get 200 alchemy. With all the stuff that we got from mine fighter, gatherer, and obviously forager itself. And then after that, we pivot into... oh, someone's mentioning something in that room. He's mentioning a strategy that we could do for that. It's probably better than what we're doing now. I don't know. Is what we're doing that inefficient? Based on the timers I saw, it doesn't seem like it's that much worse. We're starting like 10 seconds earlier, assuming we're doing a bank route. I'll go read that comment in a second. But anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, and then after that, we do fishing into cooking. Actually, I might even do woodcutting into carpentry before I do fishing into cooking. Which is going to be painful, but I think woodcutting carpentry is more useful than fishing cooking. And by think, I mean, I definitely know it is. Let's see, what's this mention? He's mentioning strategy. If you want polar trees and thistle, then you want to be in this one room till you go. Got all... everyone's saying this room is more meta. Is it that big of a difference? It's hard to tell. Drop all here would definitely be better. The thing that's hard to tell is you're starting the other room 2 rooms earlier. So you're starting your cycle like almost 30 tiles quicker when you do this tree. If you're doing bank route. That's the thing that's hard to calc for. Because even if this one is slightly slower, you're starting 30 tiles earlier. Which is hard to calculate out for amount of tiles used. Or, you know, amount of time used. Oh, come on, hit tree. I said, hello, Grumpskin! Welcome, welcome! How are you? Hope you had a good Christmas. Oh, I had a wonderful Christmas. Thank you, thank you. Hope you had a good one as well. Yeah, holiday's been going amazing. And we will still be streaming on New Year's Eve and day, by the way. Though I won't be actually streaming when it hits midnight at my time, though. But I will be streaming that day and morning. Though that one the following day might be a little bit later, because I'm probably going to be up pretty late that night. Doing a little bit of New Year's celebration. But not so late that I would get in the way of either stream, other than maybe the start time of January 1st. Might be a little bit later. I'm not drinking or anything, though. All that foraging, gathering sounds brutal. Honestly, I don't mind it. I've actually been enjoying Gatherer. Woodcutting's still kind of mad, though, in the current state of the game. Because it mostly has so much up-down that I'm not a fan of. But, I don't know. Gatherer's been a lot better overall, because I know it's feeding into something good. The problem with low-level woodcutting is I know I don't need any of these supplies at all. They're just complete trash. The only reason I'm even banking them is because it saves having to buy it from the shop. Let's see. You saved so many tiles in that room. I don't know. We'll definitely test it for a longer period of time if we have to, like, really power grind it. But we're only here for, like, 3 more levels, so... I think I am going to stick with this for now. I just want to start dropping over our pullers. And just only grab thistle and bank. Yeah, the one I'm currently keeping isn't actually that useful. It's just, anything we can get for even just the smallest bit of carpentry, I still want to get, though. Because I'm not going to need that many of them. And some of them I probably will keep is the other reason, too. I do want to have some amount of them banked. I'm not banking all of them, obviously, but I do want to bank some of them for when we do make them into carpentry supply. I'm probably banking like 20% and selling the rest. Oh, you know what? I should go get a level before I go use that potion. Or use that level up, I mean. There we go. Now we can use it. Alright, we're almost there. I just wonder what level these chestnuts get upgraded at. Actually, maybe even after this bank, we'll go try that, actually. We will try this room, and I'm going to drop every log, but bank all thistle. And we're going to do an only double thistle run. So I'm still going to be doing what I'm doing now, where I'm doing 4 pine, 2 thistle. But I'm going to drop all logs. Chestnuts 156? Really? Wow, that is high. Isn't that used for one of the potions? Is that the Arbory potion, or is... Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Arbory, isn't it? It's like plus 60 Arbory. Or maybe plus 80? I have no clue. Isn't that one of the Arbory ones? I don't think that's the XP pot. Because the XP pot uses the sage and the other thing. Oh, it is plus 80? Okay, that's what I thought. Alright, this is going to be the last time we bank the logs. What I'm going to try now is do 4, 2 in the other room instead of how we have been. Dropping all of the logs. But I'm still going to be banking all the thistle though. Gonna grab these trees while we're there. Still here for woodcutting XP. So every time we come in, we're gonna grab 3 logs. But then go do the thistle log route in the other one. And drop everything that's a log and only keep the thistles then. For the precious plus 60 pots. Because we're gonna be needing a lot of them for combat later down the line. Main thing I don't know is if I should grab this one thistle. It feels like it's too far out of the way. And they're just gonna go for 2, I think. A thistle is like 3 tiles back, and then you have to backtrack all 3 of those tiles again. I was gonna take the 2 that are right next to the tree. And then in the middle, we go and drop all. Or until when our inventory gets too full. And then we go back. But I'm just gonna only take the 2 that are next to the trees. Alright, does this make it back in time? It does. Okay. Yeah, we'll do this then. And drop all logs, but keep thistle. Because I can't drop these on the ground, they're too precious. I think they cost like 1 point something silver each. But you have to go keep buying them from the shop over and over again. Yeah, a lot of low tier stuff generally isn't worth keeping. I just hate throwing stuff on the ground. That's more so a me problem. Like, if I pick up a resource, I gotta go bank it. But let me go drop these. But yeah, I'm gonna drop the logs, but not drop the thistle at this point. Yeah, generally speaking, I honestly shouldn't be banking any log until like tier 4. I will need some of the tier 3s just to get me to tier 4 carpentry though. But of course knowledge can also offset it. But beyond that, tier 4 and above is really all I should be keeping for specifically logs. Oddly enough, these logs are worth more than the thistle, which is kind of funny. Why would I not bank them? Mostly because the XP is going to be better if we just grab them from the shop. It'll cost a little bit more, but at low tier it doesn't matter as much. Most low tier supplies are pretty cheap. Even these thistles if we need them. I think the potion actually profits even if you buy it from the shop. Isn't this one of the ones that profit? Does anyone know? Isn't plus 60 cryopot one of the few that profit? Even if you bought literally everything from the shop? Pretty sure it is. Of course, I'd be keeping them, so it's a pure loss, but, I'm pretty sure it is one of the profit ones. Or even if you buy everything from the shop, it still makes net positive money. In all fairness, nearly every potion in the game will be like with that when trading comes out. But even in the current state of the game, these are a positive value. Taking plus 60 cryo. Aren't we traveling to storage anyway? No. Anytime we ever store, we have to go far out of our way. It's mostly due to the money saving. But at this low of a tier, we're not saving that much money. Per inventory, it's like 30, 40 silver saved. And also the time of not having to bank later. But hey, 30, 40 silver adds up. That's up to be a lot very quickly. I just canceled the action. No! Cuba actions, where are you? What's our wood cutting at? We're at 55. I need 58 before we can go to the other area. Only problem is I do need to get the full 58 before I go back though. It is pretty important. I like how the UI switches colors when you change episodes. Honestly, I never really noticed. But yeah, it is green right now, isn't it? I'm so used to it just being gray because of Chronopolis. Yeah, I never really paid much attention to it, but yeah, it is green right now. Because we're in this chapter. It's gonna be orange next chapter. You just noticed it now when comparing your AI to mine. Yeah, I never really paid much attention to it. I kind of knew it was a thing, but it's not something I really noticed that much. Because normally the only time I have double interface up is when I'm doing Chronopolis. So I'm used to it just being gray. It's very rare that I have two up. I try to keep only one up if I can. But banking teleport is pretty useful to have the other side panel up. I feel I can keep it down since I only need it when I'm banking. But I'm not sure if I want to be banking these or not. It just feels painful not banking XP. Even if I know I could buy it like so cheaply later. I still feel the need to go bank these logs right here. That 19 stack just sitting there, waiting to be picked up and banked. We could technically try doing that with the other pattern. If we go back to what we were doing before, we can do a multi-stack drop. Because we're getting 4 per. And we could do the same 520 thing that we did with mining. That might actually be tempting. And just do a 520 turn in. I might actually go do that, now that I think about it. Because I'm going back to banking. I don't care how inefficient it is. We're going back to banking. I can't just leave all this material on the ground. Even if it's 100% more efficient to go do so. But yeah, what we're gonna do is the triple 20 stack that we were doing earlier. I mean the quad, I mean the 5 times, whatever number. I just gotta remember what their time is, though. Because I don't think this is the same cycle as iron, not even close. We're definitely getting way less per hour. So it's time to go bring out the timer! It's timer time. Alright, there we go. I wonder how many logs haven't despawned in the other room yet. Because I'm gonna grab whatever's left. It'll kind of ruin my cycle though, so maybe not. I'll let those despawn, I guess. Ooh, never mind, I lied. Give me those. Alright, we'll drop 3 just so we have a perfect stack. Alright, those 3 we'll ignore. That way we can also start our timer immediately. But we're gonna do the same thing we did with iron ore. The only difference is you gather these way slower than iron ore. So I'm actually gonna need to do a timer to know when they die. I just realized, is it better to bank north? You have to double backtrack. Because it will be more on route when I go to tree as well. We don't have to go through an aggro room. And you don't have the telly delay. Not sure if that's worth it or not. I might just use north bank. The big issue is how much of a walk back and forth it is. It's not like iron where you get it on route. Like it's like literally a few tiles away. Because both directions are a little bit of a walk. Whereas when we did it with iron, I think we're like 3 tiles away from the bank when we dropped it. Whereas that is way further than 3 tiles. A lot further than 3 tiles. I don't know, we'll figure something out when we go bank. I'm not sure what it's gonna be, but figure something out. Any polls? Oh yeah, I didn't do any poll for this stream. I don't know, I just didn't think of one this morning. I don't know, what should we poll? Alright, well, we need a poll. What should we do a poll on? We're gonna do a poll. What should we do as a poll today? The poll. How much gold do you have? Oh, true. We could do something like that. I feel like the going to be overwhelming, like low though. I'm not even sure what level ranges to do for it. We could do that though. It's just the 0 to 1 category, or the 0 to 3, or the 0 to whatever is probably going to be the highest category. Wait, how's my log number so weird? Why is it 14 right now? Oh, because I have a 2 in my... I see why. I see why it's weird. Because I dropped it mid-cycle. I was gonna say, it should be divisible by 4. Are you gonna be rune crafting runner for 2 gold an hour, but in Brighter Shores? No, I wouldn't do it for that low. Unless it was en route for something we were already doing. Because normally most runners just do it when it's convenient. And sometimes you're already en route for something. Like something like Wyvern runners back in the day. Back when Wyverns were like really meta to kill. You would just run for someone as you were going there yourself. So you wouldn't really waste any time. Because you can get one run turn in while also still, you know, doing them yourself. So as you're like going to the activity, you do a run for someone as well. And then you get like a 0-time run in. It's almost like a 0-time merchant run. Except with a player paying you instead of a trader. But yeah, we could do a gold pull. I don't see why not. I just feel like that number is going to be really, really, really low. Like the 0 to 3 is almost guaranteed going to win. I'd be very surprised if it doesn't. Yeah, this isn't going to quite work out the same way as it did with iron. Because it's really annoying to keep track of what our stack is at any given time. Because it's not as evenly cut as 10-10 iron. It also gets collected way slower than iron. Like, way, way slower. Yeah, supposedly some people already hit a full platinum, which is 1,000 gold. I don't know, we can go do a gold pull. I'll go set it up right now. And then go reset our ground. Yeah, there's already people up to a platinum, which is 1,000 gold. Actually, multiple people. I think there's like 2 or 3 already at 1,000 gold. Oh no, we'll do a poll. Engage our audience. Start a poll. How much gold do you currently have in Brighter Shores? Question mark. I'm gonna have the first one be 0 to 3 gold. Then we have like a 3 to 10 gold. Then we have like a... Or actually, that'd have to be a 4, wouldn't it? A 4 to 10 gold. A 11 to, let's say, 50 gold. And then the 51 plus gold. I feel like that's fair. I'm not sure we're about to make the upper end. But 51 gold plus seems fine. Like, anyone there is just in the ultra hoarding category for trading. I do feel like 0 to 3 is going to win by, like, a landslide, though, but who's those? We'll find out. Actually, oddly enough, I wouldn't be in the 0 to 3 category, would I? Nope, I would. I forgot we spent gold earlier today. I would also be in the 0 to 3 category. I wasn't earlier to stream, but if we're talking about current gold, like literally on hand at this exact second in time, yeah, I'm under 3 gold. I'm at 1.5. Actually, not even. I'm at 1.1. Honestly, I might as well just grab these. You got 800 copper? That happened to me the other day. I was buying EXP pots in the gold for AFK gold. And I ended up hitting literal 0. I think we had like 90 something bronze. And what currency do you deal in? Silver, gold, or platinum? I don't think anyone's ever trading a platinum. The only people using platinum are going to be people at the duel arena. I don't think any trading will ever be at the platinum level unless they add like raids or something that adds like an absurdly broken item. There's not a single item in the game right now worth more than a platinum. There is a stack of items worth more than that. Maybe like 100,000 tier 6 ore or something. Or, you know, something along those lines. Like tens of thousands of a tier 6 material. But, I don't think there's any one item in the entire game, in the current state of the game, that's even close to a platinum right now. Just another question. If trading existed right now, what do you think is the most expensive singular item, cost-wise? Not what that item is, but what do you think it would cost? Like a Guardian 400 or Guardian 500. It'd definitely be a Guardian item, whatever it is. But, I don't know, what do you think would be the cost right now of the most expensive singular item? Because honestly, I'm pretty sure it's under 100 gold. It's not even close to a platinum. At least in the current state of the game. Yeah, level 500 weapon. The only problem with level 500 weapons right now is, there's nothing to use them on. But even if it was to exist, I don't really see it being too expensive. I didn't bother doing the math on how much it would cost to make. But I don't believe it's as high as you think it might be. Like, the process to go and make it is obviously a thing in itself. But the actual cost of making it is not particularly high. Or not as high as you'd think it would be for something that strong. Like, I'm pretty sure it's under 10 gold to craft that. And that's assuming you don't gather it. How much would a full set of 490 Guardian be? Oh gosh. We don't even know, because we don't even know what Armor Maker takes. Yeah, all the ones that are coming into the game right now are from drops. There's no one who can craft them yet. There's not even a 500 crafter in every skill yet. Actually, I don't think a single skill has a 500 crafter yet. But obviously over time, a lot of people will have it. Like in half a year from now, there's going to be 1 billion of them. Because if you started AFKing them right now, you could pretty much have an account in almost half a year having it. My ult will actually be there once they do Lost and Found. Because they're gaining, like, what, about 2 levels a day? So that ratio, at around 2 a day, it would take almost a year for them to go all the way. Without doing anything. Like, anything. Like, not training at all, not doing anything. Just simply doing the AFKs. So, in about a year from now, like, everyone's pretty much going to have a 500 and at least one crafting, if not multiple. Or be able to do all 3 across their accounts. Oops, why'd I come over here? Wrong way. But it sounds like that would take a while, but given that you have 3 accounts, it is very realistic if you have trading enabled on all your accounts. Assuming none of them are Iron Man, if that's even an option in the future. But assuming all 3 of your accounts have trading, it would take less than a year to have 3 500s. As your main account would just 500 whatever it is, in our case smithing. And then your 2 alts would 500 whatever theirs is. So your Hammer Mage would go in 500 Stonemason, your Guardian would go 500 Bone Rate. And then boom. Within this time next year, you will have 3 500s. One on your main and the other on the 2 alts, and then you just combine them all together, and then boom, you got a thing. Obviously, that's a while from now, but it's pretty easy to do. Just gotta check on your alts for like a couple minutes a day. Alright, I think it's time to start banking these. Because this floor is looking very messy. I have no clue what's even going on here. But the floor is very floor right now. These are 100% not worth banking, by the way. But I can't just leave all that on the ground. I physically can't. It'll drive me crazy if I leave that there. Even if it is 100% waste of time to go bank these, I need to go bank them. Come on, no! I hate this area so much. I don't think there's been any area more annoying in the entire game to aggro skip than this little corner right here. It's easy to do a straight line. It is so annoying doing a corner. Because the diagonals they keep taking just diagonal straight into your upcoming path. Unless you do like a perfect diagonal on them or something. In like the opposite direction, but then they could also diagonal that way. No! In all fairness, that was me not waiting long enough. I should have stayed a tile away and then walked under. How do you aggro skip these slime tentacles? You don't actually even need to. You simply just walk around them. The only things you can aggro skip are melee units that move. The tentacles, you just walk around them. And then it just comes down to doing correct pathing on the road. Yeah, this is 100% not worth it, by the way. But I'm still going to keep doing it every time. We're almost there. We only have, what, a level and a half because our 2 knowledge points. And then we can actually go get our bones that we want. Also, I will be dropping the 1 suave that we get every single time when we go do the bones. I can live with that staying on the ground. Unless we want to go do a 28 run of them. Or 24, I mean. Yeah, I assume when you're doing crafting, similar to how everything that's tier 1 goes to 0, I'm pretty sure everything that's tier 6 goes to 500. Not sure as anyone who has actually confirmed that yet. Because you would need to have like 350 smithing, bone right, or stonemason to test it. Or even then you can't actually test it until you have 491. But I assume, for example, this rapier at 341... I assumed it doesn't get capped at like 470 or something. It should go all the way to, like this rapier right here at 341. If this was any other tier, it would eventually cap out. But I'm pretty sure you can make that all the way to 500. Similar to how all the tier 1s go to 0, all the tier 6s should go to 500. Also, I'm just gonna start banking these immediately again. The floor juggle just doesn't work for these. It worked for the iron ore because it was so close to a bank. But these are way too far to bother doing the juggle. Plus you get them way too slow compared to iron ore that you're just juggling them forever. The reason the iron ore worked is because you're getting so many of them per 10 minutes. No, you can't infuse yellow gear. Yellow gear can currently not be infused at all. Tier 6 490s turn into 500 when infused? Really? That's weird. I assume someone already did it, who has like 500 combat. Gosh, that would take like forever and a half though. But I guess if you grind it for like a week straight, you could get it. After like 30 hours of combat, I think I got 2 of them. 2 3-star weapons. Within like almost 30 hours of doing combat post 200. And you would need to get one for every class. I actually still haven't gotten a Hammer Mage one. I got my own class in Guardian, but not Hammer Mage. That's why we need to go do the... That's why we've been grinding the last week for, you know, 200 Stonemason. So we can make that sword that we did in chapter 4. We're almost done with woodcutting. This double knowledge should get us almost to 57. And I gotta get 58 for the suave. Yeah, this grind's taking a little bit longer than I anticipated this stream just because I forgot we needed 58, not 56. For whatever reason, I thought it was 56, but that's just for oak branches. The suave is at 58. Yeah, normally the way that it's done is by average. But seemingly 490s work different for some reason. But yeah, normally it does it based on their average. So if you combine 3 400s, it'll come out as a 400. But no, I haven't had the chance to test it, nor will I be anytime soon, because I am like a mile and a half from 500. But yeah, it could just be that they work different, due to that being the cap that drops from any monster. That's gonna be weird then. So that technically means you don't need 500 smithing to get a max, if that's the case. You would just need 490 of the 3. Of course, once you have 500, you might as well just make it 500. But that means you technically only need 490 in all 3 to make a 500, if that's the case. Well, and 9 months from now, we'll have that on all 3 of our accounts, so we'll be able to do it then. Even without trading. Or, you know, trading amongst them. Because as soon as I get Lost and Found done on my alts, that's all they're doing is just AFKing their corresponding skill. That's my game plan with them. No, corner again, no! Oh, I hate this thing. This little intersection right here is like my least favorite corner in the entire game. I can't wait till we go move on to the other things and we get it like nearly every time. Because I think this whole entire stream I got it like only twice. It's just because that corner is such a bad bottleneck. Because nearly every diagonal they do is straight into you. Yeah, some people definitely went all in combat. We've been doing a little bit of everything. I don't think there's really been much we've been neglecting on, for the most part. I am currently in my, like, 200 roulette right now, though. Currently we're working on 200 gatherer, even though we're currently working on 58 woodcutter. But it's just because I'm going to be able to get free woodcutting XP while we're doing gatherer, so might as well get it. It's gonna take like 2 hours this morning. We got like another half an hour, not even. But after we get that done, it's gonna be worth it. Because we're gonna get so much more woodcutting XP while we do the other activity. I think it's almost like double, if not triple the XP. Because every tree we do, I think we're only getting like 100 something before. That's gonna go up to like 300 something. Oh, nice. Another Black Santa hat. Oh, yeah. You know what was a funny Christmas thing? Aside from us getting really lucky on the item we needed yesterday, we actually had our highest stack be Red Santas. We're at 55 Red Santa without trading for any Red Santas. Which is our highest number, only behind 53 Purple Elf hats. But yeah, we got the best one as our highest without even trying for it. Yeah, the hardest ones to reach 500 on are all the production skills. Alchemy's not as bad though, because there's a lot of alternatives. I would say the most annoying by far are definitely Bonewright, Blacksmith, and Stonemason. Pretty much all equally as difficult. They have different things about them that make them annoying. But all three of them are pretty comparable. Obviously Bonewright being a bit of an outlier. But if you're mostly AFKing and knowledging Bonewright, it's actually get a little bit easier. It is the easiest of the three for just knowledging and AFKing it. As has 3 out of 4 AFKs that you don't need any secondary resource for that are pure profit. Whereas Stonemason is only half, and Smithing is 0. Smithing actually has the worst AFK, even though I've been AFKing it the most. It has the worst AFK of the 3, but is the easiest to train manually. Whereas Bonewright is the worst to train manually, but has the best AFK out of any of them. How are their XP rates? XP rates for what? Specifically? Like, actively training the skill? Bonewright is definitely the slowest to actively train. Smithing's the quickest. Stonemason's pretty comparable to Smithing. The biggest downside with Stonemason is it's harder to get a lot of the material quickly, like with mining. Like, if you're mining for your own material, it's quicker to get ore than it is to get Stonemason supplies. The other issue with Stonemason is you need gas. While you need gas for half of your smithing, it's only for half. The whole other half doesn't require any. And of course for Bonewright, you don't need any gas, so just dunking bones is pretty nice. It's one of the reasons why that's what I'm pretty much only doing to get Bonewright up. I'm purely using knowledge and dunked bones, because that's one of the few advantages you actually get with that skill. I'll say, hey, we finally got the aggro skip on the annoying corner. Gosh, I hate that corner so much. But we got it that time. Yeah, Bonewright's a pain to train, but I can't wait till my ult starts AFKing it. Because it's so much better to AFK than smithing. All my ults, and as well as my main account, is currently AFKing smithing. And it is so annoying. Because not only do you lose money if you don't mine it, which generally you don't bother mining, especially at the lower level range. But not only do you lose money from the AFK at all level ranges, all of them are just money loss, but it's also annoying inventory management because you can only do it for so long because it's taking up your inventory and everything, but even more so than the other ones due to how they stack, especially if you're using HP pot and everything. And the bank to go buy more from is like a mile away. It's not even near where you go. Plus you have to walk a mile away to go sell the material instead of just bringing it to a bank and being done with it. But yeah, it's one thing I'm actually looking forward to when I get my Guardian up a little, which has everything for Lost and Found. Because then it just gets the AFK bone rate, which is pretty free. Because the ratio is 3 out of 4 for bone rate. AFKs are profit. It's half for stonemason, and it's 0 for smithing. Smithing gets the really bad end of it. But then they're the exact opposite for active training, where smithing is the easiest, stonemason is the second easiest, and obviously bone rate is notoriously the hardest. But the AFKs for bone rate are actually really chill. One of them even banks you builder XP as well. Probably AFK builder XP, but still builder XP. One of the builder AFK activities uses something you get from bone rate AFK. Which is actually a profit one, by the way. That one actually does profit if you sell it back to the shop. Though, of course, it does lose money if you're saving it for chapter 5. How much cement or bricks you have from raids? Well, you don't get cement from raids. You get cement from bone rate AFK. But I think I have around 60 hours of cement, as well as 20-ish bricks. I haven't been getting that many. I think I have like 20 or 30 bricks. It's not a lot. It's probably barely even a building level. Of course, we don't know how much XP it is because Builder's not out yet. But yeah, I only have like 20-something bricks, I think. I'll get a lot more once I start doing that AFK because we're stuck here till like 300-something. Like 340-something. And I always keep looting the 2 chests in that one room. I don't really bother with the other area because it's kind of clunky. But at least the 2 chests in that one room I always loot. And sometimes they give you bricks. I haven't really seen anything good beyond the bricks, though. All the other loot's just been kind of meh. But they're pretty much right there where you end, so it's kind of fine to go check them. It doesn't waste that much time. What do you think Builder is going to be? Andrew always said it's not player housing. Yeah, we already knew for a while it's not going to be player housing, because it was never on the things before release. I'm hoping that it's kind of like a mix between Mahogany Homes bounty contracts, where basically you get a contract to fix up a house and then get rewarded for it, and we'll just have to bring a bunch of supplies to go fix it up. But beyond that, I'm hoping that there are milestones, kind of like what Detective and Merchant has, where you can build up facilities around the area. Like maybe you build up a potion shop, you build up a weapon shop, you know, you build up a storage unit, stuff like that. Kind of like how Detective gives you shortcuts and Merchant gives you discounts. I feel like you might unlock shops with Builder, where you go repair a facility that was destroyed and then you can start using it after. But they might be stronger than other chapters or a nice condensed area where they're convenient to use. So you don't have to go that far to check all of them. I do hope it has an unlock system that goes to like 400 something. Because Merchant does, but Detective doesn't. Detective only goes to 83. There's one big downside of Detective is Detective's almost useless beyond 83. As that's the final utility you get from it. Whereas the final utility for Merchant's all the way at 490. For the last tier hide. And I'm hoping Builder set up a little bit more like how Merchant is. Where all the way through you still get facilities and stuff that are useful. I'm hoping it doesn't go down the Detective route where by like level 100 you're like done with all of them. Or in the case of Detective, level 83. Is that's one thing that Forging and Merchant in particular does really well. Is there something to kind of strive for the entire time as a little extra bonus. Obviously for Forger it's Monument. And for Merchant it's discounts. But I'm hoping Builder has a mechanic like that. That goes all the way to like 400 something. I heard the Monument reward's supposed to just be cosmetic. Obviously, you get the cosmetic reward right now of having a cool tower just being built. But I believe he mentioned that the reward all the way at the end will also be cosmetic. But hey, it's still a reward. Still something. Yeah, Detective gives you shortcuts up to 83. The problem with the shortcuts, though, is you don't get any more beyond that. Nor do the shortcuts get any better for getting, like, the next tier up. Oh, he's doing the fear route. Look at that fear potion. I don't normally see people drinking them up too often. I was going to use them a lot more once I do the alchemy grind, because I plan to save most of my fear pots. I believe particularly the +9 minute fear pot is pretty good, because I believe you get it for free, like a billion of them from doing Mindfighter. Plus they're really cheap to make. So the 9-minute fear potion would probably be the main one I would use, because I believe that's the one that uses the tentacle and the little sucker thingy. Or the eye and the sucker. The eye from the toad and the sucker from the tentacle. I'm pretty sure that's the one. It's like a 9-minute fear potion or something. And it's really, really cheap to make. You can make the 150 fear potion for 15 minutes. Wait, what do they require? Because I'm not too familiar with every single alchemy output. I know whatever one will use the 2 material from Mindfighter should be very, very free. Just because of how cheap the material is. I could have sworn that was the 9-minute one, though. So you have to drink it a little bit more often, but they're basically have a cost of 0. But how cheap they are. I think it's like 1 silver each. And that's if you don't already have it banked for Mindfighter. Because the tentacles are pretty easy to bank. The eyes are a little bit more annoying to bank, though. So you'd probably just buy the eyes from the shop and bank the tentacles if you were. Though even when I was doing it earlier, I wasn't really bothering with the tentacles because they were so cheap. You buy it from the shop basically for free. Oh, 145 Mindfighter? Yeah, it's the bigger one. That's the upgrade that you get from them. Well, we're going to be there soon. I'm doing the 200 Mindfighter grind when I go do 200 Bone Rate. I just need to do 200 Gatherer first, so I have some bones banked. Which we are supposed to be doing this stream, by the way. This is a stream of us collecting bones. I know we haven't collected a single bone yet, but I assure you, the second we hit 58 woodcutting, we will start touching bones. I just need to get it for the tree upgrade first. Ah, I didn't get it in time. I hate this corner so much. I don't think there's any corner I despise more in this entire game right now than that corner. It's structured so perfectly for them just to get aggro on you every time, when you even when you're trying to skip them. It's definitely my least favorite corner in the game. The worst part is they put the best bank in the game right at that spot. But they put the worst corner to get there ever. I can't wait till there's a closer bank than that one. I don't care where it is. It just needs to be somewhere. That needs to not be the best bank in the game. Yeah, so far we already know all 4 skills for next chapter, unless they're doing a hidden one that we don't know of. The 4 skills are going to be the standard combat skill called Shield Breaker. So this is going to be, you know, what we kind of already know in the other 4 chapters. Not sure if the combat rework will be in by then. But if not, it's basically the same as the 4 we already have. There's going to be a gathering skill, currently unnamed, but we've been calling it the Worm Wrangler. I can't remember who first said that, but whoever did, gosh, that's such a good name for it. But, yeah, the Worm Wrangler skill, kind of like the apple picking skill that we're doing right now, even though we never pick any apples. But the Worm Wrangler skill, which is basically just Gatherer Part 3. We have Forager, we have Gatherer, and then we have the same thing in next chapter. It'll be used for getting cement for Builder, it'll be used for getting bones for Builder, worms for cooking probably, and a few other things here and there. Maybe even bait for fishing or something, I'm not sure if that's currently marked on them or not, because I never have done the AFK for bait yet. But it gives quite a wide range of stuff, and obviously alchemy supplies. Overall, it seems like it's going to be one of the weaker builder things. I mean, weaker gathering things, but there might be some tie-in with it to builder directly, beyond just cement. So you might actually need to get it up if you want to get builder high. So that'll probably be its biggest use case, is getting builder up most likely. Assuming some of the material is used for builder beyond cement. Because right now the only thing we know about is cement, but we don't know if you can gather anything else from it that's directly for builder. Which you probably will be able to. You'll probably be able to pick up like tiles or bricks from the ground or something. And then use them for building later, who knows, something like that. But there's a good chance that the Worm Wrangler skill will have a huge tie-in with builder. We just don't know what it is yet beyond just cement. Other than that, we obviously have builder, which will be used for building things. To what degree, we don't really know. And then we have armor maker, which we pretty much know how that's going to work, obviously. You're going to use armor or build armor. It's basically going to be like the weapon skills, but for armor. The main thing we don't know about it is what material you'll need as your secondary material. My assumption is you'll need the bones from Bonerite. You know, you'll need the dunk bones from Bonerite, the smithed bars from blacksmith, and the, you know, etched stones from stonemason. This hasn't been confirmed, but it seems pretty likely based on how armor looks. Obviously, cryonite armor is pretty much pure metal. Bonerite armor is covered in bones. And stonemason armor is kind of covered in stone. Not as much as the other two, but it's definitely there. It has like stone plating and everything. So you're likely still going to need your 3 weapon making skills, just specifically the output from them. So one of the other reasons why I've been keeping all my bones is I'm going to be making a lot of Bonerite armor when I train for 200 armor maker. Because I'd rather use the bones, just dunk the bones and then use the spare bones on armor making rather than using them on Bonerite and just knowledge up Bonerite. Assuming that's how it works, that's my game plan for them. So I'm going to have, when Armor Maker comes out, probably over 10,000 bones already dunked. Probably even more than that. We don't know for sure. Oh, and obviously leather. You'll need the leather from Leatherworker. It literally even shows it on them right now. But yeah, obviously you also need leather for all 3 of them. What the ratio is of like metal bars to leather or stuff like that, we don't really know though. Or if it even will require them. But I highly doubt you'll be able to make metal armor with only leather. It'd be kind of weird. But yeah, we'll need leather for all 3. We don't know the ratios of how many you could take though. Or if different types of armors might need less or more. Like cryonite armor might need slightly less leather but more bars. Or something like stonemason might be the other way around. Same as Bonerite. Because both of those are likely to be a bit more leather heavy, but less bone and stone heavy. I don't know, I'll have to wait and see. A lot of details about it we just don't know at the moment. But yeah, those are the 4. I know that was said really slowly going over each of them. But yeah, shield breaker, armor maker, builder, and a random gathering skill that hasn't been named yet. Or the 4 we know of. There could be a 5th, but it doesn't seem like it. Unless they're keeping it really hidden. But there could be a 5th skill in Chapter 5 that ties into Chapter 6. That we don't know about currently. Just because its tie-in is for Chapter 6 and doesn't affect anything currently. Because the only reason we even know about the other ones is because their icons show up on stuff. Like the Armor Maker icon shows up on leather, for example. Because Leather Maker is literally just carpentry, but for armor. Kind of like how carpentry is carpentry, but for weapons. But Leather Maker is the same thing, just for armor. We're just one of the components that you need. Obviously, there's not a single item that you make only out of carpentry, but it assists what you do make. And it's basically going to be the exact same thing when it comes to Leatherworker to Armor Maker. Where you'll need more than just leather to make all the armor, but it will be a component of pretty much everything, needing the leather. I don't think there's going to be a single thing in Armor Maker that requires 0 leather. There might be some that require less than others, but I'm not sure any of them will require literally 0. They'll all probably require at least 1. Kind of like how Bonerite is. Where everything in Bonerite requires at least 1 wooden component. Everything in Armor Maker is likely to require at least 1 leather component. Even if it is only 1. Alright, we're almost there. This knowledge point will nearly get us there. Honestly, I've been zoned out so much, I don't even realize we're woodcutting gathering right now. So in the zone. Auto zone. Can't wait till we have the queue so we can auto everything. I really hope that's the first patch of next year. There's like one big quality of life patch, and then the patch like a few days later is like, oh yeah, I finally built quick queuable actions now. Because I'm going to be using those so much. Well, this guy's still doing his AFK. The weird thing is he's doing his AFK while logged in, though. He was still here like an hour and a half ago doing this. Obviously, he's been cutting in and out. But, he's still here. Like, he was here when we started to stream like 2 hours ago. And he's still at that AFK. But logged in. Yeah, we're almost there. Only got a fourth of a level to go. And then we're off to actually train Gatherer properly. And all this just to gain a little bit more XP from a tree. But I think it's worth it though, because I think it's almost double XP. If not more than double. I'm only grabbing one tree per cycle, but the amount of extra XP will add up to a lot. Just for doing a small little 2-hour grind beforehand. I should have even done that the last time. I just didn't feel like doing it last time. But this time we definitely did. This will be the last upgrade we need, though. Because I'm not going to bother doing it again for when we hit, like, the 100 whatever bone. Like the 140 when we're there, or whatever number it will be. Because we'll still have a low-level woodcutting by then. Because I don't plan to do, like, 100-something woodcutting before then. It's just not needed at the moment. I do still want to do the 200 woodcutting carpentry grind. It's just not a immediate target at the moment. I'd much rather get 200 alchemy before I get 200 carpentry. And after 200 gatherer, we'd pretty much be good to go for 200 forager. Because right now we're doing gatherer so we can do bone right, so that we can go do mine fighter, so that we can go do alchemy. Is our current plan. And the only thing I'd throw in between is probably forager, just to give us a lot of supplies for it. Because I wouldn't want to do the forager grind after alchemy. I don't mind doing like the 200 guard and 200 scout after, even though they give alchemy supplies. But 100% we gotta go do forager beforehand. It just has too much tie into the skill to not do it beforehand. Yeah, if you're a guardian, you basically have to live in Hope Forest. Like, every single skill in Hope Forest you need, like, so high. Not only is this the only zone where the final enemy is weak to green in the entire game, but it's also, which is, of course, helping Guardians. But you also need all three skills. You need Gatherer for Bone Right, you need Woodcutting and Carpentry for Bone Right, and, of course, you can also then use the Woodcutting and Carpentry for the other two skills, as well as using your Gatherer for Alchemy. It's also how you get all your Arborate potions. All the green potions are from Gatherer. So all your green boost potions you end up getting from the Gatherer skill. It's one of the reasons why we went so heavy on Mines of Matubin. Because obviously Cryo Knight needs mining very heavily. Like very, very, very heavily. Same as Hammer Mage. I do feel like Cryo Knights prioritize mining more than Hammer Mages do. I feel like a lot of Hammer Mages have prioritized combat more than they have mining. There definitely are some that have. But, I feel like there's more Hammer Mages that went down the combat route than Cryo Knights have. Like, the ratio of them. Because I feel like whenever I think of, like, a high-level player, like, I feel like 70% of the time it's always a Hammer Mage. Like, someone who's been going, like, really heavy on combat. Feels like it's almost always a Hammer Mage. Not that there's not other classes doing it too, it just feels like the ratio of Hammer Mages doing it is weirdly higher for some reason. Hey, when you only have a hammer, you gotta whack stuff. Hello, Jeffrey! What is aggro skipping? It's basically when you walk under an enemy to skip over them so they don't end up attacking you. You can show it the next time we're in a combat room. Though the room that we're going to be doing in is one of the more annoying spots to try it. Because it doesn't work that well on corners. It works way better on straight lines. Alright, let's go put this in the woodcutting. We're almost there, come on. So close, yet so far. We'll be able to show it pretty well when we move to the next bone zone, though. As soon as we head back to bones, that place is pretty easy to aggro skip everything. Because this is a nice straight line, so you don't have to worry about a weird corner curve. Oh yeah, I'll show you when you get over there. Especially once we get 58 woodcutting, because then we'll be able to do it on the shades, and the shades are really easy to do it on. Main thing that makes those Windingos hard, or whatever they're called, is the corner. As it's a lot more unpredictable where they're going to move, and most of the tiles that they can move to are still going to hit you. Yeah, it's a fun little piece of tech. You can't really do it while you're in combat, though, but it basically allows you while out of combat to skip getting into combat, which saves like 3 seconds. It wastes 1 second sometimes, though, but it saves you having to cast immunity while also not needing to drink a fear potion, which is the biggest point of it, is to not need to drink fear. Once fears are on the toll belt, it's not going to be as needed anymore, because drinking an occasional fear pot isn't going to be that annoying. But right now, a fear pot just takes up an entire inventory space, so it's not really worth using a lot of times. I feel like monument pieces is like one of the only few things you would use fear pots for in the current state of the game. Like things that are in an aggro area that are actually important to any degree. Not that they are, it's purely cosmetic, but still. I feel like that's still a milestone some people like going for. Like if you're doing the forge and grind, you might as well get it. I didn't need it this time. Oh, of course. The time I want to go show aggro skipping, he doesn't even do it in a way where I can even attempt it. Yeah, we'll be able to show it when we go to the Wraith soon, or whatever they're called. I just need to get 58 woodcutting, and then we're heading over there. And we are 1/4 of a level away. We're almost there. Did Andrew mention about the amulet slot in Q&A? I'm not sure. I didn't see anything on it specifically. I assume someone would ask something about it. Also, whenever I see a high level, like around 3,000, I'm still curious how they did it. Like, I know they're playing like way more, even though we're playing a lot. But it's still insane thinking that there are 4 people right now over 3,000. Technically 5, because, what's his name? That one M name, I keep forgetting his name, is also there. There's 5 people over level 3,000 right now. And then I look at my level, it's like, wait, where did we go wrong? I know we're doing some things inefficiently, like bothering to bank all these and stuff like that. Yeah, Meadow was the one. But, it's still crazy to believe, like, 800 levels higher. Oh no, I guess if we 200 all of our combat, it wouldn't be that bad, though. Just think of our level if we went and spent like a week or 2 getting 200 all combat. Obviously, they'd still gain more levels in that time. But those are some ultra free levels, and that would already get us to like what, 2,600, 700 around there. Did the 2 people that passed me not play initially? I'm not sure. Better Player kind of came out of nowhere. Ratsplat also kind of came out of nowhere. I know he was below us at one point. Like, when Leaderboard came out, Ratsplat was like 200-300 levels lower than us. And currently he is, like 600 up. However, he has done the combat grind, though. I believe he did 200 all combat. Which, of course, is really good XP rate. But, yeah, he was like 200-300 lower than when Leaderboard came out. And now it's like 600 up on us. We're like 550. I've been doing a lot of post 200 training, though. I think is the other thing. There are some people on Leaderboard that have been. But most that are like really high haven't been, for the most part. Like, generally their highest skills only could be like a 205, if even that. Unless they're like Ave Kane smithing or something. Or, you know, Ave Kane their main weapon skill. But beyond that one, most of them are just around like the 200 range. Like if we go look at Ratsplat right now, I'm willing to make a bet nothing but his smithing is probably above 200. Let's see. Watch person 204, detective 201, just because he went a little bit over. Actually, he hasn't even done the production grind yet. Though he did do 200 all in guard. Oh, I wonder if he's doing 200 all per chapter now. He did 200 all in Hopeport now. That was his main goal after doing 200 combats, it looks like. What's interesting is he did 200 combats with pure RNG. He didn't actually get his skill. I'm pretty sure he's Guardian. I mean, not Guardian. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's Cryo Knight. And he only has 88 smithing. Could be wrong, though. But regardless, he actually didn't do the 200 crafting grind. Or even knowledge for it. Which, of course, is a notoriously slower skill to train. I think that might be our other issue, too. Is we've been pretty heavily prioritizing smithing, stonemason, and bonewright. Which are notoriously slow skills. Compared to many other ones in the game. There we go, 58 woodcutter. Alright, now we can go bank. And now we can go head over to the bone zone. I might as well just do it up there. Is it on route? That's pretty much on route. I might as well just do it there. And then we can aggro skip the room as well. Yeah, someone mentioned earlier they wanted to see it. Hopefully we'll get a good setup for it. Regardless, we'll definitely get one within the next few minutes. Every time we bank, we gotta go do it, so... Or most likely we'll have to do it. Sometimes you get lucky. Now let's go ahead over there. And the whole reason why we wanted 58 woodcutting is for Rugged Suave. Rugged Suave does... we're going to be able to get one per route. So instead of getting like about 100 XP for it, we should be getting almost like 300. Somewhere's around there. A bunch of new players here. Wonder if they're locked out. The other guy might not even have the woodcutting level. You can tell because he's teleporting away. Also because he's only level 66. He doesn't actually have the 8 woodcutting to get through. Oh, come on. I don't even get to aggro skip. Come on. Give us one. Alright, let me go get rid of all this junk. Yep. Hello. Let's see. Oh, he's on the Suave bone grind. Nice. I didn't bother combining them when I did them earlier. Okay, I didn't get an aggro skip. Come on, give me one here. Alright, there's too many people doing combat for me to get the skip, apparently. Oh no. We will show it, though. I'm only going to do it if we actually need it, though. I was kind of surprised we've gone through so many rooms without needing it. Alright, now we finally get our bones! How much are these, by the way? 743. I think they're almost like 2 to 3 silver from the shop, though. Pretty sure this was one of those that was like weirdly cost. I'm pretty sure this one was like oddly slightly higher than the others for some reason. Oh yeah, this is one of those areas that has no music playing. I forgot about that. It's one of those weird quiet areas. Oh yeah, we finally get to go utilize what we did the whole woodcutting grind for in a moment. All that woodcutting that we did at the beginning of the stream is for one singular tree every cycle. It might not seem worth it, but that's a lot of extra woodcutting XP over time for how many bones we're going to need to get here. It's literally just for this one single tree. And I will be dropping it each time. Yeah, just to make that give us about 300 XP instead of like 100 something. Because there's enough downtime to grab it every single cycle. So we shall. Yeah, that's why we did the 58 woodcutting grind. Just for that. But hey, that's a free tree every single time. That's giving like 200 more XP now. Every cycle. And I don't plan to bank them. Because if we ever plan to bank them, we could just do them while doing bones, spikes. So I have no need to actually bank them directly. Oh, hello, Rico! Welcome, welcome! Hey, hopefully on our next bank we can get an aggro skip. So far we've been pretty lucky, so we haven't actually needed it at all. Also, I like to pre-move on them just so we can get them like a tile quicker. Because most cycles, as long as you don't delay, you have a little bit of extra time. Now, what am I doing about my XP potion, though? I guess I'm just dropping it every cycle. I'm not sure when we have time to drop, though. Did you see Anonymous 500 smithing? Player, you seen him yesterday with the cape? Really? Oh, that's kind of crazy. Wasn't sure if anyone actually went for it, or they were hidden, or if that was actually the highest. But that's kind of crazy then. Because I think what's his name is 500 mining, Rita ore. He's not gonna have 500 smithing or stonemason anytime soon because I'm pretty sure he dropped a lot of his ore and stone. But I did see him with 500 mining cape. I was actually wishing him good luck for his 500 mining grind, but didn't realize, oh, he's wearing the 500 mining cape already. Alright, let's see if we can get an aggro skip here. Let's see, do we get it here? Nope, we don't need one. Do we get it here? Nope, we don't need one. At some point, we'll be able to do this. We're just getting really lucky, so we don't even need it. I might just show it at this point. Because we're actually getting so lucky that we just don't even need it at the moment. Let's see, hopefully we get it here. This could be a bad angle. Nope, they're all just over there. Okay, I don't need it. Let's see, do we need it here? Nope. Okay, I'm just going to show it, I guess, at this point. So if you walk under something... Actually, this won't be a good timing, will it? No. Let me do it before they grab aggro. Just walk into them. But basically, you can just skip past them. So if we do this, walk under, not get lagged. Notice he moves away. So if we go under him, he'll move away. Oh, I did too early. I believe we only have a 1 or 2 tick window. But basically, it allows you to not get in combat with something. Gosh, I wish it didn't have that extra lag at the beginning, though. But you basically just move the opposite direction that they're going to go. And then when they go for their movement, you just walk out from under them. Because they're stalled for a moment so they can't actually attack you. But basically, you just walk under them and then move away. But you need to not move in the direction that they're diagonaling into, or whatever tile they're moving into. But if you do it correctly, you just don't get aggroed. Which saves about 3 seconds of not having to do immunity. And also saves you from having to drink a fear potion. And as you saw, a lot of times you don't even need to do it. Like, I had to go out of my way just to show it because we've been getting so lucky on the rooms that we haven't actually needed it. But there are a handful of times that you will need it. And we'll probably need it soon. We'll be getting pretty lucky with the position of them. But it only takes a few seconds each time. It's nothing you really need to bother with for the most part. I just find it fun to try to do. As we do save about 2 seconds every time we do it. Compared to an air time when we would get aggroed by them. I mean 2 seconds, not 2 minutes. Did I say 2 minutes? I meant 2 seconds, you know what I mean. Because it takes about 1 second to set up. And immunity takes like 3 seconds, so it saves you about 2 seconds anytime you do it. You should only be doing it when you would have gotten attacked, though. Which means you have to identify within about 1 second if they're going to attack you or not. Which is sometimes enough time, sometimes not enough time. There we go, 80 gather. We got a mile and a half, though, before we get to the next set. I'm not sure if we're going to even grind for it this stream. I don't mind grinding for it, just we're going to be doing, like, bone only the whole time if we do. Because we need 94 until our next bone. Though, in all fairness, the next thingy is kind of worth it, though. If we do the leeks. Because I actually do need them for cooking. And the amount of money we would save doing that over having to buy them is actually pretty high. Plus, it would make it so I don't have to bank for them. Which would also save us time, because I believe the bank is pretty close. Pretty comparable to the bank time for the cooking shop. So I might do leeks from 89 to 94 whenever we do get there. Gold plant, I think I don't need. Does anyone actually remember what gold plant is for? I want to say it's for a arboret potion? It's for one of the arborets. I'm probably skipping it, though. Yeah, I'm just going to buy that from their shop, though, whenever I need that. I don't think I'm actually going to be picking them up. And even if we did, it's only going to be for 4 levels. Which is probably nowhere near as many as we even need for how long we'll be doing alchemy with them. Because I'm pretty sure anyone using for alchemy is just buying it from the shop. And we will likely be doing the same. Oh no, if we're already doing leaks, I guess it wouldn't hurt to do them. Alright, wow, we're getting so lucky on the precision. We haven't needed the aggro skip a single time. We're just showing it that one time since we keep not needing to. But yeah, we still haven't needed it. Which is good. We'd prefer to never need it. Just walk through and not have to deal with them at all. Also, I will be putting all knowledge into gathering this stream, by the way. Like 100% of it will be going into gather. It's going to be a very gather-heavy stream. We're not going to be doing the whole time, though, but it will be a main focus. At least for now, anyways. Oh, nice, a green Santa. Yeah, that's the main reason I didn't get to 200 Smith and Cape. I don't like the axes at the bottom. I much prefer the swords. So I stopped at the 100 and got the 200 mining instead. I really like the glow effect that it has. Like, you can kind of see the shimmer on, like, the gold pan when we're moving like that because we're out in the sun. There's a really cool shimmer effect on it. A lot of other keeps don't have. Especially on the gold pan itself. But a few of the other parts do it as well. It's just really noticeable on the gold pan because how much gold it is. Also, at some point in the stream, I'm going to despawn my potions. It's more so a matter of when than if. I hope it doesn't happen, though. But you know it's going to. 100% chance it will happen. No, we'll worry about that later. Just got to remember to go pick it up this cycle. As long as we pick it up once per inventory, we should be okay. Just gotta remember at some point during the inventory to actually do it and not just leave it there. Really? That stalls you? Why are you getting stalled from that? I thought you would finish your action. I really hate the delay till later button. It's so bad. I'm not sure why I even keep clicking it. Because not only does it stall you once to use it, but it stalls you again to go unuse it. Whereas if you never click it in the first place, you'll get stalled 0 times instead of twice. It's basically just a downgrade to how you would normally play the game. So I'm not sure what the button is used for. Because it double wastes your time in the current state of how it's set up. Compared to before where it didn't waste your time at all. Because you can't queue it into anything when you use it like that. Whereas the other thing you can queue into whatever your next action is. And even finish whatever that action is as well. Aggro skip? No aggro skip. Aggro skip? Yeah, there we go. A natural use case. Notice he did not attack me. That is our first aggro skip on the Wraiths that we actually needed. But yeah, it just saves you a few seconds and not need fear pots. It's not too big a deal, but it adds up over time. Yay, we finally got to use it. Small little movement tech. Definitely not required, but if you're going to be doing this for a long period of time, it saves minutes per hour. Or maybe a minute per hour. Maybe even not. Actually, it saves at least 30 seconds per hour. Depends how many times you need it in an hour. Every time saves about 2 seconds or so. As well as the cost of having to use fear pots the whole time. Though honestly, if you have the high tier fear pots, it's probably just better using the fear pots. It's just annoying juggling them until they're equipable. I will definitely use fear pots a ton once they're equipable though. As I can't be bothered to keep juggling them and an XP pot at the same time. One's already bad enough. Also, is this Meadow on top of me or someone else? Does anyone know who this level 2800 is? I've seen him in the mines quite a bit as well. Is this Meadow? Or is this someone who isn't Meadow? Because I could have sworn Meadow was a bit higher than that. Like, falling off. Oh, I didn't mean to drink that, but sure, I guess we will. Alright, that isn't Meadow? I've seen them quite a few times. Does anyone know who that is? Because I've seen this person so many times. But I don't know what their actual name is. Oh, hello, Chino. Hello, Funt. Welcome, welcome. Oh, is it Dominic? Okay. Or Robbie. Yeah, I've seen them a lot. I know the last time we were skilling together was probably minecarts. When he was doing the 200 mining grind. You know, we were both doing the 200 mining grind. And he was doing, like, the tier 3, tier 4 minecart or whatever it was. We were both doing that at the same time. I've seen him a good handful of times. It's been a while since we've been doing the same activity together, though. I'll say he's another one who gained a lot of levels on me. At one point, we were only like 100, 200 levels away from each other. And now he's like 700 up on me. We've been so inefficient. In all fairness, we have been slowing down a little bit along the holiday. It's been at least 3 days with all the last Monday shopping, this Monday, and then obviously Christmas Day, where we barely touched the game on those 3 days. And of course, a lot of our grinds have been really long ones, or post 200 grind. Like with smithing and stonemason and everything. Which is way slower than if we were just doing like combat or a gathering skill. Oh, so that's why I do the diagonal, by the way. Just to get a little bit of extra speed. But I think he stalled at some point, because I shouldn't be this far ahead of him. But you can save about 2 tiles if you pre-click and do the diagonal there. You can't do diagonal on your first cycle, though, but on every cycle after first cycle you can. There we go, we got aggro skip again. You just walk under them, and then, yeah, they just don't attack you. Because you can move while they're stalled when they move. It's a weird mechanic. That actually doesn't work that way in old school RuneScape. So they actually coded it different for Brighter Shores. But there we go, we got a double aggro skip. We got lucky on that one. Because he moved in the direction that we were also moving, but then moved in a different direction. It's kind of weird because the first time we coded around in RuneScape, or you know, like the original RuneScape, you can't actually do that in normal RuneScape, but you don't really need to. Because enemies in that game you can just run away from. If they attack you, you're not locked into combat, you just keep moving. So even if it did work that way, you wouldn't even need to do it in RuneScape. The only reason you have to do it in Brighter Shores is because when something attacks you, you get locked into combat. Which is very not good if you want to be not locked in combat. It worked like that way in RuneScape Classic, but I'm pretty sure you weren't able to like walk under like that. I never played during like the OG RuneScape Classic era, so I'm not sure. But I know it doesn't work that way in old school. Even if you do that, they'll still hit you, actually. There are some ways that you can skip them, but it's a bit different how you have to do it. Compared to in Brighter Shores. You get like an extra stall when they move in Brighter Shores that they don't have in old school. That they just kind of auto-attack you with no delay. There's still a way to walk through enemies in old school, it's just a lot more annoying to set up. Whereas it's actually pretty free in Brighter Shores. Your time window is shorter in Brighter Shores, but it's a lot simpler to do in Brighter Shores. Which sounds counter to what it should be. But it's mostly because when enemy starts moving in Brighter Shores, it's kind of locked into that movement. Where it's not quite the same in old school. You're never dropping your mind or... Oh yeah, I banked all of it. Actually, I wasn't even dropping tier 1 or tier 2. I was literally banking all of it. How worth it that was? I have no clue. Probably not, but it is what we did. Oh no, it's just something about dropping resources that pains me. Like, I can live with these Suavies being dropped just because I know the actual places where you do Suavi is right on top of a bank. So I don't mind dropping these here. Because whenever you do need to go for them, they're so free to bank. But, I don't know. When it comes to most resources in any game, I just can't find myself to drop it. Even if it's inefficient to keep it. I must hoard all the things. It's the only thing I hate about limited space. Especially when they don't stack. Like, I'm the same way on, like, a Slayer task in Old School RuneScape as well. Like, I don't care if it's, like, a completely useless drop. I will still try to find a way to stack into my inventory. I think one of the funnier ones is there's a fish barrel whenever you do, that you can use for fishing. But I actually use it on Dagannoth Slayer tasks if you're doing the AFK version. Because they drop a bunch of fish. Some are used for clue scrolls, some are just used for getting red spider eggs and a few other random stuff. But, yeah, even, like, the junkiest of junk I still try to keep. Unless it's like a really low tier fish. Like a tuna or something. Hey, we got another aggro skip. Of course, now that we don't need them anymore, it's like, oh, we're just going to get it every time. I prefer just be able to walk through, though. It does waste time doing the aggro skip, but it wastes less time than getting attacked. You have your full support to hoard away. Yeah, I do that in every game. It's just a habit of mine. It's even worse when a game doesn't have a good storage system. Because my hoarding habits get really bad if there's a cap on how much you can store. Luckily, Brighter Shores only has that issue with gear. It doesn't have that issue with any of the material yet. Only gear really has like a weird storage system at the moment. But yeah, I work really badly when a game has limited storage. Luckily, we haven't really cared about gear too much yet, so it hasn't been that big of an issue. Because that's the only thing that's limited in Brighter Shores. Every other material infinitely stacks in your bank. Pretty conveniently. Gear is the only exception right now. But since we haven't been doing that much combat, I haven't been needing that much gear. Had a 999 bottles. Honestly, that is a little annoying. That bottles only go to 999. Because you can go through that within a single day easily. If you're doing enough alchemy in a day, you will easily go through 999 bottles. Especially if you're making normal potions and not the enhanced ones. You could easily go through 999 in a day. That's not too big a deal though, because it doesn't take up like inventory space or anything though. But yeah, I do wish they went to 9,999. I've had the same issue with my alts, because they'll go for a long duration. And I know when I bought them like 100 crates, they actually went through the whole 100 crates. Obviously they go to 999. Actually, even I did too. I'd be at 0 right now if I only had 100. But I actually had that issue the other day, where I got both of them 100 crates and they ran out, so then I got them 999 crates, so they wouldn't run out. Hey, I don't need a side panel, do I? Well, I guess I need it for the mini-map, kind of. I don't know, clicking through it's not that big a deal. Woodcutting's underrated for knowledge. I know the bramble suavi is my favorite way to woodcut for knowledge. Is there a better method than that? Like from a pure knowledge standpoint? But normally I would do bramble suavi. Like 8 bramble, 1 suavi. Whenever queuable actions come out, that's going to be so clean as well. Because you can just queue up 9 actions, wait like a second or two, and then queue up 9 actions over and over again. And it takes up almost no inventory space. That's one of the things I'll definitely be doing when queuable actions come out. The only problem is to get maximum XP, you would need a level 25 of both the tools. Or, you know, however high you want to get them upgraded. Notice that guy got forced into combat. That's why you don't want to do that. That's why you want to aggro skip instead. Like, he still hasn't gotten here yet. He still hasn't gotten here yet. Wait, maybe he's not coming to this room. Oh, there he goes. Yeah, he just now got there. That's why you want to always aggro skip if you can. Because they lock you in combat for a while. Like a good while. However long the immunity spell is. I still never timed it. Does anyone know the exact time of immunity spell? Down to like the exact second, or even approximately. I always keep saying it's about 3 seconds, but it might actually be longer than that. It just kind of feels like 3 seconds, but I never timed it. Might waste even more time than that. Is it 5 seconds? Oh wow, that's really bad. An aggro skip takes like not even a second. Hello? There we go. Oh, so one thing I keep forgetting, I actually don't need to drop the other log. I can actually hold the log and then double drop. I keep forgetting, we have drop all now. I don't have to drop them one at a time. Like the last time we did this method, I don't think drop all existed. But now we can actually use drop all to double drop a Suave. I don't have to keep dropping it each time. Because your character gets delayed for 1 tick whenever you do that. So if you could avoid having to do it once, it helps a little bit. Moves you like 1 step ahead. Doesn't save that much time, but it does do a little bit. More than nothing. I'm gonna have to drop these at a weird location now, though. Because I used my other thing to queue up the action, so now I can't use the drop all. So I'm just gonna have to drop all in the middle of nowhere. Like, right here. Ah, nice. We still got the XP bonus on it. There we go. Perfect. How much knowledge you get per bone collection versus tree cut? I'm not sure. I wasn't paying attention on it. Because, of course, we're not doing this for the knowledge at the moment. More so for the bone itself. Oh, what level bone is this, by the way? 76. We're almost caught up. We're still not quite there, but we're almost caught up to our 90 bone rate. At some point, we'll get there. I got a lot of levels on it that I really didn't need. That we're trying to catch up on Gatherer now. But we are getting there. 1 bone at a time. Yeah, we're only up to 76. It's not ideal. We're still below our bone rate level. Like at this point, I think we have to go 2 bones further before we're even caught up. Then we'll have like a 90-something bone. But that means we're going to need over 100 Gatherer just to get the 90-something bone. Hey, let me go check. Let's see. It's probably 2 bones from now based on the level range. So the next one is at 94. Which means, yeah, the one after that is the one that would be the one. Which means 112 and technically the 115. Why are they so close together, though? But the 112 and 115 is when we can start getting bones that are actually above our level. Or at our level, around there. I don't understand why those 2 bones are so close together, though. It's only a 3-level gap. Oh, so hello, Ashley! Welcome, welcome! Hope all's been well. Oh, so hello, Chen, if I didn't say hello earlier. Welcome, welcome. You just got your answer from a guy with 500 armor weapon. He said 490 mob is the exception. It drops up to 500. Yeah, someone was mentioned that earlier, too. But I haven't been able to test it because obviously we're nowhere near 500 combat. But yeah, that's kind of useful, then. It makes sense that they have a weird exception on them. There's a couple things that have exception. Like tier 6 ore almost guarantee goes to, you know, level 500 crafting. There's a lot of them that have like a small exception when you reach the final tier or something. Hope I had a Merry Christmas. Thank you. Yeah, it went over pretty well. Had a good holiday. Still have so much leftover food, though, that I'll probably be eating for the next, gosh. Definitely the next good while. Even this morning, I still dug into some of the spare dessert we have because we had so many. And then it's going to be leftover from what we had for dinner. Honestly, those leftovers will probably last me till like Sunday. Yep. I thought I clicked that. Well, at least I don't need to cook anything for the next several days. Whenever we end these streams around midnight, we'll be good to go. I still really wish whenever you deposit into this, I wish it would tell you how many you just deposited, which obviously we know it's 24, but also how many total is in your bank. Just so you know. Because I have no clue how many I have banked right now. Could be 200, could be 150, could be 300 something. Because I have not been keeping track at all. It's one of those quality of lives I hope eventually comes to them. And the reason why telling you how many you put in would be nice is whenever there's like a deposit all right-click kind of option. It'd be nice to know exactly how many of each are going in if you're doing like 5 forager items or something. But also it relaying back the info of how many total is in each stack. Have like a 5 parentheses and then what like the total number is in the bank. If you're depositing 5 and then showing the total. Obviously, it's pretty obvious how many we're putting in each time with what we're doing, 24 bones. But what we don't know is how many there is in the bank right now. Like, any guess I have will probably be off by almost 100. Hello, Tate. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope all the holidays been going well. Also, one nice thing I like about the grid on the ground is you don't even need tile markers. You just get accustomed to where the tile is, and it's like, oh yeah, that's the tile I need to go on. Like a diagonal from there right before the brown area, or the gray area, I mean. Because sometimes I do feel the need to like tile mark something, and then I'm just like, oh yeah, we're in Brighter Shores, you can't mark a tile. But then the more I look at it, it's like, do you really need to mark the tile? You kind of realize where they are after a little while. Like, it's a little bit annoying to initially learn where everything is. But then once you do, it's like, okay, yeah, I already know where everything is, I don't need the tiles marked. The tiles kind of mark themselves just by their coloration compared to each other. Will you stream a lot of Brighter Shores? Yes, we've been streaming every single day since launch. We have not missed a single day so far. Normally we go for about 11-ish hours every day on stream. Mondays we normally stream a little bit shorter though. That's because it's my catch-up day for the week. But beyond that, yeah, we have streamed literally every day since launch. 50 days straight. We are on day 50. Yeah, we're always streaming. So if any of you guys want to subscribe, feel free to do so. As, yeah, we'll keep going. We're 50 days in. Plan to go hundreds, if not years. As long as he keeps the servers up and keeps developing and everything. Also, if you guys haven't already, definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream as well. Helps a lot and is greatly appreciated. Helps people find the channel. Must feed the YouTube algorithm. I said, hello, Blaze Endo. Hope your holiday went well. I know you said hello at the end of last stream. Sorry, I couldn't say more than that because we're about to hit like the end stream button. But hope your holiday was wonderful yesterday. Did I get a new mic? No. Why? Does it sound different? Also, thank you for the $2 tip as well, Tate. Greatly appreciate it. Helps out a lot. Oh, no. Does the mic sound any different to anyone? I had some mic issues yesterday, so that could have been part of it. But it should be on the right mic right now. I don't know. Anyone hearing any difference with the mic compared to like a couple days ago or something? Sounds better, does it? Interesting. There was a Windows update, so maybe the Windows update helped it. I sound too handsome? Thank you. No, we're pretty average looking. Actually, my hair's growing out quite a bit right now because during the winter I always grow it out and then afterwards I just shave everything off. Just to stay a little bit warmer for the winter. Like, my beard is way too overgrown right now. But the second, like, January, February hits, it's all just getting shaved off at once. Oh, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll try to mention tips and tricks here and there, but if anyone has any questions, of course, I answer them directly, so if you guys have anything, just let me know. Because we definitely have way too much time in this game, that is for sure. And we've been doing things slightly more efficiently recently. I played pretty casually initially, but, you know, we're getting to the point where we kind of have to do things slightly more efficiently. Though I am one who always likes to bank regardless how efficient it is, though. I hate dropping stuff to the ground. In the case of this, it's fine because the place where you get them banked is really close to a bank. But a lot of other things, I just can't bring myself to drop it to the ground. Even if it's not worth it. Same with mining. Whenever we did the mining grind, I banked, like, everything. The only exception was Carbon East because it's in the middle of nowhere. I did bank some, just not all of it. Which is annoying because that's the next ore we have to do too. I was kind of hoping they would do a fix for that. Like put a bank that's closer or something by then. Because the ore itself isn't even worth more. But for whatever reason, it's a mile and a half from a bank. Your 3 banking options are 9 rooms, or 10 rooms away, depending on which one you want to do. And oddly enough, the 9-room teleport is actually the most efficient one. Mostly because it doesn't have backtrack the other way around. Oh, no. Oh, I knew it. I was like, should I do it? I should have. We finally got called out. Well, we went for a good, like, half an hour, 40 minutes without getting called out. But yeah, that was a walk under and we didn't do it. I thought we could make it in time. Or 1 tick off. Unfortunate. Yeah, that's what happens when you get called out. That's why we keep doing the walk under. Waste a lot of time when you get caught. Well, we went a solid 40 minutes without it, so that was good. But that's why you do walk under. Skip the aggro. As otherwise we're wasting a solid 4 or 5 seconds each time. You keep hearing people saying rush construction so you can make portable banks. Are they truly helpful? Oh yes, they very are. We're using them right now every single time we go storage. Yes, it is very important to get 20 woodcutting, 32 carpentry, and the ability to kill the 2 level 35 spiders at the end, which is roughly 30 scout. You could do it at lower, but 30 scout's pretty chill to kill them with. You could try a little bit lower if you want, like 25 or something. But, yeah, getting those 3 things is very important. You need it for the spider nest quests. Oh, wait, my dailies are ready. I forgot about that. They were ready actually an hour ago. Should probably go do them soon. But, yeah, it is super important to get spider nest quests done. Not only do you need it to even finish Chapter 4 quest line, it's actually required. But, you also end up needing it for the remote storage thing, or the storage rift. It's basically that one stone we keep touching in the other room every time we go store. It's pretty much required if you're doing any gathering skill. So if you want to go do, I guess fishing technically doesn't need it. But the ones that definitely do are forager, gatherer, woodcutter, mining, and those are the big ones, I would say. But you also need it to even get to Chapter 5. Completing Chapter 4 quest requires the quest completion of it. So for no other reason, you would definitely need it for that, as it's impossible to get to Chapter 5 when it releases without it. The game actually forces you to get the mechanic just because of how useful it is. You want to get 500 guard first? Well, there's some things that can help you with guard, though, as well. Unless you're strictly trying to get it first without going to Zone 2. But, as far as, guard, I think there's a couple things where you can, like, bank potatoes. Like, I think there's a storage rift somewhat close for banking potatoes if you're killing, goblins. And a few other small things like that. Or if you actually want to bank some of the supplies, there's, like, a storage rift also by some of the top left enemies. Like the Hero Beast, I think, drops an alchemy supply or something. Because otherwise banking them takes like twice as long. Yeah, there's 2 storage rifts in Hopeport. The second one is positioned really weirdly, though. It's positioned as if you're using it on the AFK activities. Because the only other thing you could really use it on are the thieves, but I don't think they drop anything that goes in storage rift other than XP pot. And the goblins. Which is why I mentioned the goblins. Because they're the closest place to bank the potato. It's quicker to bank there than to bank it into chef spot. And they have a drop of a potato. Or technically multiple potato. We had a storage rift right here. This is what you get from completing out spider nests, aside from a bunch of XP. You get access to these little thingies. And they basically just work like a deposit box if you ever played RuneScape in the past. Like old school or RuneScape back in the day. It's the exact same thing as a deposit box. But it requires completion of the quest to use them. Did my potion just despawn? I knew it! No! That's the second time that's happened! When I've let 40-something pots despawn. Gosh, when are they equipable? Actually, maybe that's the next poll. How many pots have you let despawn on the ground? Because I'm up to like 89 now. That's the second time I've let 40 plus pots despawn on the ground. It's not that big a deal. It's like, what, 80 silver or something? 80, 90, 100. That's the second time now, though. I can't even use this knowledge point now. Need to go back and go get them. Do I think Empty Souls in Chronopolis will be used for player trading? Maybe at some point. I'm not sure if he's going to be doing anything beyond player-to-player trading initially. I could see that being like almost like a little auction house system kind of thing. But I think initially it's just going to be purely player-to-player. I don't think there's going to be any automated trading. But who knows, maybe it will. Maybe that's what's taking him so long. But I believe all trading initially will just be basic player-to-player trading. No, like, Grand Exchange or Auction House kind of system. It probably would come eventually, but I don't think it's releasing with it. But if it ever was to happen, it probably would be underneath the stalls there. where you'd basically set up a stall and it would work like an auction house or grand exchange list thing. But I don't think it's launching with it, but we'll find out. It's definitely what they would be used for if it was to happen, though. But I don't think it's coming with the initial trading. But it's hard to tell because I don't think he ever stated if it is or isn't. So we don't really know. You're slowly level, but it's been relaxing. Yeah, this game's been really chill. I play for like a couple hours. Or what feels like a couple hours, and then I look at the time, it's like, oh, it's been like 10 hours. Such a relaxing game. Especially some of the skills like cooking or fishing. Or, I would even say leatherworker's pretty chill. Just because how much downtime it has. I feel like the best vibe of any chill skill is definitely cooking, though. Like, it's a chill skill to train, but also just the vibes in a room is probably one of the best in the entire game. There's a lot of people normally chatting in that room compared to an average room. Because there's a lot of downtime, so if you're actively playing, there's like a billion time to just chat while you're waiting for your food to be prepped or cooked. Yes, when queuable actions come out, assuming you can queue up a whole inventory of hide with a triple click, it'll actually be the best AFK in the entire game. Right now, it's a little bit worse than it because you can only queue up one action at a time. But when queuable actions come out, if you could do a whole leatherworker inventory with 3 clicks and then just go away for like 4 minutes, there's going to be so broken. It's going to be one of the best activities in the whole game. It already kind of is. But, yeah, we'll get the money printer running for sure again. Only problem with that is we have to actively go do merchant to keep it going, though. And or watch person to go get hides from stuff. The only problem is only some things drop hides. Actually, does anyone know the full list? I know the tiger does. The mall chest does. Is there anything else? I guess the hags do. But the hags are so annoying. I know of those 3. I can't think of anything else that does it, but there might be one more. But yeah, the tigers, the hags, and the mall chests, I know for sure do. Oh wow, he's got a golden saw. Wow. Wait, what is his gathering level then? You know how high that is? Golden saw? We're talking like 300 something. Wait, how high is his level? I never realized his gatherer was that high. I've never seen him actually gathering, though in all fairness, I don't do that much gathering, so that might be why. But you know how high golden saw is? That's like crazy, crazy high. Let me see. I'll find it somewhere here. I mean, it's not as high as I think it is. Okay, never mind. It's only 185. Wait, it's really that low? Wait. Never mind. I thought it was like 300 something. Never mind. It's only 185 for tier 3 saw. That's high, but it's not like absurdly high. Which means he probably already did the 200 woodcutting grind. If he's using a 185 saw thing. Can you check his level via nearby players? No, the only level I think you can check is his combat level. I think you can check anything else other than the total that's already there. Like, I can't check what his gathering level is or something like that. I think the only one that shows up on that page is combat. And obviously total above his head. But I wouldn't be able to check his woodcutting level or his gatherer level. We do know he has at least 185 woodcutting based on that tool, though. Which means he likely did the whole 200 grind already. Yeah, merchant's kind of crazy. The only reason why I still pick up the hides, even though I plan to do merchant, is because it makes it easier to bank them. The route for banking is actually a little bit different if you already preemptively have hides in your bank. But it only works when you already have hides, but it's not worth going out of your way to buy hides, but it is worth banking the ones you get from combat for it. Is it allows you to go bank at the leather worker place, which going there and back to the place is slightly quicker than going to the shop. But it's not worth going to the shop and banking them over and over and over again. It's only worth it if you're getting it directly from combat. At some point, when we get close to our knowledge, I'm going to need to go and get our XP pots again. Alright, what are we currently at right now? What's our threshold before we could do another activity if we were to? 84. We're at 82 right now and about to boost to 83. So it really comes down to, should I go for the God Plant at 84? I don't know, what do you guys think? Yes or no? Or should I stick on Bones all the way till at least 89? It's a higher activity, but my rake doesn't do anything on it. I believe you get no bonus for God Plant. So the XP rate's about the same as what we're doing now. But I think the bank is closer is the main thing. But this is giving us Bone Rate XP, whereas the other thing is giving us Alchemy XP. I'm definitely going to try the leaks at 89, though. I'm just not sure if I'm skipping the God Plant at 84 or not, in favor of more bone. I guess it comes down to if we get about the same amount of XP or more per drop. If they give less than 400, I'd probably stick with bones. If they give more than 400, maybe I would switch to them. And bank them for when we do like plus 60 Arboret or whatever they're for. Or plus 80 Arboret. I forget which one you use. They're used for one the Arboret potions, I know that. Either plus 60 to plus 70 or plus 80. At level 490 Merchant, it cuts down the perfect hides from 26 silver to 3. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. What's even crazier is I believe you still make profit over a golden hour at that level range, even without the discount. Even at 26 silver a piece, they are still profitable to buy at that price, even without the discount. I think it's still like 1.3 gold an hour if you buy them at 26 silver each. Obviously, it's way more if you have the discount, though. But still over a gold an hour, even with no discount at that range, which is kind of crazy. It's actually that profitable. And obviously with the merchant discount, it is absurdly profitable. Because even without it, it's still making money. I believe with the discount, it's almost like 6 or 7 gold an hour, 100% consistently. The upside of it compared to combat is you're always making the same. The downside of it compared to combat is there's no really good RNG drop you can get out of it. The other big upside, though, is if you cut into your profit sum, you can go bank them for making armor in the future. So you'll be able to make really specific 4-star armor down the line. Because armor is currently really annoying to perfect roll on. It's something I hope they fix in the future. Because it is nearly impossible to get a perfect armor. You gotta roll... I assume it has about a 20 variance. I'm not sure how big the variance is, but let's assume it's a 20 variance. Like it is on the elemental weapons. If it's about a 20 variance per stat... To get a perfect piece of armor, you'd have to roll 6 1 in 20s in a row, which is an absurdly small number. Like, absurdly small. I forget what the math is on it, but you'd have a better chance of probably winning the lottery than getting 6 1 in 20s in a row. Hopefully it'll have something when Armor Maker comes out that'll allow you to, like, tune them perfectly. Or, you know, something to kind of fix that. Because that's going to be a huge issue if that hasn't been addressed by the time Armor Maker skill comes out. Because that'll probably be the biggest thing that people will mention is like, hey, why is there like 6 different RNG values on my armor? It's still in the game right now if you make a shield. But it's less intrusive right now because shield making isn't really that big a thing at the moment. Whereas when Armor Maker comes out, it's going to be a lot more evident. Since every single armor piece is going to be like that. Do you think armor training is going to be much cheaper than weapon training? Yeah, it should be overall. But that assumes you make your own hides, though. If you don't make your own hides, it's going to be harder. Because whatever... let's say, hypothetically, there's a hide shop seller in Chapter 5. That seller will not have the merchant discount on it. So you're going to either need to buy your hides from players or make them yourself. Because the shop that sells them is going to be way too expensive. Because not only will it not have merchant discount, but it'll also be higher than whatever the hide seller sells them for. So you basically got to make them yourself or buy them from a player. There's no other alternative. Because the prices just could be so astronomically high. Same if there's ever a bar or etched stone shop. You basically have to buy them from players or make them yourself. As their price is going to be so high that they're never going to be worth it unless you just need a few in a pinch. But even then, it would be way better to get them through player trading. Because the actual shop is just going to be way too outrageous. Like, if you thought ore was expensive, buying the fully processed bar or anything like that should be almost double the cost. Plus, you don't even get the XP out of it. You'd be better off just buying the ore and just making it into something. And even that gets expensive. It's one of the reasons why even if Chapter 5 has shops like that, it's not going to be that broken. Because even if you had access to buying every etched, you know, every etched bone, every smith bar, every dunked bone, they're going to be too pricey to really bother with. Unless you just needed a few just to make like one thing real quick. But if you needed them en masse, you would never buy them from the shop. Yeah, one more inventory and we need to go get our XP pots again. The ones we destroyed. I think we still have some banked. I'm only going to grab like 10 or 20 this time though. So if I accidentally do it again, we won't kill the whole entire stack. Maybe I'll grab only 10. I'm going to grab something very small, and if we have to rebank, that's fine. That or just grab none and have to bank every time. That's going to take so long though. Yeah, I can't wait till XP pots come onto the tool belt. I'd just be rich. There are some people in the game already like that. Actually, what's our poll right now? I know 0 to 3 is winning, as it should be. Well, 13% of people say they have 51 plus gold. I would say that's pretty rich right now. Yeah, I haven't actually mentioned the poll data yet, but we did a poll this stream of, let's see, what's that? How much gold do you currently have in Brighter Shores, as in at this exact moment in time? Currently winning at 64%, though we already knew this one would win. We just didn't know by how much. Is 0 to 3 gold, which is also how much we have right now, and pretty much always. Only 8% at 4 to 10 gold. And then 11 to 50 gold is at 15%. And then at 51 plus gold is at 13% right now with 39 votes in. How much gold would I consider as rich right now? Honestly, I would say 50 plus. Though realistically, probably in the hundreds. 50 plus is you're definitely starting to save. 100 plus is like you're hoarding gold at that point. Like you're getting ready for day one trading if you're at 100 plus gold. But I would say even just 50 plus is pretty hefty already. Though it comes down to if you're actually upgrading tools or not. Because one of the reasons why so many people are at like nearly 0 is because they're immediately reinvesting the money into EXP. Either through better tools or potions or anything like that. Whereas anyone who has like 50 plus gold, 100 plus gold, stuff like that, they're hoarding gold for the day one trading when it comes out. Or I assume that's what they're saving it for. Oh no, anyone with 100 plus gold or 50 plus gold, what are you saving for? Because I assume it's day one trading for when it comes out in the next couple of weeks to a month. Because I can't think of anything else that you would be hoarding that much gold for. If it's not for when trading gets released. Because you don't really need to get any tool above level 25, which means the highest you would ever hoard for that is about 18 to 20. It's time. Oh, I almost just converted it. Oh no, that means I'm gonna waste these next few. Well, you know what? Let me go pick up the Suavies for once, I guess. And I'll pick up this bone. And then we'll telly away. To, actually, where am I tellying to? This is kind of awkward because, yeah, this is weird. Because I have to stop by a bank before I go do the potion. And that needs to be a storage rift, so I'm just going to storage rift here instead. And then go teleport to Hopeport. Yeah, let's go get our potions before they despawn again. Despawned round 3. I can't believe that happened a second time. That's unfortunate. Last time it was like 46 mining pots. This time it's like 43-ish woodcutting pots. Or Hope Forest pots. Luckily neither were that much. It's like 100-ish silver, give or take a little. Could be worse. That's why I never bring too big of a stack with me. If that was like 500, that'd be so devastating. You know, 50-ish isn't that bad. Still a lot, but it's not like a lot. I'm gonna bring 10 with me. I don't trust myself. Let's go with 10. For when we despawn them again. Oh good, I pretty much have that much to begin with. I only have 18 left. After despawning like 40 something. Most materials from players are going to be more expensive than the shop, though. I can't think of a single material that wouldn't be in the current state of the game. But you're not going to be able to get it cheaper than the shops. The shops are actually still going to be cheaper. There might be a few exceptions to that, though. But most of them are going to be more expensive than a shop. Because you're paying for the bulk convenience. And not having to keep doing 24 at a time from a shop. So you're paying for the time of not having to do that, and you're also paying for the convenience of getting them instantly. There are going to be some resources that will probably go for cheaper. Like people who are just trying to dump whatever they have. But most resources should go for more than what the shop sells for. Especially if they're already like etched or something. Like an etched stone or a smithed bar will guarantee go for more than the cost of the ore. But even the non-etched variant probably still would. Assuming you're buying bulk and not just like a small amount. Like people are just trying to dump like 80 of them or something. You could probably get cheaper than the shop. But if someone's bulk selling like 1,000, it's going to be more expensive than buying it from the shop. Because you get 1,000 instantly rather than having to do, you know, like 40, 24 inventories. Actually even more than 40. Like 45 or 46 inventories. Because you're paying for the convenience of how many times you're not needing to go to the bank. Whereas people selling like only 100, 200, 300, probably just trying to dump what they have. But anyone selling like 1k plus are probably going to be at least 10% more than whatever the shop is selling it at. Like if the shop is selling it for 2 each, they'd be selling it for like 2.2 each. If you were buying like 1,000 plus at a time. Because they already confirmed you're going to be able to do bank-to-bank trading. We mentioned that would likely be a thing, but they actually confirmed it in the AMA that is definitely a thing. So you can trade like 1, 2, 3,000 within seconds. Rather than having to do a billion 24 at a times. Which is how you have to do it if you buy it from the shop. You have like 85 gold just from training combat and selling the gear. Nice. How high is your highest combat with that? Because that's a lot of gold. That's like getting a level 500 gold amount. Unless you're doing like multiple 200s or something. But yeah, what's your highest combat level? Because that sounds like 400, 500 with that much gold. Because I don't think 200 all gets you that much gold, does it? Because you really start making the money post 200. Is where the real money for combat starts rolling in. Like, it still makes money beforehand, but post 200 is where it really starts spitting out money. $325 Mine Fighter? That's still pretty high. Does it really give that much money? 85 gold just from 325 Mine Fighter? Alright, that reminds me, I need to go do the dailies. I still didn't do that earlier. I'm gonna do that right now, actually. Before I go despawn this pot. Yeah, I was able to do this like 2 hours ago, and I keep not doing it. He's been ready for like 2 hours. Yeah, let me go do them right now. Yeah, anything post 100 or 200 is like 4 levels. So even just 100 levels post 200 is like 400. Like, it's more than double 200. Plus everything you're getting is higher value drops. Nah, I was gonna say, yeah, that was bad timing. Show waited. I always think I can make it sometimes, but nope. Oh, so I'm just gonna be dropping all. I've been doing this on the alts lately. I'm not sure why I wasn't doing it on the main account earlier. I was on the alt with like a full 24 inventory of like the shiny things that I need for the AFK. And I was looking at my daily, like, oh, I can't do the daily, my inventory's full. And then I was like, wait, there's a drop all function now. So I could just click that. But yeah, it's kind of funny because I learned this when I was doing my alt. Because I had a 24 inventory. It's like, oh, I can't do my daily. And then it's like, oh yeah, duh, there's drop all. It's existed for like 2 weeks now. I'm not sure why, I've never been utilizing that on my main. I just thought of it on the alt because it kept having a full inventory every time it passed through. Because normally it would buy a full inventory of 24 so it could go do the AFK. So it would pass the, you know, the daily without having inventory for it. But then it's like, oh yeah, drop all. Should have thought about that weeks ago. Because normally I try doing this daily with free inventory space, but you actually don't need free inventory space at all. You just simply drop them and go pick them back up. I just realized, it's actually quicker to go north, isn't it? Almost keep forgetting this teleport even exists, but it's good for getting northeast really quickly. I very rarely use this teleport. Still gotta go bank though. Okay, this brings us right over here. We're just only like one room away from where we need to be, I think. Yeah, right over here. I'm gonna have to go a little bit on my way to go bank though. It's not that bad. Yeah, we could have tellied to the other one and then banked and not have to come here. I believe it's about the same distance. It's just quicker getting up here doing it this way. Honestly, I've been really underutilizing that teleport. I honestly keep forgetting we even have it. We got it on Thanksgiving, oddly enough, so the last holiday season. But I have used it very, very minimally. Well, it's because I'm barely ever in Hope Forest. So I kind of keep forgetting it even exists. Because you've only had it for about a month now. And I'm pretty sure I've only used it like 20 times in that month. I've barely touched it. There's so few things you actually need it for. Like, it's good for Dock Leaf. It's good for that one enemy up there. It's good for the other enemy kind of nearby. That's like that little tree creature. As well as a little mushroom-looking one. It's good for getting up to rafts. But that's about it. I guess it's good for starting your oak tree run as well. It's not a good spot to do oaks, but it can start your rotation of oaks. Until you start banking them at the rift. But when you're first doing a starting rotation of oaks, you can teleport from there. Is this better than going south because there's no oak south, but there is oaks north? But it's only relevant for your first cycle when you're starting an oak, because then from there you infinite cycle into a bank. But yeah, there's very few things it's useful for. But one of them is getting to this northeast area a little bit quicker. Yeah, let me go get the potion timer. I refuse to let this thing die again. There we go. Now, if that hits 0, our potion will die. Or be around the time where it will die. So all I gotta do is just keep picking it up before that timer hits 0. Or immediately do it if it does hit 0. What does the potion boost do? It's 5% extra XP in the area. It's not a lot. We're mostly using it for the knowledge points, but you'd use it also boost up the activity itself if you want. I personally haven't been. I think it costs like almost 80 silver an hour, somewhere around there. If you constantly boost every single hour. Like, you know, every single minute of every hour. I mostly just use them for knowledge points, though. But you can just perpetually keep a 5% boost if you want. Oh, to boost level potion? Oh. They mostly let you do AFK activities earlier. The only ones that are really relevant are the +4 and +5. As post 200, they let you go to your next activity. You can't do that with a +3 or lower. But +4s and 5s are worth their weight in gold. I wouldn't be surprised if their bare minimum's like over 200 silver each. They're actually one of the strongest potions in the entire game. As being able to skip to the next AFK activity is probably over 10% extra XP per hour. And they stack with AFK XP pots as well. So not only is it upwards of 10%, but it's upwards of 10% that also stacks with other percents. If you run like a 5% AFK pot with a +4 knowledge pot. Or boost pot, whatever it's called. But yeah, they're really, really strong. They're not relevant pre-200. But post-200, they are really, really good. There's not much of a use case for the +1, 2, or 3. The +2 most notoriously lets you skip some things in Lost and Found. The +3's in a really weird position because it costs a lot but does almost nothing. I guess it'd be good when a new skill comes out. If you're not able to hit 200 in one day, which is likely unrealistic. A +3 pot would be really good for that interval. But it's gonna be so rare that we're getting a new chapter for that to even be relevant. Where you just really want to power level something. Because normally it's better to do a post 200 activity once you have a 200. The only exception would be if a new skill comes out and you just really want to power level a little bit more. But it's one of the main reasons you don't really see those potions being used much. Is they're not useful until 200. That's also exactly when you can make them, oddly enough. So they knew what they were doing. But the second it becomes useful is at 200 plus. And guess when you can start making them? 200 alchemy on the dot. Item juggling in Brighter Shores feels like Iron Man and RuneScape. Maybe if you're playing Ultimate Iron Man. I don't feel like you have to do that too much on normal Iron Man. The only time you really do it is in boss rooms where the items stay like 2 hours on the ground. Like if you're doing like an Inferno run or something similar. Because normally you're switching from a one-handed range weapon and shield when you're doing like magic or something as well. To a two-hand. Like range weapon or to a two-hand, whatever else. Probably a range weapon. But it's normally like a mage shield with a mage, or, you know, you're normally using like a tank shield with a mage, one hand. Switching to a two-hand range normally. And because of that, you need one inventory clear. So you'll drop like one potion at least. Like stuff like that it gets used for. You don't drop too much in raids. The only raid that you drop a lot of stuff in, maybe, is Chambers of Zarek. But the other two raids, you don't actually drop anything on the ground. Theater of Blood, you drop your amulet. But that's just because you don't need it anymore. You only need it for, like, the second room. But no, the only one that you drop stuff and pick it back up is Chambers of Zarek for the most part. Especially if you're doing a solo run. It doesn't really matter as much. I don't know, maybe team runs are a little bit different. I've only ever done, like, one group Tombs of one group, Chambers, though. I only know solo. I don't even know how to do it in a group. I could solo it easily, but I have no clue how to do group properly. Because I've just never bothered other than with friends. Like, once or twice. But no, you're normally not juggling resources in those things. And the only reason you do it in Chambers of Zarek is because you're making a bunch of potions, so you need to constantly have inventory space for the potion. But you can also just put it in the bank that's like a few tiles away as well. Yeah, there's one really nice thing about Deposit All. There's two features in this game I wish every game had. It is Drop All of same type, as well as the Sense Bar. This Sense Bar, like, not having it compared to having it is so crazy. How much I miss this in every game ever. Because I'll be wondering where something's hitbox is. And it's like, oh, there it is. Found it. It is just so useful for finding where everything is. And I wish every game had this. If there is, like, any one feature I wish every single game had from Brighter Shores, is definitely the Sense Bar. It's like one of the most convenient things I've ever seen. The amount that you would use it in other games is so high. Actually, I remember because I've been still doing leagues in Old School RuneScape, still trying to finish it out. Not sure if I'm going to be streaming it more, but I'm still trying to finish out Dragon Cup before the league ends. I believe we still have a little under a month, but we're a little more than halfway there, so still got to step it up and go grind it at some point. Just haven't had time to. But I was going to make blood runes. But to go to blood runes, they added a true blood altar in Mauritania, so I didn't know where that was. And there's like a weird door you have to go through and a weird shortcut. But neither of them are marked. And I didn't have them like, you know, marked with runelight or anything. So I was just like looking around, clicking spacebar, like, where is it? Where is it? And it's like, oh yeah, this is the wrong game. That doesn't work. So I was clicking spacebar to try to find the random door I need to click on. Because I didn't have it marked with runelight or anything. Because you never really need it other than like once for a quest, but apparently you need it to craft blood runes when you initially get there. But yeah, I was trying to find it. It's like, oh yeah, I can't just use spacebar to figure it out. It took me like a good 10 seconds to try to figure out where that wall tile was. Because there's just like an ambiguous wall that looks like a wall, but one of the tiles is like an actual door. But yeah, it took me like a good 10-20 seconds, whereas if we had this, we would have found it in like a single second. It's stuff like that where you realize, like, when you don't have it, it's like, oh yeah, I can't just do that, can I? It's one of those small things, but, you know, it adds up. Just like a random hidden wall. But yeah, the spacebar feature is definitely my favorite thing in all of Brighter Shores. The Sense spell. I wouldn't say it's underrated, but it's definitely, like, the best feature in all Brighter Shores. If I was to point at any one feature in the entire game. It is the Sense spell. And really wish every game had a mechanic like it. Especially point and click games, where you need to click at really specific locations. Because it shows you every relevant hitbox in the entire area. Even ones that are a bit more hidden. There's still more I wish it did, though. I wish it showed dead spawns, like a timer with it. I wish whenever you did this, it showed a silhouette of the bones, kind of like what you can see. Show the silhouette of the bones, and show like a timer for when it's going to respawn. Alright, so what do you guys think? Glob plant or not glob plant? We have access to glob plants now. And I haven't yet decided if we're going for them or not, or we're going to stick on bones. I'm not going to do a separate poll for it, but what do you guys think? Move to glob plant or stick with bones? Glob plant is used for a potion we're never going to need on this account, but we do need it for alchemy XP at some point. Like, the potion itself I would never need, but the XP from the potion I would need. You just made 1,200 6-minute fear potions? Oh gosh, that's a lot. That's a lot of fear pots. I do at least want to go check what their XP drop is, though. Because anything under 400, we're definitely sticking with bone. Because the main downside of them is they get no tool bonus, is the problem. Whereas currently, whenever we do the raking, we're getting 10% right now. Are they worth more silver? I'm actually not sure if they are or aren't. Let's see, what are these? It's hard to tell because sometimes their sell price is not an indication of their buy price. Sometimes their buy price is like way, way, way higher. Like with Deathstone. Because even though this one sells for less, I believe its buy price is like artificially high. Whereas I don't think it's the same for the other plant. Its buy price is actually realistic, whereas this is like extra inflated for some reason. There's a few weird material that are like that. I know Deathstone is. I know a few bones are, I believe, and this was, I believe, one of them. Because Deathstone nearly sells for the same amount as like a normal ore. Yet the price shop is like 5 times, 10 times that, even more. Like, I think we had a Deathstone that sold for like 2 point something, but it bought for like 17 or something. Like 17, 18. Silver. Alright, I'm definitely going to go to them real quick, though. Where even are they, though? I don't remember. Is that the thing I picked up earlier at the lower tier? Where are the god plants? Showing map. Oh, those are the ones at the beginning. Oh. Wait, that's a problem. How are you supposed to bank those? I guess over there. Yeah, that's not what I thought they were. Okay, interesting. I don't know, we'll go try them, I guess. I mostly just want to see what their XP drop is more so than anything. I'll bank whatever we get initially. We'll try a few inventories and see. But these things got to be at least 400 XP to even bother. Otherwise I'm staying on the bone. Oh, glob plants are for 6-minute fears? Oh no, we're gonna have so many 9-minute fears from Mines of Matubin grind, though. Do I really need 6-minute ones? We're gonna have more 9s than we ever know what to do with. And eventually 15s. They're ever so slightly more XP, I think. Though this is with 5%, so they are technically giving less than 400 each. I know it says more than 400 right now, but it's technically less. Just because we're on 5% pot right now. I don't know, I'm not sure if it's worth it over bone. These 6-minute fears we don't really care that much about. Because we have more than enough 9-minute fears off of Mines of Matubin grind. We don't have them yet, but you know, once we do get them rolling. We have most of the material banked as well. We have like 1,000 of one and then like several hundred of the other. And obviously whatever we don't have, we just buy from the shop. They're pretty cheap. I don't think these are worth it. We'll still finish the inventory run since we're already here. We'll get it for the first time bonus whenever we go do the actual crafting and everything. At least a perfect cycle. Their banking is about just as far as the bone, though. So it's not like we're getting extra banking value. As the amount of distance we have to go is about the same. Yeah, at least we got music back, true. Yeah, I think I'm going back to the bone zone. I was going to finish the one inventory while we're here. But these don't seem worth it. They're basically the exact same XP. Exact same distance to get through them all. And the exact same time to bank. And I'd much rather have the bone that we had than one of these things. But we'll do it for first time bonus if nothing else. I will go to leeks at 89 though. Because I do want to bank them for our cooking grind. Because that will save us a good amount of money. As every leek I think is like 2 point something silver saving. And there'll be more XP than the bones at that point. Whereas right now they're basically the same XP as the bone. And the main reason for that is due to the rake bonus. They technically are more XP, but you're getting no bonus on these from any tool. Whereas bones get improved by rake. Leeks don't get an improvement either, but since they're even higher level than this, they should be over 400 each. Okay, I'll finish this inventory and head back to our other area then. We'll go back to the bone zone till 89. And then we'll switch to leek until 94. Assuming we're even going to keep doing them. I don't know, it might go all the way. We came this far, it might go all the way today. Gotta do this gather and grind eventually, might as well do it some now. Yeah, I hope that the bone zones, the corrupted bone zones, get more music. I hate that no music plays there. Like, it makes sense during the storyline to make it more ominous. But I wish after the storyline section, they had a music track there. Like a unique one that plays just right there. In like those corrupted areas. Like this area right here. Like right now it's like deathly silent. But yeah, final verdict on these is they're not worth it. Over bones. Timer's done. Oh, my potion wasn't on the ground, so I don't need to go pick it up. Oddly enough, if it was, I would be able to make it back in time. But yeah, final verdict, not worth. If we want fear potions, we'll just make them from Mines of Matubin. Because we're already going to get it during the 200 Mine Fighter grind. We're going to have more fear pots than we're ever going to know what to do with. Assuming I keep them all. Which I probably will. Like, that's like an infinite supply of fear pots. If we just bank everything from 200 Mine Fighter. That is like a several month supply of fear pots. Especially when they're equipable and everything. So I don't think we need to go out of our way and get it through Gatherer. We'll still pick up like one inventory for the first time bonus for Gather and the first time bonus for Alchemy. But beyond that, yeah, it's not worth mass obtaining them. So we'll do this till 89 and then switch to leeks till, I guess, 94? Which will help a lot because that's actually what I need for my cooking grind right now. My current thing actually uses that leek, I believe. Or maybe it doesn't. Is this the tier below? Wait, maybe I don't go all in on leeks. I just realized. I think this is the leek below the tier that I actually need. Oh no. I didn't think about that. Because I think the ones earlier said you need like 150 something. Wait, this might not even be the right leek. Oh, maybe we don't go to leeks then. Leeks would be better XP though. But the product we get from them, we would just be selling to the shop. I don't actually need them for product. They're below the level range that I need. Because the actual leek in question I believe I need for cooking is the The one at 153. That's the one I currently need for my 83 cooking or whatever we're at. Which, why it's like double the level, I have no clue. But, yeah, that's the leak I actually need. Well, that's not ideal. Because that actually is better EXP per hour if we only care about gather. Leaks from 89 to 94 is better than 79 femur shards. For sure. I don't know, maybe we'll do it for one level. The problem is, I don't know, banking them. If I bank them, I have to go sell them later when I get chef supplies. I'm gonna go have to bank a whole supply of cooking supplies, and then go sell a whole inventory of leek, and keep doing that over and over again. Always gotta get those buy sells in whenever you're selling cooking or alchemy supplies, because I'm never gonna just sell them outright. This is a waste of time. Ideally, what you want to do is buy an inventory of 24 alchemy or cooking supplies you need, bring them to the bank, deposit them all, and then withdraw 24 items you want to sell, then bring them to the shop, sell them, buy the 24 you need, and keep doing that over and over again. It's not worth going to a shop just to sell. It's a huge waste of time. Even more so than banking low-tier supplies we don't need. Because you could basically double your value in the same run that you're already doing, if you have something to buy and sell at the same time. So one of the other reasons I want to go do 200 forager grind, because there's probably going to be a lot of supplies from it that I'm not going to need while I'm training alchemy. So I'll be able to do a lot of buy sells while we do alchemy. Sell the junk that we don't need and buy the stuff we do need. Not fall forward 2 times in a row. No, I did! No! Ah, he pathed the wrong way. I didn't go diagonal enough. A double call. I think that's the first time we've been double caught. Oh no. Cooking leaks at 84 is 153. Yeah, I know, I saw that. Because I remember when I bought it from the thingy. But yeah, it's really high. Not this time, not today. We followed for you enough times in a row. Gonna finally get an aggro skip for once. We were doing so good at it earlier. And then we got double caught. Yeah, it happens though. If only there was a potion that made it so you won't get aggroed from enemies. Maybe a fear potion? I think I've drank like 5 fear potions total this playthrough. I'm waiting till they're equipable. Plus, it's more fun skipping them. Also, but how long it takes to drink a fear potion? If you don't get at least 1 skip with a fear potion, you actually waste time drinking a fear potion. Which is kind of funny. If you're drinking like only a 3-minute or a 6-minute fear potion, you might actually lose time rather than gain time. If you wouldn't have naturally have gained any aggro during that time. Because of course there's a delay when you drink a potion, which is completely stuck for. Though the most annoying thing about it right now is not that delay, but the fact that it takes up an inventory space. So you either got to juggle it on the ground like XP pots, or delete 2 inventory from your inventory. Both of which are extremely annoying to do. I can't wait till we get a tool belt to just go equip them all. The amount of quality of life that will immediately add is so nice. That's the day we'll finally start using fear pots. Which means I need to get my alchemy up by then. But that's what we're currently working on. 200 gather, so I could do 200 bone right, so I could do 200 mind fighter, so I could do 200 forager, so I could do 200 alchemy. A nice, easy to do 1-day plan. But yeah, that's gonna take at least like 3 weeks on and off. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be power grinding at all. We'll see though. That's definitely the next order of business, is finish the 200 all mines of Metubin in that order. Then pivot over into alchemy. Because by then we'd have pretty much every skill other than forager done that we need for alchemy. I guess technically I wouldn't have guard or scout done, but you don't get that much supplies from them. They would definitely help, but it's not too big a deal. Skipping them. Whereas it's a pretty big deal if we skipped forager. Like if I only did 200 gather and mind fighter, 200 alchemy would be a little bit annoying without the forager grind as well. It's definitely not required, but there's a good handful of good pots there. Most notably the Hope Port pots. Like the 7% hope port, the 10% hope port. Because that makes alchemy training even quicker. Because if you're going to throw a big XP pot on something in Zone 1, you should be putting it into alchemy always. Even if you're post 200ing it compared to not doing 200 on the others, you'd still want to be putting on alchemy. There's not a single time you'd want to use a 7% or 10% on anything other than alchemy, I'm pretty sure. I guess the only other exception is maybe Forger. But normally you'd want to be putting on alchemy. Even post 200, you still want to put on alchemy. Just because it's so much more annoying to train than anything else in Chapter 1. Just because of how many extra things you need. Cooking somewhat does, but it's not quite the same. Because cooking's not actually useful. If it was, that'd be a different story. Hey, grumpy old man. I've been seeing him a lot lately. Like, any grind I do, I feel like I see him almost every day these days. He's been wide grinding just like us, where he's doing a little bit of everything. Oh, in all fairness, I feel like most people are wide grinding. Oh no, maybe that's a poll I should go do. Are any of you guys focusing just like 1 or 2 chapters? Or are you farming pretty much a little bit of everything? I guess to some degree, I would also be in like the 1 or 2 chapter category. Because the only reason I'm doing this is to feed bone right. Technically alchemy, I guess, too. But we're definitely doing this more for bone right than we are for alchemy. Even though a byproduct of it is we will get some alchemy supplies at some point during it. But we're definitely like 80% going for the bone right XP. Beyond the gold poll, I'm actually surprised. 12% of people are 51 plus. There's a lot of people hoarding gold. I guess some people are really looking forward to the day trading comes out. I am curious if there's going to be an Iron Man mode or not for it, though. Because I'm still not sure what I do. Because I'm like 90% certain if there's an Iron Man opt-in option, I'm probably going for it, to be honest. At least for the main account, the other two wouldn't. I just hope he adds a feature pretty quickly that will allow us to still do draw parties and such. So I can still give you guys things. Because right now a mechanic does not exist for that. Like a party room equivalent or a drop item on ground equivalent. Because my dropped items will never show for anyone else in this game. It's not how they work. I forgot to reset the potion timer. Does anyone know when Classic and or RuneScape 2 got the party room? Because I believe it used to be in Camelot. Does anyone actually know when it first released? Because I could have sworn it was still during the Classic years. Which means they got it in within like the first year or two of the game, I believe. I'm not sure if it was an early RuneScape 2 feature. I just hope if he ever does do that, it would be coming in way quicker than that. Because that'd be the only way that an Iron Man-like account would be able to trade. Or, you know, not trade, but, you know, give stuff away to other people. Since you can't just drop it on the ground. I would also make it a lot more fairly random if they did it like that. Whereas if we had to trade from person to person, we'd have to find a way to randomize it. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Oh, we're battling apparently. Hate when I do that. Accidentally misclick the battle rather than move. Oh, so these wolves always get in the way as well. Look at them. On top of my bone. Luckily you can double action. They actually added that a couple weeks ago. If you keep cycling onto a tile, it'll keep going through the next action. If you keep right-clicking it. It's really annoying the way that it currently works, but I guess it's a solution. It's not an ideal solution, but, you know, it gets the job done for now. I forgot to go drop the potion. Whoops. I meant to drop that when I dropped the other thing. But yeah, at 89, I'll definitely try the leaks. It's just, the problem is the leak material I don't actually need. So I'll definitely do like an inventory of leaks or something. But anything beyond that, it's a tier below what I need for cooking. So they're probably just all going to get trashed. Whereas I'd rather be getting these bones, as we're technically making more money for these bones since we actually need them. Even if they are slightly less XP. And they're not going to be that much less. Like, these are giving, like, 390 something. I know it's slightly higher right now because of the 5%, but they're giving about 390 something. Whereas the leaks are only going to give, like, a low 400 something, like a 410. So it's not going to be that big a difference. They're pretty comparable, XP-wise. But these are a way better resource as far as what we actually need. As these are banking bone rate XP, whereas if we do the leaks, we're banking nothing but money. Because I don't actually need to cook the leeks at all. Not that low of a tier. Or wait till I have a level to do it. Also, gosh, we've already been going for 4 hours. I am going to be doing some other stuff this stream other than just bones and such. But we did a bit woodcutting for about 2 hours. We've done bones for about 2 hours. Probably going to still keep going a little bit deeper on bones, though. Want at bare minimum reach the leak. And ideally, I do kind of want to reach the next bone. I was saying that earlier when we do the bone grinds. We're going to try moving from one bone to the next whenever we do the grind. So we still haven't moved to our next bone yet. Next bone's at 94. This is probably still going to be the game plan. Because I feel like that's the best way to go about it. Move one bone at a time until we're all the way at 200. That way we never overscope and do too much in one day. As long as whenever we do gather, we do at least one bone tier, we should be fine. Actually, what's our next tier after that if we do it again sometime soon? Probably do a little bit of a break in between just so we're not boning every single day. I wouldn't mind doing that, though. We kind of did that when we did the mining grind. I just don't want to tunnel vision on it too hard. Try to get, like, some mine fighter or something else in there. Whenever we hit, like, a dead level range between a bone. Also, one of these days, we're going to just have to dunk, like, 1 billion bones as well. I want to try doing some of them off stream, particularly the low tier ones that are barely any XP but are still worth dunking. But I want to dunk every last bone I have in my bank at some point. Definitely saving the better ones for on stream. Because before I put more knowledge into bone rate, I want to dunk everything below the level range of our highest bone. But the problem is I need to get gather up because our next highest bone that's like above our level isn't until like 115 or so. Like somewhere's around there. Well, that's a really bad spot to have dropped that potion. You normally need a pre-walk there. Luckily you can still click on it, but a little bit of an annoying spot to put it. But yeah, either the 112 or the 115 bone is this point where the bone that we're collecting is finally higher than the tier of what we can currently dunk. So by the 115 bone spike is when we'd officially hit that point. I just realized, oh, we're definitely not going to be able to go bone tier whenever we go next bone then. Because we have to go from 94 to 112. That's a pretty big gap. What do we do in between then? Let's see. Let's go check. Apples are... Actually, what is the apple even used for? Dandelion, I believe, is used for Fair Potion. So we can ignore that. Plus, we'd still be doing Goat Horn anyways. Tangle Fruit, you'd literally just drop on the ground, so we don't need that. Apples, I think are for XP pot. Does anyone know what apples for? Why do I feel like 7% XP pot is correct? That can't be, though. Well, what on earth is apple for? I think it's for the weaker Arborate potion or something. For something really weird. Whatever it is, we probably don't need it. Oh, excuse me. Oh, it's for the 6%? Yeah, it is a weird one, isn't it? I don't know, do we care about 6%? Probably not. 6% is such a weird number. Like, it's barely anything better than a 5%. It requires so much more effort to make. I guess the only upside with it is you can still make them through the normal means. You don't have to go through, like, the little minigame one that's way slower. As far as how many you can make per hour. That's the only big upside to it, I guess. Is the amount you can make of them per hour is a bit higher. But yeah, I don't think we could do that in one stream. We definitely have to double split that grind. The problem is there's no really good midpoint to it. I don't know, is it that bad? That's not that bad now that I'm looking at it. The thing that's just really weird is the two bones are right on top of each other. I wish they were like a little bit separated. Like the ram horn being like 5 levels lower or something. Like the ram horn should be almost where the apple is, would be really ideal. But the problem is we do the ram horn for like 3 levels and it's like, oh, on to bone spike. It's a really weird gap. The other ones aren't nearly as bad, gap-wise. Though we do get the upgraded rake for another 5% at that point too, which is nice. Even more of a reason to stick on bones. Even more XP compared to the other two. Or, you know, anything that doesn't use a rake. I do plan on getting, before I get to that level range, a level 25 sickle. It's probably the next one I'm going to be 25ing. The only problem is we have no gold right now. We are at 1.1 gold. We're loaded. But, yeah, we got 1.1 gold right now. And I would need about 20 gold. About 1 gold for the rake, and then 20-ish for, whichever I call it. The other thing. The, level 25 sickle. Gosh, I hate when the, text shows on that. That's a, OBS. Not an OBS. That's a Steam issue, not a Brighter Shores issue. But whenever you bring up that timer, if you're hovering over the timer at the end, it'll show whatever the hover text is rather than nothing. Which makes like a pointless text box there that really shouldn't be there. It's a bug that hopefully they'll fix at some point. Hopefully they're aware of it. I assume they would be. Someone had to have reported it by now. It's Steam. Like, it has like literally millions of user base. There's no way no one has reported it yet. Also, it's still insane to think of like how much of a behemoth Steam is, as far as like a gaming platform. Like, there's pretty much no even remotely close equivalence to it. Epic doesn't count. It's so much worse than Steam. Like, they're a competitor, but barely. They're like a competitor, like how Bing is a competitor to Google. Like, yeah, they exist, but that's it. Like, Steam's nearly a monopoly on it, like how Google is for search engine. Oh, there's that API guy. I can always tell his name because he has a billion different characters in it. Not sure what his plan was for that, but it's one of the crazier names I've seen. He's one of the few people who are like rank 1 Hope Farce. Not literally rank 1, but you know, one of the people like super absurdly high on it. Let's see. Oh wait, are they hidden? Or was it just their gatherer that they were really high on? Let me go check. It might just be that their gatherer is absurdly high. Let's see. Yeah, they're currently rank 2 gatherer. Only behind Savage Shores. Never knew Savage Shores was that high. I've seen them around. I didn't realize they were like rank 1 potentially. Unless there's someone hidden there. I knew Apathetic was pretty high. He's high in everything in this area. But yeah, API seems to be mostly doing a gatherer focus, not a overall chapter focus. Yeah, you can see right here as well. A little bit hard to see, but yeah, they only went for gatherer. They only have 22 scout, which is basically level 0. They barely did any woodcutting and carpentry. Still higher than us, but you know, relative to how high their gatherer is basically none. Especially since you get so much free woodcutting XP while doing gatherer. But yeah, they went all in on gathering only. Whereas I feel like a lot of other people have been kind of focusing like widely on Hope Farce. Like a little bit of all of it rather than just one skill. Even the person who first got 500 woodcutting is now doing like 500 all in Hope Farce or something like that. So even they're still wide farming even though they went really heavy on woodcutting initially. Also, one stream I'm probably going to have to do, similar to like the whole day of carpentry at one point, which I'm going to dread that day, but we got to do it to get it done. But one stream we got to do one day is one day of dunking only. And what I mean by that is go smith every bar we have, or you know, every ore we have into a bar. Dunk every bone we have into a, you know, a dunked bone. A deep fried bone. If we still have any stones left. I believe we have none at the moment, though I guess at 200 we will go and etch all of our stones. Literally a whole day where all we do is make the 3 products in Mines of Metubin to their next step. Because I've been putting that off for a couple of them. And I want to just dedicate one day at some point. No time soon. Maybe in like a week or 2. I just want to dedicate a random day to doing nothing but making it so I have no first product in any of those 3 banks. So every single thing is a final product. Or, you know, ready to be used into making something. Because I think I have about 2,000 ore I gotta go do. Even more once I get 215 mining. So we're gonna have almost like 5,000-6,000 to go do for that. We're gonna have thousands of bones. Probably 5,000 or 6,000 bones, if not more by then. Stone isn't gonna be that bad though. I think I only have like 600-700 stone. That'd be the easiest one to do. I want to dedicate a day to that at some point. Because I keep putting it off, and it just needs to get done. It's one of those things that when we hit about 120, 130 gather or so, we're really going to have to do it. Before we go do the dock leaf and everything else grind for the 7% pots for Hope Farce, we're going to need to go do dunk every bone, etch every stone, and smith every bar. But yeah, not quite yet, but it's on the list of things that we don't want to do but must be done category. I guess it's pretty chill. I was kind of hoping that we could wait out until queuable actions come out, assuming that they would work on them. But I would still do it even without queuable actions. It's not that bad. It's bad, but it's not that bad. The worst one is stone, though. Luckily, I'm almost done with stone. I still need to go acknowledge that at some point. It feels weird that we have 197 instead of 200. Oddly enough, it's not driving me crazy that it's not 200, surprisingly. I don't know, is anyone in chat bothered by the fact that does this say 200? It's like so close, he is just like teasing it at 200 right now. But I don't know, we got what the product we needed from it, so, and I don't have an immediate need for a 199 at the moment. So I kind of just left it there. Obviously we're going to be acknowledging it to 200 at some point. But for now, I kind of just left it there. Yeah, we're almost there. Level 86 rolling in. We need 89 if we want to go do some leaks. There we go. Hey, new AFK activity that we're never going to use. Oh yeah, that's something else we need to go do one day. That's something else that would be fun to go do. We gotta dedicate a day, though, at least part of our stream. It probably wouldn't take forever. Maybe like 3 or 4 hours. Where I go backtrack in, like, once I hit like 200 all. This is gonna be a while from now. We're talking like months upon months from now. But whenever we hit 200 all, one thing I want to go do one stream is do every single action we've never done. Like every single thing we skipped. Like if it's an AFK activity, or if it's an active activity, or if it's anything at all. I want to go get the one-time use card for everything in the game. Up to 200 one stream. It probably wouldn't take the whole stream. Maybe it would be a good Monday stream thing. Since it won't take like a full duration of one. But I want to dedicate a whole stream once we hit around 200 plus, or 200 all, basically. To go back and do every single activity we ever skipped. Which are mostly AFK activities, of course. But, cycle through all of them. Most of them, it only takes like 10-20 seconds. It's more so just getting there. But yeah, that's one thing on the list of things that we keep putting off, but I kind of want to do just for completionist sake. Have every activity done to 200 at some point, including the AFK ones, which would require all of them to be knowledged. Which is easier said than done. Sometimes they're going to require a lot of knowledge. It might seem like a waste to do that for every skill, but we will need it at some point for all of them. Oh, did I forget to reset the timer? I know for sure that I did, because I'm literally potted right now. Let me go re-pick it up just so my paranoia can get it to the right time. It's gonna be a waste of time to do it like this, but I must do it. It must be done. Let's see. Drop that, pick up that, drop that, drop that, do that. Start timer. Oh, I accidentally started a command prompt. Start timer. There we go. I wonder if there's anything you can actually do with that in-game. It's like a weird debug menu thingy. No! I hate when I do that. I hit attack instead of move. That would have been fine, but I clicked attack instead. It's kind of annoying that it defaults to attack. There's a way to make it so it doesn't, but it's a lot more convenient when you're actually doing combat. I almost feel like turning it off whenever we're doing something like this, though. Because that's like the third time to stream that's happened. Where I would have skipped aggro if I didn't accidentally click attack on something instead of move. It's not too big a deal, though. Command prompt bank. Does that actually work? There's no way that actually works. I wish that did, though. Imagine you could do that and it just shows you everything you have banked. Could you imagine? Yeah, I'm not sure if there's anything we can put in here. Does anyone know? Is there anything you can put into the Brighter Shores command prompt to actually do something? Hey, Unbee's here. I wonder if they're banking or dropping the bones. Oh, they're going for the other tree. That's interesting. I personally skipped that tree because the other one's closer en route. I wonder if he's double treeing. Because I go for this tree instead. Because it doesn't require any tiles. Whereas the other one does. Yeah, we're almost there. 2.5 more levels. So close, yet so far. Getting there, though. Oh, so you may be wondering, why am I not putting, like, knowledge in, like, carpentry or something? Given that it takes way longer to level. I do plan to do pretty similar to carpentry, what I did for, like, mining to some degree. Where I end up doing, woodcutting and carpentry together. go and do all whatever logs we have, and to keep acknowledging whatever dead zones we have. Is my plan for that. It's the main reason why over knowledge is just being dumped into gather. Is when I do gather, I'm gonna dump into gather. When I do woodcutting, I'll put it into carpentry, and maybe even a little bit into woodcutting. And then when I do scout, it would go entirely into a carpentry. Kind of like how when we do mine fighter, it's 100% gonna go directly only into bone right and nothing else. I'm not gonna use mine fighter on mine fighter. It is 100% being invested into bone right. And Scout's going to be similar. Scout is going to be 100% invested into carpentry. Woodcutter's going to be a split. And Gather, oddly enough, I'm just putting it to Gather. Mostly because we really need access to those higher tier bones. I'll probably stop doing it a little bit more once we get to like 100 plus. But right now I'm trying to skip past the lower levels. I did the same thing for Leatherworker. Where at the lower level range, I was boosting past, you know, past the lower level range. But at the higher level range, we trained it all manually. Kind of same situation for Gatherer. Where I gotta reach this higher tier material. So I actually don't mind getting it up. Same as, honestly, Forager when we go to the Forager grind. Just to speed it up a little. Even though Alchemy's more important to be putting into. But getting past those low Forager levels is gonna be good. But once we start getting a high level, we wouldn't do that anymore. I just realized, after last night, our smithing is finally higher than our mining. I was mentioning this issue earlier, in that because we haven't been mining at all, our smithing would overtake our mining and lead to the same issue we had before. Because that's actually about to happen again. I'm about to get to the point where I need Carbonice, tier 5, but I can't mine it till level 223. But I'm going to be able to AFK to it within under a week. Which means I either gotta pivot my mining activity to the 215 mining activity, which I'll probably need to do. Or we gotta just power mine. But no, I'm gonna use the 215 mining activity. But that still means within the next week I gotta get 3 mining levels. So at some point between now and like next week's Friday or so, or Thursday or so, maybe even Wednesday or so, I would need to go get 215 mining. Shouldn't take that long. I think at most it's like 6 hours of mining iron ore. Because I am going to do it only on iron. I will do whatever depth stone I have left, but it's not that much. By then it's going to be like 3-4 inventories, barely any. Maybe 5. That's barely, not even going to be a level. That's not even going to get us halfway to a level. And the rest is just going to be all on iron then. We don't have to do that quite yet though, but a little bit later. Ooh, Toasty's whacking some wolves. Really low tier wolf. He's doing a level, what, 55 AFK right now. I guess that makes sense given what his level is right now. I say low, but relative to his level, that's actually relatively high. Given that means his scout level is 1/8 of his total level right now. So I have no clue why I just drank that potion. But here we are. Okay, he is doing the other tree. That's interesting. He's actually cutting 2 trees instead of 1. The only downside with that is, I believe that does delay your first bone. The upside to it, though, is, also I went to the wrong tile. He went to the wrong tile, too. Interesting. I wonder if he's always going to the wrong tile. Because I only just misclicked on it right now because I was juggling the potion and everything. I wonder if he keeps clicking the wrong tile, though. Because that's super inefficient. He's wasting 2 tiles every time. Yeah, he did the same thing too. He wasted 1 tile again. He's doing incorrect pathing. Oh no. I'm pretty sure he's just chilling and not bothering with it right now. Yeah, look at how inefficient he is. You waste about 1 or 2 tiles taking that Suave over there. And he's wasting 2 tiles on one of the bones and 1 tile on the other.
Oh, I just clicked the wrong thing, and now I'm wasting 5 seconds. Gosh, I gotta get rid of the combat. I'm about to disable that whenever I do this route. Because that is like the 4th time now we've gotten called out because I accidentally clicked attack instead of move. If I could just disable the attack button, so it'll always be move. I'm honestly about to. It's not too big a deal, though. I feel like it doesn't happen that often, but this last hour, I feel like it's happened like 3 times. But yeah, this bone right here, you always want to move. Otherwise, you double waste tile. This will auto-path you there. And there's one other tile you could move for. It's not as big a deal, but it saves 1 tile. But that one you always want to move for because it saves 2. But clicking to the left of this rather than be on the right saves 1 tile. Also, once you get a quick enough cycle, you can also save 1 tile by going to the top right of this one. You can't do that first cycle, but every following cycle you can save 1 tile by doing that. It's interesting. He's going for a double tree. Last I recall, the pathing wastes 1 or 2 tiles going the other way compared to going this way. The only reason I take this tree is because it's 0 tile. And you still make it back in time. That's weird. He's not doing the other tile thingy. I'd expect someone that high of a level to be doing it. I guess he doesn't care about a few seconds save here and there, though. Yeah, some people were mentioning the garden earlier as like a super efficient thing. But he's not doing the most efficient thing right now. So some of the things he's doing might not be most efficient. Because what he's doing right now is inefficient. He's wasting about 4 tiles every run. You can tell because we're lapping him right now. Though he is grabbing an extra tree each time. He's double treeing. Right now I care way more about the gather XP than the woodcutting. Let's see, does he move? Yeah, he keeps clicking on it. That's weird. I wonder if he just doesn't know? Or if he's just doing it out of convenience. I assume he would know. Left, right, or, you know, west-east priority in this game. By level 3,000 something. I'm pretty sure he's just doing it because it's just easier to do. Just to click on the resource than to pre-click. There's less clicks per hour. Oh, that was a misclick. Oh, so I assume he's drop-alling because he's never banking. I think he's just dropping everything to the ground. I don't think I've seen him do a single bank run yet. So close to that level. Honestly, I might just delay this other one for later. So we can wait until we have the next level just to get a little bit extra XP on it. Might as well. That's so weird. Yeah, he's not using east-west priority at all. I don't know, does anyone know who've ever seen him? Does he always do that, or is he just doing that right now? He's not using east-west priority at all currently. Which loses about 5 tiles when doing this exact activity. The amount it loses is different for everything, though. It's about 5 tiles for this current activity. I know we're losing like 1 billion banking, but that's because I always bank. I must always bank. I don't care if it loses 100 tiles. I will save 5 just to burn 100 to go bank. Oh, wrong tile. Fail. From the angle, it kind of looked like it was standing there. Yeah, it would help if I walk on its tile and not the one next to it. Otherwise, it'll just immediately attack you. That is not good. Do want to check, though. If we do it very, very quickly, I kind of want to see if we can get in the extra tree. Because I haven't actually tested it recently. Because we have like a small amount of downtime where we're doing nothing. Now that we have a better tree, it might actually be worth it. It wasn't worth it when it was like level 16, but I think it's worth it now. The problem is you're waiting way too long in that bone now, though. Yeah, I think I still dropped a tree. There's the same issue I had last time when we did the tree. Is now you waste too much time. Like, sometimes you're waiting for like a second there when you're doing one Suave. But if you're doing 2, there'll be, the bone will spawn before you get to it. So you're starting each cycle later. It's the only problem with doing it that way. That's why I always go for 1 tree instead of 2. There's a slightly better gather XP per hour at the cost of a little bit of woodcutting. But obviously for doing this activity, we're generally looking for the bones and gathering XP. We don't care as much about the woodcutting XP. Because taking both, the bone will always spawn before you get back. If you take only 1, you'll get there pretty much exactly when it spawns. Did I never reset the potion timer? I didn't. Let me go do that. There we go. Alright, 1.5 more levels. We go try to leaks. I'm pretty sure they're not worth it, though. Well, I just want to do one inventory just to see what their XP lays like. I don't think it's going to be substantially enough higher to bother with it, though. How many potions do we have left? We have 5. Oh, sorry, only 2. Wait, have you used that many already? Well, that actually works out perfectly then. Because 2 more should get us to leaks. Hello, Kush! Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Hope you had a wonderful holiday. Welcome, welcome. There's over here grinding bones with Unbi. He's dropping everything, though. You're about to take rank 5 merchant? Nice, huge. Technically 6 because there's one guy hidden, yeah. How much gold do you have? We actually have a gold poll going on right now. You must be loaded after merchant. $759? Really? Wow. That is a lot of gold. Wait, what? Have you spent any this entire playthrough? That is so much gold. Almost out of platinum. Level 40 pickaxe and 30 handcuffs. Wow. So that means you almost had a platinum then. If you wouldn't have spent anything. Yeah, it's crazy, crazy high. Have you been doing leatherwork or 2 or just merchant? Because that can't all be from merchant, is it? I feel like some of that would have to be from non-merchant. And this merchant really gives that much money. Which I might. $187 leatherworker? So yeah, pretty much just merchant then. The 187 leatherworker does give a lot of money. I know how much I already made from 175, and that was with some banking too. That wasn't even sell all. I banked like 10% of my hide. By the time you're done, you should have base 60s in every skill. Just from knowledge point for merchant. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. But yeah, merchant's the best way to start. Technically, the most efficient way to play the entire game is to get 83 detective, then just immediately rush 500 merchant. And just feed it into every skill. Because the amount of knowledge and how quickly you gain it from merchant is just insane. It's stronger than anything else in the game. I just can't be bothered to do that much merchant, so I'm not really doing that. But it is the most efficient way to play currently. Get 83 detective, then immediately get 500 merchant. I just can't be bothered to go all the way to 500. I barely even touched post 200 yet. Like, I like the skill a lot. It's my favorite skill in the game, but gosh, I would burn out so quickly on doing that. I think the longest I ever did merchant in a row was like 4 or 5 hours straight. Like the 2 or 3 hour mark, I'm like, I'm probably done with merchant for today. I enjoy it a lot. I just can't do it for a long period of time. Especially when like every other skill in this game is like completely brain off, and then merchant's like the exact opposite of it. It's like a weird whiplash compared to the rest of the game, just because of how much different it is. In a good way though, but it makes it really hard to do for a long duration. Yeah, my OZS hasn't been using on merchant at all. I think he got the AFK activities, but he didn't do the other thing. Have you been using the AFK activities at all? Or have you gone like literally 0? Like, was it fully manually trained, or did you also use some of the AFK merchants for the dead zones? Because I know my OZS did that at least. They haven't been dumping knowledge into merchant, but I believe they have all their AFK activities unlocked, the passives. Alright, so you were doing that too. Yeah, that makes sense. There's just a lot of dead zones post 200 that you basically need it for every skill. The current passive is 587k an hour, yeah. They get such high numbers later on. Though, of course, they're always doing the same amount of your bar, which is the main thing that makes them so strong. Because it's not necessarily the XP number that matters, it's the percent of the bar that it does. And it's still doing the same amount of bar, even pre-200 as it is post-200. Which is really strong because everything post-200 is nerfed except for passives. Effectively make it 4 times stronger. Which means eventually you're going to have to knowledge every single thing to their passives at some point. You don't really need it much pre-200, but post-200 you're pretty much required to. Due to filling out the dead zones in every skill. Because there isn't a single skill without it. I guess maybe combat to some degree. But even combat has it some. Especially if you get unlucky on gear. I feel like when Armor Maker comes out, combat might be one of the only few where you can kind of get away with not doing it. The only reason you kind of have to do it for combat now is because of armor RNG. As well as weapon RNG if you're doing it without any crafting skills. It's more so the armor RNG. Because you can't really fight something super, super stronger than you if you don't have good armor. Everything else feels slow compared to merchant? Yeah, I bet. After 500 merchant, everything will feel glacially slow. It's the quickest skill in the whole game. I guess maybe try combat. By then, special attacks will probably be out. And or combat rework. Because that's like the next quickest. Is like 500 all combat. Or at least 200 all combat. How many hours has your guys spent on this game? We are currently at, let's see, 673.5 hours. So 2/3 of 1,000 at this point, a little over. This might be the quickest I've ever hit 1,000 hours in any game. We're on track to hit it just over the 2-month mark. Whereas my previous quickest was 3 months. And that was during peak pandemic time, when Animal Crossing New Horizons came out. So not only was it a game I was hyped for, but it was also, you know, pandemic. Which means I'm actually going to get more playtime than that. Which is kind of crazy. Obviously, it's not the most amount of playtime in the game, but for anything I've ever done into any game, it's the quickest I've ever gone to 1,000. Assuming we keep up for the next 333 hours or so. Which we easily will. It's going to be slightly under 2.5 months for 1,000 hour. Which is 2 weeks quicker than the quickest I ever hit 1,000. Not sure if that will ever get beat. I can't think of a game that would be that addicting that I would get that addicted to again. Because Brighter Shores have been so hyped for so long. And it's still technically not even fully released yet. You know, it's just early access at the moment. But even that was enough. What about the combat rework you guys talking about? You haven't heard of anything? Oh, they mentioned in the AMA. They're planning on reworking combat beyond just special attacks. I always read that in the upcoming things he's going to do. As just, oh, it's just going to be special attacks. But no, apparently he actually wants to, like, rework the whole combat system. How exactly that's going to work, who knows? No one knows. I don't even think he knows. But, yeah, it's definitely going to be different than how it works now. The exact details we don't know anything about, though. Other than that, it will happen. And it's not just special attacks. It's actually, like, combat overhaul to some degree. Or just any details about it we don't know currently. It's going to make it so it's less dependent on needing a combat skill for every chapter, he ended up mentioning. So we will eventually get a chapter that has no combat skill, but we'll still have combat in it. Because whatever he's doing with the combat rework will allow for that to happen. Which means Chapter 6 would also be the earliest chapter that could potentially have no combat. Or not no combat, but no combat skill like we know it in every other chapter. Doesn't mean it won't. But it'd be the first one that could, because the combat rework would be in by then. Though realistically, it probably wouldn't be till Chapter 7 or 8. Because Chapter 6 probably already partially developed with it, potentially. It's the reason why Chapter 5 will still have it. Even if the combat rework happens before Chapter 5 releases, Chapter 5 was made with that skill existing in it. So they're not just going to completely nuke the skill that they already have pretty much done. But Chapter 5 would be the last chapter that would have to have it in it. Every other chapter would be optional if it does or does not have, like, you know, something like Guard or Scout or something else like that in it. Because after the rework, it wouldn't be required. How so? We don't really know, but it wouldn't be required after that point. It should also probably make it so you have less of a complete reset every single chapter. Not that there is a reset. You know, that's definitely a big complaint with the game, is that it feels like it's a reset, even though it's not. But, it's going to super not once that change happens, because, it's just going to be completely changed to not necessarily need, like, a combat skill. You'll still get some kind of progression from every previous chapter. What exactly that looks like, we have no clue, but have to wait and see. So you're not just going to go into a new chapter with absolutely nothing. You might still be weakened to whatever your level is, though. But, I don't know. Just have to wait and see. There's so much details we don't know about it. And he doesn't even have it developed yet. I don't even think he started on it, to be honest. But it is something on the list of things he needs to go do. That he wants to go do before 1.0. It happened again. When me attacking the other thing made it so I couldn't move. Honestly, almost every catch-out has been that. It hasn't even been from other misclicks. It's been from just accidentally clicking attack on something. And then we get stalled and then they attack us. Because I didn't move. Hey, Red Santa hat. Still in the lead. We're still have the most amount of Red Santas out of any of them. 56 compared to whatever the next stack is. I think it's 54. But still in the lead, and we didn't trade for any of them. A natural max Red Santa hat stack. Hopefully it reaches over 100. That'd be a fun milestone to overreach. Depends how long into the year he lets the event go on. I still want to go finish it on my ults before it happens. I'm going to need to try to find someone to trade in the next upcoming days too. I need to go do that grind already off stream. It's something I've been putting off but need to go do. I need to go grind at least 20 hats on all my ults. They're both pretty close. I think one's at 15, the other one's at like 12-ish. I need to go get them to 20 hats so that I can one-to-one trade everything that's missing. Because it's pretty much there, but it's not quite all the way there yet. Yeah, there it is. One more level until leak. We shouldn't need that much more into it because we're going to get our extra XP from this. Put that into gathering. Alright, one more knowledge point and we should be good to go. And I guess how much pots we still have left? One more! Then we'll need to go grab more from the bank. Yeah, we'll go to leaks for at least one inventory. If they're like in crazy better XP, maybe I'll do them. But I don't think they will be. Though if we do leaks, I might just drop them to the ground. And just do leaks but drop them. I'm not sure how perfect their cycle is if you drop though compared to bank. But if they happen to have a perfect cycle, I might do that. If you can drop them and still have like a perfect 8 cycle or however many there are. I assume there's 8. But no, we'll go see when we get there. I haven't done leaks pretty much since like level whatever. Like whatever the first one is at like level almost 0, level 8. I don't think I've touched leaks pretty much since level 8. Other than touching them once for like the first time bonus for the 38. I haven't properly done them since level 8. So I completely forget what they're like. I know they're kind of annoying because the tree hitboxes get in the way of them. Because all the yew trees are like overbearing over top of them. Which makes it really hard to hit their hitbox. I do wish these things were a little bit quicker to bank. That's one big issue every bone has except for Bone Spike. It's not that their banks are like a mile away, but they're definitely not as close as you wish they would be. Why is the poll only 51 gold? Just to make it fair. Because I assumed most people aren't like 100 plus or 500 plus. Like I think 2 people this whole stream had 500 plus. Now you feel rich? I know, right? There's only 16% of people at the 51 plus gold category right now. And 62% is exactly where I thought it would be, the highest number. At 0 to 3. After 50 votes. But yeah, it was pretty obvious that 0 to 3 would be like the highest. I almost wanted to make it 0 to 1. Just to make it a little bit fairer for the 4 to 10 category that I did. But we made it 0 to 3. Which basically covers everyone who's just spending their gold like immediately the second they get it. On tools or anything. Which includes us, of course. We upgraded 20 tools today. Or, 20 levels worth. Actually, sorry, 30 levels worth. Because I did a lot of them in the low level range. Which sounds like I did a lot, but it was 3 of them to level 10. I did Sickle to level 10, as well as Axe and Handsaw to level 10. Still got a 25 all of them, but I'll do them later. I just figured I'd 10 them because I needed both of them today. Actually, I need all 3 of them today. Because we're woodcutting a tree earlier with Axe. We're doing Handsaw for the other tree, and I was doing... Oh, I forgot a bone. I haven't done that in a while. Skip a bone on accident. And then the other one I would, excuse me, using on Suave Tree. That's weird. I actually accidentally skipped a bone. I haven't done that this entire cycle yet. All of today I haven't skipped a bone until then. Whoops. I do that a lot for mining, I feel like. Particularly on granite. There's one granite rock that I feel like I always skip. There's some other resources I pretty much never skip, like bones. I'm not sure why, but I feel like I never forget to cycle a bone. That's one of the rare circumstances where we did. Yeah, Leatherworker makes a ton. If you just focused all in on Merchant and then did Leatherworker, you'd make so much money. I still want to get a little bit higher, but my end goal isn't to go particularly high. I want to get 222 Merchant into 210 Leatherworker. And that's like the main cutoff until we'd have to grind a lot of Merchant and Leatherworker to go to the next category. That's going to be my stopping point for them. That's also base 200, of course. Technically base 210. But that's as far as I plan to go for them in the near future. I don't plan to do it quite yet, but you know. When I do go for that grind, that's going to be the highest I go for them for quite a while. We'll obviously get it higher eventually, but no time soon. What do I do with all the money, though? I dump it into tools. What is everyone else doing with all the money? Probably trading when trading comes out. I think a lot of people are hoarding a lot for trading. Because I can't think of anything else you'd be hoarding it for. Unless you're just hoarding it for like a new feature. Or if you want to rush something in Chapter 5. Like if you want to be the first person, the 500 builder, or the 500, what's it called? 500, armor maker. Maybe you want to save like 1 platinum for that. And then you could dump 1 platinum on power leveling. But I assume most people hoarding gold are hoarding it for trading. More so than anything. But yeah, that is one thing you could be hoarding it for. A level 500 power rush. To be the first 500 armor maker or the first 500 builder. You could technically do it for gather as well, but it would just be a tool bonus. You wouldn't be able to buy XP like you can with the other skills. You'd be able to buy XP bonus, but you wouldn't be able to buy like directly XP like you can with the other two. He's like, number go up, that's why you hoard. That's a good reason too. Another number to go up. Because my gold number generally only goes down. Like it pretends to go up occasionally. And then immediately hits 0 the following day. I think the most gold I've ever held at one time was just under 25. Actually, maybe that could be another poll question too. Wording this question, you know, the same one that we currently have going, but differently. Because that can make a lot higher number range. Like, what is the highest amount of gold you ever held at one time? Because that we can make a way higher level range than the one we did for this poll. Because the highest anyone had is definitely a way different than current amount. Yeah, maybe we'll run it tomorrow poll. Because my highest was just under 25. It was like 24 point something. And that was basically when we AFK'd for a week. When we were doing Ultra RuneScape League. Because that was the week that we were basically almost full AFK on this game. Like, we're still playing it some. Obviously, we're playing it the full duration still. But a lot of it was like Leatherworker and, you know, like AFK Raid Den, stuff like that. But yeah, I do need to focus on Merchant at some point, but I don't plan to go higher than 222 for a while. To get our 210 Leatherworker. And I kind of wanted to wait until Leatherworker got queuable actions before I went too crazy with it. Man, that just wasted a lot of tiles. Up, down, up, down. Yeah, we're almost there. One more level. Technically, one more knowledge point. I think 2 more cycles and we're good to go. Have you been doing merchant runs on Steam Deck? Yeah, I've still been considering if I'm getting one or not. Isabel's still been trying to convince me to get one. Oh no, it just seems pricey for how little I'll use it. Like, on average, I'd probably use it for an hour or two a day. And I would definitely want to get the best model they have. Just for the extra memory space and everything else. Yeah, I would definitely get the OLED one with the max amount of memory you can hold. I don't know, we'll see. Maybe instead of investing some of the Christmas money, we'll put it into the Steam Deck. Same as some of the money that we've been making from the channel due to all the very generous support from everyone. I know, originally I was just going to invest it. But I don't know, we'll see. Steam Deck definitely more fun. More instant gratification. I can live without it, though. It's just really good for games that just never come to mobile. Like some indie games that don't release on Switch or anything else that are only on Steam. That never released to mobile or Switch. It's really good for. It's also really good for games that don't plan to do a mobile version anytime soon. Like Brighter Shores. It's probably a half a year to a year before this thing gets an official mobile version. It's definitely after 1.0, that's for sure. And 1.0 is like, what, 4 or 6 months away? Anywhere from like 3 to 6. Likely to higher end. And even after that, it could be another 3 to 6 before mobile even comes out. It's not like he's instantly going to have a mobile version at 1.0. It's going to take at least a month, if not longer. Plus, we'll probably have other priorities when the game launches other than doing that. The main thing that's kind of keeping me from getting a Steam Deck is I know I'm getting the Switch 2 next year. Which means within a year period, I would have spent about, like, over $3,000 on technology. Because the best Steam Deck is, like, what, almost $700? The Switch 2 is going to be, like, 4-ish hundred. And then the PC I got this year, a couple months ago, was $2,000. Which means just random technology for the channel I would have spent within a year, like, over $3,000. Between the new computer, the Switch 2, and the Steam Deck. It's the main reason I've been considering not getting the Steam Deck. I've just spent so much on technology already this year. Or within that year time frame. Also, thank you, Kush, for the continued support. Greatly, greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. Yeah, we did finally get some Brighter Shores emotes as well in there. We have like 3 waves of emote. The OG emotes from way back in the day. The ones I commissioned from a friend the other month. And I think we have like 6 or 7 Brighter Shores ones. Also, I believe I can edit them. We are below the point where we can add any more, unfortunately. But I think we can still change any of them to anything if we ever want to. Even if it's in the excess number. I haven't actually tried yet, just in case it deletes them. But I'm pretty sure I can. I just haven't yet. Well, we can switch them out as we need. Hopefully. Alright, let's go and clear these out. Oh, no, don't do it. Yeah, there we go. He didn't get us. Not this time. If we went straight, I think he would have called us right before we went through the door. Alright, after this inventory, we'll go head to the leaks. Oh, wait, no, we don't have the level for it yet. But after this inventory, we will have the level to go to the leaks. I'm not sure if we're going to camp them. It really comes down to how much XP it is. And even if we do, we're probably going to drop them rather than bank them. Because I really don't need the leaks. They're just going to be sold to the shop. Hey, Unbee's back. Wait, did he bank? Did he bank? I don't think he banked. I'm not sure what he's doing. Just walking back and forth. I think it was like juggling something or something. Oh, maybe he was dropping them all on the ground and then multi-banking. That'd be funny if so. I don't think that's what he was doing, though. Oops, I meant to do that before I... never mind. I did it in the wrong order. Whoops. I meant to get the level, then use the potion. That's fine. It's not too big a deal. After we finish this inventory, we'll go head over to the leak. I'll probably just walk there. Actually, I'll teleport over to the other one, then walk there. I think it's closer to this telly than the other one. Actually, not sure. Pretty sure it is, though. Yeah, yeah, kind of. I can't tell. They're about the same distance. But, yeah, I'll use the other telly, I guess. It's not that big a deal. And we go right past a bank, so we won't need to worry about it. Yeah, I don't need his timer anymore. You can go away for now. Yeah, these leaks have to be at least 400 each. Ideally, like 420, 450. Something big. If they're only like a 410 or under, I'm not sure they're worth using over the bones. And if I do them, I'm going to be dropping every single last one of them. Oh no, we'll see. Right, grab this, telly over. We'll give them a shot and see what happens. At least try them. Oh yeah, we get music back again too, that's nice. There's the only thing I hate about the bone zones. A lot of them are no music. The music has returned. I'm not sure if you guys can hear it. I'm not sure how low or high I have it. Oh, I just realized I actually have it pretty high. Has the sound been too high this stream, by the way? Because I actually turned it all the way back up for something else I was recording earlier for Gems of War. I forgot, I never turned it back down. Is the music level fine right now or too loud? Because I forgot, I never turned it back down to the other level I had it at. So it's at like max volume right now. Well, not max, but like it's not dampened at all. It's quiet, if anything? Really? Oh gosh, I hate these hitboxes. These have some of the most annoying hitbox of anything in the game. That might just be the reason I don't do the leaks. What on earth are these hitboxes? Let's see. 437. Ah, that's kind of worth it. That's kind of worth it if I'm dropping every last one of them to the ground and not banking any of them. That's kind of worth. Oh, someone's about to go pick their class. Wonder which one they'll come out as. That's one funny thing when doing leaks. Is any new player that ever comes through, you'll be able to see what they go for. Yeah, how long is the respawn for this thing? Is there enough time to grab a U-tree? I feel like the answer is yes. Only one, though. And then we drop all. And then we pick up the leak. The best part about that is we get rid of the really annoying hitbox of that tree. Gotta be on like max zoom just to not hit these hitboxes. I wish I could zoom in even further. But yeah, I think we're just gonna stick with these, I guess. They seem kind of worth it. And just do 8 leek, 1 U. And just drop everything to the ground. The main reason I'm dropping these is they're beyond a cooking level that we need. They're way too low of a cooking level. Use these at like level 50, 60 cooking or something. We're at 87 now. The leek tier above this I would need, but not this current one that we're doing. So I'm just going to be dropping them all. Because we don't need it for alchemy, we don't need it for woodcutting, we don't need it for carpentry. So we're just going to power rush the rest of our gatherer then. I don't have any potions on me. That'd be the perfect time to have potions on me because they're never going to despawn. Hey, another Christmas tree. We've been doing pretty good on trees today, of all things. I feel like we've been getting very few elf hats, or puddings, but a lot more Santa and tree than normal. Yeah, this is way better XP. We also have no banking time, so... Well, I did want to bank all the bones. We don't care about these, so I feel perfectly justified dropping them on the ground. I feel no pain dropping these leeks on the ground. Honestly, I don't even want to bank them when I leave. I'd rather bank the U-logs than bank these leeks, even though they're probably even more useless. Because if I bank any of these leeks, the only thing they're going to be done is sold for 8.18 silver bronze each. And that's it. There's the whole purpose, is just to be sold. Or at least with how we would use them anyways. The higher two ones we would care about, though. Hey, he picked Cryonite. He chose correctly. Okay, let's see if this guy chooses correctly. There's one really nice thing I like about doing leaks. It's the only upside of leaks. Is every new player, you get to see what class they pick. He has chosen the Cryonite. And there's another guy just went in. There's one little fun little mini game. Guess the class of the person that goes in. Got a 1 in 3 chance you'll be correct. I forgot one. Oh. It's interesting, even after the quest, the orange irises are still here. What's weird is they have a hitbox. As if you can collect them, but you can't. I wonder if that was planned for a potion that just never came out, or didn't have any room to be put anywheres. Because you only ever do that for the quest. You're just an indicator of where you need to go. But there's no such thing as like an orange iris resource in the game. Almost seemed like there was going to be, but then never was. But because they still have their hitbox. I guess there's some other quest items that still keep their hitbox afterwards. Like, for example, the Branolf Inheritance. All those symbols are still around even after the quest. So I guess it's one of those kind of situations where, I don't know, it's kind of just there for the quest, but then no other purpose. It's a bit weird that they still have their hitbox and everything. Because that would make that would make leaks so good. If you could get orange irises and leaks at the same time for Gatherer. This would be the best way in the entire game to train Gatherer. Would be leak plus orange iris. But they're not, so unfortunately you can't. Because that'd be the best knowledge per hour thing you could do for Gatherer if that was a thing. Because even if both rooms didn't have 3 and you only had 3 in the other room, that's still a 9 Gatherer cycle. Or sorry, more than 9. That'd be a 11 Gather cycle, because there's 8 leaks and 3 iris. But unfortunately it's not a thing. Otherwise that'd probably be the meta for Gather at some level ranges. But unfortunately they're not collectible. Oh, what class did they choose? Ah, they chose Hammer Mage. They got 1 for Cryo Knight, 1 for Hammer Mage. Poor Guardians with 0. Let's see if the next one does Guardian. We are at 110 currently. We're gonna keep track of how many we have during this whole duration of the leaks. Need more new players, come on. Need someone who hasn't picked their class yet to come through. So far people only picked the popular ones. Come on, someone's gotta pick Guardian. What cape am I wearing right now? This is the 200 mining cape. One really cool thing about it is all the gold on it glows whenever it goes in the light. It's a little bit hard to tell here because of all the shade. But, yeah, whenever a light goes on it, all the gold on it shimmers. It's pretty nice. It's definitely my top 5 favorite cape. I was originally going to do 200 smithing, but I don't like the axes at the bottom compared to the sword, so I opted for mining cape. It's because it has the really cool glow effect whenever you go through light. Or it shimmers. You can kind of see it when we go into light. When we get out of the shade. You can see like all the goldness on it shimmer. But yeah, it's a really cool effect on it. That most other capes don't have. He's got your 200 merchant cape? Nice. Six more levels and you're done with the forest? Nice as well. Yeah, we're only going for like 5 more gatherer levels today. I just want to get to the next bone. And then after that, I'm not sure what we're going to grind. Maybe go dunk some bones? Something in mind to Matubin, probably. You know what we should go do today? It's not in the title, but I really should go do it. We should finish 100 stonemason today. It's not in the title, but we really should go do it. It's basically there. The only problem is I would have to do it with knowledge. I'm not going to actually train stonemason. I would have to knowledge it. So I'd have to go do something to scrap together 10 knowledge. I was considering just doing a little bit of Mind Fighter or something. Do you collect the 50 and 100 versions too? No, I haven't started collecting them yet. I do eventually want to, for completionist purposes, get all of them. But money's just too tight right now to be spending on it. So far, I only have 1 keep per section. I have 150 keep, 100 keep, and 200 keep. And obviously no 500 keeps because you have no 500. But I only bought in 1 per category so far. And not all of them in the category, you know. Like 1 single or 1 for 1 skill. But I do plan to eventually own them all. But it would definitely be after trading is out. I don't plan to do it pre-trading. So you gotta be really careful with this. You gotta manual click up. Otherwise your guy goes all the way around and wastes 100 tiles. I'm not sure why he does that. It's really weird. But you definitely gotta manual click the final one. Otherwise he walks all the way around. Also, if we're doing infinite cycle, it might be better to start here rather than the other location. Because you wouldn't have to worry about that manual click otherwise. Because this one will always be free. It fixes the whole weird manual click issue. Because otherwise you do really weird pathing to that one if you don't. The other issue is this one sometimes spawns right on top of us, which makes us waste a tile as well. Yeah, I think that's definitely the play. I might just wait it out. Let me go get my potions real quick. I'm gonna do that. Let me go to Hope Port. Let me go grab a few more potions. I'll probably just buy them since we accidentally despawned like 40-something of them earlier. Well, let me go waste some money to go buy what we destroyed earlier. I can just keep them in my inventory, luckily. But, yeah, let's buy a few. But I want to start the cycle on the bottom. If we're just dropping, it's way better that way. Because not only do we get the one all the way up top one tile earlier. Oh, wow, people are still trading hats. It's kind of impressive. Alright, let me go grab everything we have. But yeah, not only does it save us having to path weirdly for the one, but it also saves us, on the final one, because we could grab it one tile earlier compared to normal. Which means we might even be able to get 2 yew trees instead of 1. Ooh, that means I burned almost 100 silver earlier then. Ouch. Alright, that should be enough. It's not like we need a crazy amount right now. We'll buy more when we need them later. You finally passed me in mine total? Nice. How many 200s do you have? Not counting Minefighter. Like, I mean of the main 3. Like, you know, Stonemason, Smithing, Bone Right. Only 3? Okay, so your main combat skill, Minefighter and Miner then. Yeah, I've neglected doing Minefighter yet. I might do some today. While we try to get 200 Stonemason. Wow, 241 stone? That's actually absurdly high. I assume you've been doing the AFK for it then? I only started recently doing that. Probably should have started a bit earlier. Yeah, this cycle is way better going down to up rather than up to down. You waste far less tiles. Hey, Blue Santa. And the best part is you could grab this one tile early. And then we just take out 2 yew trees. Actually, this one we could have taken out en route. I just gotta figure out where our second tree is. I assume it's one right next to where the first one spawns. We'll check it when we get there. There's not a second free tree is the only problem. So where's the spawn? There it is. Alright, maybe I take this yew tree? I'm not sure. There's definitely enough downtime to grab 2 trees. I'm just not sure what the second tree is. It'd have to be the one that is least tiles away from our path. I think it might be this one. Oh, you gotta make sure you're on the other side, though. That's unfortunate. But yeah, this tree, if you go the right side, or, you know, the other side, is probably the one. You gotta do a weird manual click on it, though. Because this one's definitely free. This one's, like, the freest one. Is the first lake respawned yet? It should be. Yeah, it is. Okay, let's go try that cycle and see. Otherwise, we'll just do 1 yew tree. That's fine. It's not really too big a deal if we get 2. One of them's perfectly on route. It's the second one that's kind of annoying. Or sure was the second one we didn't need to jump for. But it looks like every other tree you have to jump at least once. So it really comes down to when do you want to jump. And I think the answer is this one. Because this is on the same level as the other area. So as long as he paths around and doesn't jump down, we should be okay here. To grab this leak. Then grab that tree. Then grab that leak. Oh, I could have grabbed that leak while I was en route. Wait. Should have already grabbed it. And then when you grab that, you then go there. I think that's the path. And then you go over. And then the first leak should be spawned when you go back. Now we'll do it in correct order next time. And I think that's the cycle done. You just have to manual click over to the one tree so you don't do a weird pathing on it. But I think that would be the play. Drop all, drop all. That or just go for one tree. It seems like we're wasting a little bit of spawn time. It's way better to be gathering quicker. It also saves us from having to do the weird one click. See, I'm just going to do one U tree. If you have to wait a second, it's fine. It's the same reason we did only one tree when we were doing Suave as well. It's just more gathering XP per hour. You might sometimes have to wait like half a second to a second for your spawn, but it's fine. It's more gathering XP per hour. Yeah, the only problem is I do have to wait for this tree to spawn for this cycle. Because we'll do the tree, then grab the leak. Or vice versa, either or. And then we go back to leak number 1 and do it again. Alright, that'll be our cycle then. It's only going to be one U tree. So let's just get back in time. We do have to wait a small duration, but it's better gather XP per hour. There's not enough time to grab a second tree. It's the same issue we had when we were doing the previous bone. You're wasting gathering time if you go for a second tree. How much of each leather do you think is good to bank for armor? It depends on the level range. But I banked almost all low tier armor, or all low tier hide. It's only when they started becoming really good money that I started selling a lot more. Though at that level range, you're also going to need a lot more, so... It really comes down to how much do you want to have for when it comes out. But I feel like for the first 100 levels, you could bank literally everything and it wouldn't matter. Because they're so cheap to begin with. It's only 100 plus when it starts to really make money to the point where the money now is better than the hides later. Do you think 100 of each of the low tier is enough? We don't really know. Because we don't know exactly how much of each will be needed to get levels and everything. Worst comes to worst, keep in mind, you'll be able to knowledge Armor Maker to like 200 if you really have to. So whatever gaps you have in hides will already be able to be covered. It's only post 200 where you really need to worry about banking them potentially. If you want to go down that route. Like for example, for me that'd probably be around Deer Hide. Which is a 190 hide. Around that point is probably when I would start banking them a little. Maybe even a little bit higher than that. Because that's when they are potentially going to start being used like crazy. Because the main hides you really want is that, oddly enough, like the low level ones will help you through the low level range, of course. But the ones that will really matter is everything post 200. As it gets way slower to train then. So those are the real hides you're going to be needing a lot of. All the 200 plus ones. Though we don't know what level range will start hitting it. Could be 190, could be 210, could be somewhere around there. We don't know the exact number. But I'm still in currently my cell arc right now. We saved most of them up to 100. But we're definitely in our cell arc of Leatherworker. Anything I'm getting from Leatherworker, I just want it for the money right now. To upgrade all my tools. There will be a point where we start banking them. Also, all those 190 deers that I got from combat, I will be banking. Because they're already banked, it's easier to bank them than to sell them. It only works if you already have them pre-banked, though. Which is not something you can currently do other than through combat. You'll be able to buy them from other people pre-banked, though. We don't know exactly how much they're going to go for. They're definitely going to go for more than the merchant sell price. Like, if they cost 2 silver each with merchant discount, they'd probably cost, like, 2.2 or more when player trading comes out. There's one thing that's good about having pre-banked hides, even if you already have the merchant level for it, is the pathing to bank is quicker if you already have them banked. But it wastes time if you go and bank them. You already have to have them pre-banked. The only way you can currently pre-bank them is with combat. But later you'll be able to pre-bank them with trading as well. Hey, another purple one. Oh no! Purples, stop it! You need to not pass Red Santa. I want to finish with Red Santa being the highest. And I want to try doing it without trading for it. That's where all the new players at. We saw 2 initially and I haven't seen one since. I want to see someone go get their hero class. So far we've seen 1 Guardian and 1 Hammer Mage. Or, sorry, 1 Hammer Mage and 1 Cryo Knight, I mean. No Guardian yet. I just realized one thing that's also annoying about this method is I don't have an upgraded two-handed saw. Nor am I going to bother. Yeah, we're almost there. So close, yet so far. There's just so much gather and grind in one session. I'll still keep going, though. I don't want to get to 94, though, for now. And then we'll pivot to, I have no clue what, but something that isn't gathering. I think we pivot to trying to get 200 stonemason. Not by doing stonemason, by doing literally anything but stonemason. Is we gotta go finish it. The only reason I didn't beforehand is I want to get to bed at a reasonable hour for Christmas Day. On Christmas Eve. Otherwise I would have finished it 2 days ago. But we're pretty much there. That's like, what, 10 knowledge points? Maybe 11? It's not gonna take that long at all. I'm not sure what activity I want to do to feed it knowledge. Ideally something in mind to Matubin. Which means, hey, is it time to go dunk those bones? It might be bone dunking time. That or mining. Honestly, I might just do mining. The main reason for mining is I gotta get 215 before, like, 6 days from now. 5 to 6 days. Basically, by the time I get 226, by the time I get 226 smithing, I would need, 215 mining to be already operational. So that's the main thing there. Is we gotta be working towards that at some point. When that some point is, can be any time, but why not now? Get like 1 mining level. Obviously I wouldn't go too crazy with it, just 1 mining level. Just got a 4-star epic 200 guard gloves. Nice. Yeah, I still haven't gotten any armor post 200 yet. Or, you know, 4-star armor. I got a 3-star chest plate, though. But no 4 stars yet. Oh, so we've been doing these leaks for like 20, 30 minutes now, and I still don't know where their spawns are. I know vaguely where they are. It's definitely way better doing it this way, though. Going from bottom to top rather than top to bottom. The pathing's just too weird from top to bottom. Even more of a reason not to bank these. As you'd be punished for banking by having to start from top. Which is way worse than starting from bottom. Pathing-wise. Put that together. We're almost there. So close, yet so far. Oh, I'm doing the wrong one. And that brings us to 91. 3 more levels to go. I'm almost getting a woodcutting level from it as well. I think we'll be a little short, but this wasn't really for getting woodcutting XP. I'm also claiming it for the knowledge that we get. One less we'll need for later. Need my carpentry to not lag too far behind, though. There we go. 91. 3 to go. And I will do the new bone just a little bit once we do get access to it. I don't plan to do a lot of it, but we'll definitely do some. Mostly because I want to see what level it is, more so than anything. Just to kind of gauge where we are on bone currently. Like our bone level, or you know, our gathering level, bone level compared to what level we can currently do. Because currently, of course, we're at 90 bone, right? I'm pretty sure this next bone is not above 90. But what level it is, I don't currently know. Whatever it is, I think it's the highest bone we can do at our level range. Nice, still got it with the XP bonus, barely. Oh, wrong tile. That's where the other one spawns. Yeah, this is way quicker doing the bones, mostly because we're not banking. Not even necessarily because of the extra XP. That is helping, of course. But it's more so from the fact that we're not banking at all. Oh, it's one past the spot, okay. And then the other one is even with the orchard. Or iris, I mean. Then the other one's also even with the iris. Okay, that's easy to tell. 3 of them are next to the iris. And then the other one is even with the weird shrubbery thing over there. Hey, another yellow one. That was our lowest at one point. Not sure if it still is. Let's see. What's our lowest hat right now? Our lowest is not that one anymore. Oh, it's the orange pudding. Yeah, orange pudding is dead last at 33. Second to last is one of my favorite too, the green elf. But orange pudding's in dead last at the moment. It was yellow, but now it's orange. You know, I'm gonna change it up a little bit. I'm gonna wait. I want to do the thing before you do the tree. And then we do tree. I'm not sure that really changes much. It might even be worse that way. Just want to see how the cycle goes now. We did a leak before we did a tree rather than a tree before the leak. I'm sure it really makes a difference or not. If anything, it might actually negatively make a difference. Might be better to always do tree first, but I don't know, we'll see. But now the leak is currently first. The good old leak. Oh, I gotta make sure not to path to this tile. We actually waste one tile if you path to that one. You gotta be on the other side of it. Otherwise you have to walk around the cliff. Wait, wait, what? Wait, the yew tree still spawns before the leak. They're on a different spawn timer. No wonder why it always feels like trees spawn so quick. They actually spawn quicker than other resources. Interesting. Alright, never mind. Yeah, we definitely do tree first then. That is so weird. I never knew that. I knew they felt like slightly quicker. I thought that was just because of their cycle, but no, they actually do spawn quicker than other nodes. As I took the leak first and the tree still spawned before it. That explained why our cycle shifted as well. That was the whole reason we were even taking the tree first, was because apparently it got decycled from the quicker spawn rate. So yeah, we always have to do tree first then. We're basically forced to. It's interesting. Alright, 2.5 more levels to go. And then we'll go test the bone for a little bit just to see what level it is, and then, yeah, then we'll do something in Mind of Entombment. Not sure what yet, though. Leaning towards combat, but honestly, I kind of want to dunk some bones. I want to save most of that for off-stream, though, at least the lower tier ones. If we're going to dunk bones, we got to at least do the quicker XP ones. Same with the ore for mining. Like, even though I plan to dunk all those really low-tier green ones I still haven't done, this definitely could be off-stream. Otherwise, we'll be looking at a bar that doesn't move even an inch in, like, an hour. Like, I don't mind doing it. It's just, that's definitely an off-stream activity. Otherwise, number go up will not go up. It'll stay stagnant. It's just bothering me so much that I have so much storage in there that's just not processed. And it'll bother me to no end until they're all fully processed at some point. Oh, we got our third person. We got our third new player. They had a green outfit on. Maybe they go for Guardian. But that'll be our third person. So far we had one Cryo Knight, then one Hammer Mage. Let's see what they come out as. If they come out as Guardian, we'll have a perfect even split. They were wearing green, so that does increase the chance that they'll come out of Guardian. Oh no, never mind. They were wearing blue. Never mind. They look green in the lighting. They're wearing blue. So they're probably coming out as a Cryo Knight. And we'll find out. They're currently in a quest dialogue cutscene thing. Which is the best faction for our main? Currently, all of them are pretty similar right now. Mostly because special attacks don't exist. So, there's a lot of details we just don't know about how they're going to function compared to each other. They all have their advantages and disadvantages right now. The main advantage of Guardian is their potions are their cheapest to buy, their combat potions. But the downside of them is their skill that they need for everything is the hardest to do. The Bone Rite skill is definitely the hardest of the three when it comes to like weapon processing. The biggest thing with Cryo Knight is it's basically all well-rounded. It's definitely the one if you just want to be just like decently good at everything kind of class. Because it doesn't really have any big upsides or downsides compared to the other two. And then the Hammer Mage has the big downside of having the highest cost combat potions. And its upside is... Actually, what is Cryo Knight? Actually, Hammer Mage's upside now that I think about it. It is really slow attack hitting weapons as well. Its DPS in combat might be a little bit better, though. I haven't actually seen the DPS between classes. Like what, because Guardian has double quick attacking weapon. Hammer Mage is double slow attacking weapon. And Cryo Knight has one of each. Whereas one slow and one quick. The quicker one being Rapier, the slow one being its blue two-hand. I think Hammer Mage also has a good Necromay weapon or Pyro weapon? One or two. Whereas I know all the secondary options for Hammer Mage are pretty bad. I mean, for Cryo Knight, I mean. Like, it can't really do Necromay or Pyromay to any degree at all. At least in the current state of the game. The problem is they haven't done the combat rework yet, and they haven't done special attacks. So it's kind of up in the air on which ones are even good or bad at the moment, though. But I would personally say Guardian and Cryo Knights probably have the biggest advantages at the moment. And Hammer Mage is the biggest disadvantage. Because I'm trying to think. I don't know, any Hammer Mages out there. What's good about being a Hammer Mage? Because now that I'm thinking about it, every single thing is like a negative. They have the slowest hitting weapons. They have the highest cost combat potions. I guess they look cool. But they have the most negatives out of any class right now. That could change when special attacks come out, though. Yeah, Guardians will have the biggest advantage in PvP. Another benefit of Guardians is even though their weapon crafting is annoying with bone rate, they're also the only class. Hey, they picked Cryo Knight. I told you because they had the blue shirt. See, I told you. They went Cryo Knight. That's 2 for Cryo Knight, 1 for Hammer Mage, 0 for Guardian. As far as how many people have gone through since we've been doing the leaks right now. We're at a 2-1-0. But honestly, if you have no clue what to do for your hero class, go Cryo Knight. Cryo Knight bias. It's just the most well-rounded class in the game. It's like the middle ground of the two classes. Whereas Guardian is more of a high attack speed with a lot of other benefits, and Hammer Mage is like really slow attack speed, will likely have some of the best special attacks in the game. We just don't really know because it's not out yet. But Hammer Mage is more of like a slow hitting burst kind of thing. Guardians are more like super high attack speed kind of thing. And Cryo Knights is kind of in between. But I would say Guardians probably have the most amount of benefits at this exact moment in time. But Hammer Mages have the biggest potential to be broken when special attacks come out. They're probably the biggest beneficiary of special attacks. Slower weapons in general are likely to gain a bigger benefit from it. And most of their better weapons are slower hitting weapons as well. But there's a lot we just don't currently know. Hey, the 4th person! Let's see, they're wearing pink with a pink hat. That's a hard read. I think they do go Guardian. I think this will be the first Guardian. I think they're going Guardian. It's a female character in all pink. That's a hard pick. Not sure which one they're going to go for. I'm leaning towards Guardian, though. There's a lot of Guardians here right now, so they might be seeing all the Guardians. It's like, oh, Guardian is meta. I wonder how many people have made their decision based on that. Because if you're going to see... That's actually an interesting bias that's currently in the game. And likely will remain that way. Is you choose your class in Chapter 2. But the most likely class to be populating Chapter 2 are Guardians. I wonder if that has actually influenced anyone yet to pick Guardian. Because you're always going to be in this area in Chapter 2 when you want to go and pick your class. Because you have to be. This is the only place you can. But the most likely people to be here training are Guardians. Because they need Gather, they need Woodcutter, all that kind of stuff. So I wonder if anyone's been influenced by that. Seeing a bunch of Guardians nearby when they're about to pick their class. It's like, ah, I guess I'll go Guardian. I feel like that person that just went in would be influenced by that. So my guess is on Guardian for this one. Also, we haven't seen a Guardian yet. Statistically, it should happen soon. It's definitely the least picked class, though. But not by much. It should be out in the next minute. They're probably going through 100 cutscenes right now. You ended up going for Hammer Mage just because there's a Hammer Mage in a pink room you're in. You also felt bad for the Dryad and almost closed the Guardian. That's funny. I do like the aesthetic of Hammer Mage, though. It's definitely the most unique class, I feel like, in this game. Like, visual-wise. You're stuck between Hammer Mage or Cryo Knight? Oh, definitely Cryo Knight. Oh, no, I will always have a Cryo Knight bias, though. I'm a bad person to ask for that. Because I would say Cryo Knight is the best, Guardian's the second best, and Hammer Mage is the worst. Not because Hammer Mage is bad, but just because of the current state of the game. It gets less of a benefit from it. But the better way to break it down is Guardian is higher attack speed. Cryo Knight is well-rounded. And Hammer Mage is slower attack speed. They have the same breakdown, but when it comes to their primary weapons, that's for their elemental type. That's like the closest you can really break it down. Is Guardian quick, Cryo Knight well-rounded, and Hammer Mage slow. But Hammer Mage slow means it gains more of a benefit when special attacks come out, which currently don't exist, but will. Oh, we got a 4th person going in. Not sure what my guess is on for them. I'm going to say Cryo Knight. Hopefully they actually pass back through. Why do I like Cryo Knight so much? I don't know. It just seems like the one that gives you the least amount of friction. It's kind of in the middle ground when it comes to everything. It's in the middle ground of weaponry, it's in the middle ground of potion cost, as well as the nuisance of getting them. I don't know, it's just a middle of the pack kind of thing. So going at any point in the future, it's going to be well balanced. Where it doesn't necessarily excel at anything, but it's really well rounded. I also really like mining smithing, so works really well for that. Oh no, they're teleporting away. Where are they going? Come back, I need you to pick a class. Oh, never mind, they're just doing a mean thing. I thought it was a teleport. I think they're trying to figure out how to use their whistle. I don't think they realize it's in the quest menu. I think they're trying to call the little elf person, or the dryad, I mean. We still got one person that we're waiting on coming out, though. What was my guess for them? I guessed they were going to be Guardian. We'll find out in a moment. Where did my spawn go? There it is. That's a weird extra delay compared to normal. But I don't know, a lot of people I feel like pick their class these days just based on aesthetic. Like what the armor looks like and everything. They all get really cool looking armor by max tier. I do feel like Bone Right armor initially looks the worst, but it gets way better. Like that guy's in like higher tier, kind of like mid-range Bone Right armor right there. Which looks a lot better than the lower tier stuff. Oh, how did I miss a leak? How did that even happen? Oh, there's the pink hat person. Oh wait, they're back again. Were they missing something, or were they just making their decision? I think that's the same pink hat person from earlier. They still haven't chosen their class yet. I thought they already went in the cave, but apparently not. Oh, we got another person as well. A no-name. No-name guy's definitely going Hammer Mage. My bet for her is still Guardian. No-name's 100% going Hammer Mage. Oh, we should be back in cycle now. We're out of cycle because of whatever on Earth the weird thing I did last cycle was. Oh, we should be on cycle. I'll have to get a woodcutting XP too. Or a level, I mean. Alright, 2 more levels to go. Technically 1.5 because of the knowledge point coming in. And I'll just do a few inventories of whatever the other bone is. I think it's the one by the bears? I don't remember. Pretty sure the bear one is the next one. I really hate collecting that one. Banking's not the worst, but also not the best for either. There's no weird aggro room you have to go through, though, at least. But, it's still a decent walk. Like, it's kind of weird. Like, all bone locations are kind of close to a bank, but not so close where it feels close. Except for Bone Spike. I think that's the biggest issue with Bones. Every single one seems so bad compared to Bone Spike just because Bone Spike is so good. Like, Bone Spike is, like, literally on top of a bank, and then the other a few are like, nope. Gotta go several rooms. Did I call it or did I call it? Guardian. I called it. I think we're 3 for 4 on calling it right now. I think the only one I didn't call was the one Hammer Mage. But, yeah, that's 2 Cryo Knights, 1 Hammer Mage, 1 Guardian. And we called all of them except the 1 Hammer Mage. But yeah, we called that earlier before she went in. And, yep, she came out a Guardian. So that's 2 1-1 so far. We guessed 3 of them, but they came out as 2 Cryo Knights, 1 Hammer Mage, 1 Guardian. And the only one we didn't predict was the Hammer Mage one. Also because of Cryo Knight bias. I'm still curious what the no-name was. I think I guessed Hammer Mage for him. For the no-name. There's like a no-name 76 that went through. He hasn't come back out yet. Could potentially even be a bot. Though I feel like he has eradicated most of the bots in the game these days. Well, there's definitely still some running. Though maybe it's not a bot because they've been in there for a while. It's like reading every single line of dialogue level of reading. Unless they came out and I just didn't realize. Or they could have tellied out, which is a problem. We have no way of seeing them if they telly out. I feel like the average player wouldn't, but a bot definitely would. Because they wouldn't already know what the perfect route is and probably telly. Though some quest guides might say that as well, though. Because I'm pretty sure it's efficient to telly out rather than walk back. Even though most new players would walk back. Actually, no, it's not, because the area you have to go after is a walk distance. Though you would need to already have level 8 woodcutting, though. In which case it would be a telly back, if you didn't already do the 8 woodcutting grind. Oh, come on, woodcutting level. You're just teasing us at this point. It's like there already. We're definitely going to get it by the time we get 94 Gatherer. Oh, there it is. He chose Guardian. Also, he unhid his name? Is that the same guy? Because he was hidden going in. Is that the same guy? I'm not sure. Yeah, we were wrong then. We guess Hammer Mage. But that's 2 for Guardian then. So that's 2 Cryo Knight, 1 Hammer Mage, 2 Guardian currently. Hammer Mage is currently losing. I believe that's the same guy. The only thing throwing me off is that his name is visible, but he's still the same 73, so. But his name was hidden when he went in. But I'll guess Hammer Mage on the next person who goes in, just so we can get an even 2-2-2. Otherwise, Hammer Mages would be down by quite a lot if the next person doesn't go Hammer Mage. That'll be a 3-2-1 then. Not necessarily in that order, but you know. Actually, it could be. Because Hammer Mage are all the way to the right. So if the next person's a Cryo Knight, it would be a 3-2-1. Hey, Chrome Hearts is here. Oh, a Hammer Mage. He's a low enough level that I'll assume that was a person that went in recently. So that's now 2-2-2. Alright, we're even. I'm really curious what the current data is on it. Because now we're at an even 33% on all. That's 2 Guardians, 2 Cryo Knights, 2 Hammer Mages. Perfectly even. I hope it releases data on the full distribution at some point in the next month or so. Or like what percent of people that are actively playing are still Cryo Knight, Hammer Mage, or Guardian. Because based on our exceedingly small data pool, it is exactly even 33% all. Obviously that's way too small of a data pool though. We're at a perfect 1/3 spread on all. We've seen 6 people and 2 went to each class so far. So I'm about to pick this up just so it's not sitting here. There we go. Yeah, that's a really bad tile. I think I did that when I did the potion. But I need to make sure to never drop on that tile because I need to walk there. It's a lot more annoying to walk there with just items on it. You still can, it's just more annoying. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Cryo Knight's the most popular. Mostly because it's the most well-rounded. So if you don't know what to pick, it's generally the good go-to pick. My main reason for picking it was the cool armor that it has, and any frost special attacks that it eventually gets I would really want over the other 2 effects. Over like nature or thunder. I'd much rather have frost attacks. And beyond that and that, just seems like the most well-rounded. Oh, we got another person! We got Hex. Let's see what they come out as. Or if it even split. If I had to guess, he looks like someone who would definitely go Cryo Knight or Hammer Mage. There's no way he's coming out a Guardian. It's hard to tell which one of the 2 he'd go for, though. But there's like 0 chance he picks Guardian. Let's see. Let's see, he's Black Santa Hat. Oh yeah, Black Santa Hat's definitely a Hammer Mage. He's going Hammer Mage. Red Santa Hat would have been a Cryo Knight. But 100% he's going Hammer Mage. I'm like 90% certain he's walking out a Hammer Mage. I keep forgetting this one leak because it doesn't spawn in time sometimes. Yeah, the fist weapon on Hammer Mage is pretty nice. I'm not sure what Guardian's equivalence of that is, because theirs are kind of bad. But the equivalence to that on Cryo Knight is the 2-hand we always keep using. Every class has like one primary like physical damage weapon that's better than the other classes. On Hammer Mage, it's your 1-hand fist. For Cryo Knight, it's your 2-hand longsword. And I believe it's a ranged weapon on Guardian, oddly enough. Because their melee one is awful. So I'm pretty sure it's their ranged physical one. I think their ranged physical is the best of their options. So that's another thing to consider too. Is the neutral damage weapon for each is different. For Hammer Mage, it's 1-hand. For Cryo Knight, it's a 2-hand. And for Guardian, I'm pretty sure it's a ranged weapon. Because their held one, their melee one is awful. Alright, 1 level to go. Technically half a level if you count the knowledge. But I think we might be able to do the entirety of that other grind in one stream. The 94 to like the 112 that we need. It's a lot, but it's not like that much. Alright, where's that one Black Santa hat guy? I think his name was Hex with 2 X's. But my guess was Hammer Mage for him. And he hasn't returned yet. Anyone who takes a long while there, I assume they're just reading all the dialogue. That or they really want to ponder what they want to choose. It is a pretty big choice. I feel like most people know what their decision is before they go in the chamber, though. I don't know, did any of you guys stand in there for like 10 minutes trying to figure out what class you wanted? Because I knew before the second I got in there what I wanted, personally. You stood there for like 10 to 15 minutes? Last minute double checking, yeah. The Dryad wanted you to be a Guardian. Honestly, Guardian is probably the most meta choice. At least in the current state of the game. And in the soon-to-be near future of the game. The main thing that will change things up is what unearthed special attacks do. As far as the current state of the game and when trading comes out, Guardians are definitely poised to have the biggest advantage. At least in the short term. The only big downside of the Guardians is you better love Chapter 2 because you're going to be spending a lot of time here. The skills Guardians need for Bone Right and everything, you're going to basically be living in the Hope Forest. I feel like Guardians' weapons are coolest with their range weapons. I mentioned that earlier. I feel like overall, Crown Knight has the best looking armor, Hammer Mage the best looking melee weapons, and Guardian the best looking range weapons. If you're doing it based on aesthetics for them. I do like the array of weapons that Crown Knight has, though. Has all the more standard ones you would expect. Oh! Hexbun Guardian! Ooh, what was my guess again? It was Hammer Mage. They actually went Guardian. That was the one I said they would definitely not go. Apparently I don't know. I am actually really curious, though, what the Guardian bias is for the area. Because in the modern state of the game, there isn't any area with more higher concentration of Guardians than Chapter 2. And obviously anyone deciding what class they're going to pick is in Chapter 2. So I wonder how many people have been influenced by the just high array of Guardians that are in this area right before they pick their class. Like beforehand they see, oh, there's a lot of Guardians here. I guess I'll go Guardian as well. Seems like a lot of people are doing it. And then it's like, I wonder if that has influenced anyone. Oh, there we got a new guy. Black Santa again. Another thing to consider is it might be the only hat they have. I'm still thinking Hammer Mage, though. I'm guessing Hammer Mage twice in a row in Black Santa. I think this guy actually is going to go Hammer Mage. The Guardian was the outlier. Oh, so I just realized. We're at 3-3-4, aren't we? Or 3-4-3. We're at 3 Crown Knights, 4 Guardians, 3 Hammer Mages. Let's see what this guy does. Or sorry, was it 2-2-3? Never mind. It's 2-2-3. What did I say? 3 through 4. It's 2 Cryo Knights, 3 Guardians, 2 Hammer Mages. Yeah, the Guardian range weapons I do like a lot. The only reason I didn't do it, honestly, I would have almost picked Guardian if it wasn't for the fact that range has limited ammo. That was like the main thing that made me go Crown Knight instead of Guardian. That and seeing what their armor looks like, at least at low level range, because at the time we didn't know what high level range really looked like properly. Whereas low level Crown Knight armor still looked good. All of their high level armor still looks good though. But Guardian definitely starts the weakest when it comes to armor appearance. But they do have the best looking range weapons at any level range. Hey, who was that said hello to us in the other room? Let's see, Chrome Hearts. Let's see, is he in here? Yeah, he's... Oh, no, he's not. Yeah, he's in here. Is he doing co-op woodcutting? Hello? Oh, I just did it in caps. Oh, I'm just gonna leave it. All cap, hello! I can't be bothered to go delete it. Max cap, hello. Had cap lock on for some reason. Probably from a misclick when I was doing the timer earlier. Let's see, is it still on? I think I disabled it now. Yeah, it's off. I think I misclicked it when I was tapping for the timer at some point earlier. Because you have to click the 2 buttons around it of shift and tab at the same time. Which is inconveniently right where the cap log is. But yeah, I am playing all 3 classes. As you guys know, I do still have the 2 alts that are running. So we do plan to play all 3 whenever there's mechanics that are unique to all. One of the first things I plan to do is get all of them special attack weapons, so we can see all the special attacks on every class. That's one of the first things we'll be doing, utilizing every class. Beyond that, it'll mostly be, I guess, unique boss mechanics or anything else like that. Maybe PvP a little bit. Just to see what it's like playing on all 3 classes. But whenever it's applicable, we will be using the other 2. Obviously, we're always going to be maining the Cryo Knight on this account. However, I do plan to play all 3. It's obviously a lot less than this one. Can you play all 3 at the same time? No. Multi-boxing is actually banned in this game. Due to community wanting it that way. But it was originally allowed, and then like a week or 2 into the game, they made it not allowed. But no, it's actually impossible to do all 3 at once. Even before, it was impossible to. You would need 3 separate accounts. But no, there's no way to play all 3 at once. You have to have 2 of them doing an AFK activity. Luckily, there's a billion of them in this game. But you gotta use the passive activities for them. With your knowledge points and everything. Like, but both my 2 alts have literally max knowledge on the AFK activities, the passives. Because I haven't trained a single level beyond 20 manually. Aside from questing. But as far as actually training it, I have not trained a single skill in them above a 20. Even though they have like 30, 40, 50 in some skills. It's purely just from AFK. From the passive activities. And then whenever you play on them, you just do a passive activity on your main account. But yeah, you can't play on them simultaneously. There's currently no way to trade with them. I use them on alts just to get them progress with their passes, but my main goal for them is to use them as alternative crafters in the future. Where I plan to get 1 to 500 stonemason and 1 to 500 bone rate. That way my account doesn't have to primarily worry about that. You can worry about 500 blacksmithing and everything else. So I don't really need to worry about the other 2 as much. I still want to get them to 200. But after 200, I don't plan to go much higher in bone rate or stonemason. Because my other 2 accounts are going to be for that purpose. But yeah, you will be able to trade with them to some degree when trading comes out. We don't currently know exactly how that's going to work. Worst comes to worst, you'll need one middleman who can kind of trade between. But you might just be able to trade directly. We don't really know yet how that's going to work. Hopefully you'll be able to trade between them in some way, shape, or form, though. Because that'd be pretty clunky if you can't. Because you'll need a middleman, which you could get a lot of scamming going on if they do that. I don't feel like we would get scammed, but, you know, the average person, if they need a middleman, might not have someone who they could always trust on at a given time. I feel like we know enough people from the stream that we could easily find someone at any given time, though. But most people wouldn't be able to. So hopefully they have some kind of easy way to do that without needing a middleman. But yes, you will eventually be able to trade all this stuff to your alts or from your alts. So if you're using them for money making or for production or for whatever you're doing on them, maybe to make a certain potion that you need a lot of, you will be able to when trading comes out. Though they do need to have Chapter 4 completed, though. Or at least up to the point where you unlock trading from Chapter 4. And of course, that also implies that you need membership as well. As you can't trade without membership when it does come out. Oh wait, I already have the knowledge. Wait, what am I doing? I already have enough knowledge right now. Or pretty much, after this cycle anyways. Put that together. Oh, come on, we're so close. Come on, you're like there already. Like 1 or 2 more cycles and we're there. So close, yeah, so far. And that was our end goal, was to get to 94 for now. That's our next tier of bone. I'm still going to gather just a few inventories of them, just for the sake of it. I'm not going to, like, power grind beyond 94 right now. Not sure what our next pivot is. There's so many things we need to do. It really just comes down to what do we want to go do right now. Is merchant the best money? Kind of. Merchant to leatherworker is definitely the most consistent money in the game. Combat at super, super high level range does make more, though. It only requires 1 skill instead of 2. Like, combat post 400 makes more than merchant ever will. But merchant gives you way more knowledge. Or at least quicker knowledge. Merchant also gets up quicker just to the level range that you need it to be. So initially it makes way more money. Combat eventually does pass it, though. It's mostly due to like 2, 3, and 4 star drops. The thing with combat that's a little annoying, though, is it's extremely inconsistent. But they do get a really good AFK activity. The 480 AFK with the wealth potions is the highest amount you can make from any AFK in the game. But combat, merchant, and leatherwork are all pretty high up there. Oddly enough, merchant's the lowest of the 3. But you need to do merchant to make leatherwork or print money. Which eventually gets as high as almost like 7 gold an hour. If you had like 490 merchant and 490 leatherworker. Was that one guy from earlier never came back out? Not sure what happened to them. Alright, anyways. Let's move to the final bone for today. I only plan to do a couple inventories just to bank a few. So what do I put my knowledge into? I think I delay and put into stonemason. Because I think my next goal is to go get stonemason to, this is the right bone, right? Yeah, it is. Just making sure. I think our next goal is to do stonemason to 100. I mean 200, I mean. I meant to finish that grind 2 days ago, but I wanted to get to bed at a reasonable hour for Christmas Eve. So I never actually finished that grind yet. I need to. So So that's definitely going to be our next pivot. It really just comes down to what skill do we want to do it. And I'm leaning towards mining because I got to get 215 mining before probably like 5 or 6 days from now. Like I need it before I get to 226 smithing, basically. And the reason for that is I need to do the 215 mining activity. So I can get some for free for when we do the smithing one. Because the material that you get from 215 mining AFK is the material that feeds into the 226 smithing one. And I gotta do that AFK at bare minimum from 215 to 223. In which case I can use that all for free on smithing. We'll still have to buy some, because the smithing gap will be bigger than the mining gap. But we're not gonna have to buy as much if we do it in that order. But the problem with that is I do need to get 215 mining manually. So I might as well try getting a level this stream, just so it's one less we have to do later. Then we only need to get 2 later. Gosh, I hate that you have to do it like a really specific location. The biggest issue with them, too, is they're 2x2 tiles, so they're a lot more likely to actually block your area. Which I think I might just do this one inventory for now, just while we're here. I'm not gonna get too many of them. We can always get more later. As useful as they are, I don't want to, like, farm them right now. Because that was never the intention right now. I just wanted to get 294. And then the next time we ever do this, which I'm not sure if this is going to be tomorrow or not. We'll see. But the next time we do go seriously on bones, we got to go all the way to 112. But we do get a pretty huge upgrade at 111. That's an extra 5% EXP whenever we do bones. Which definitely adds up over time. Yeah, cooking at a really high level range can be good money. The biggest issue with cooking is you have to have all the secondary skills to really make it worthwhile. For cooking to be super, super good money, you need fishing and forager to go with it. Forager for the potatoes, fish for all the fish. Because at the higher level range is pretty much required unless you just want to go only, what's it called? Unless you want to make only stews and bacon sandwiches. You're at some point going to need to go and switch to actually doing fishing and forager to support the cooking. It's one of the reasons I don't really want to go too much further on cooking right now. Because I feel really bottlenecked money-wise when doing it. Until we have the foraging and fishing to go with it. So I've kind of stopped doing it for now. Alright, let me go bank all these. And then over to the mines we go. Oh yeah, what level was this? This is one of the whole things I wanted to check. Oh, look at that. How perfect is that? That's a level 90 bone. I got 90 bone right. This is the exact bone. We found it. After all this grinding, we have finally caught and gatherer as of this stream to our bone right level. Now just to go even higher than that later. But not today. That's for a later issue. Anyways, I need to go bank these as well as these pots. What's the best way of doing this? I guess we'll go there and then go to the mining area. Well, if I'm going to the mining area anyways, might as well just go straight to mining. Because it has a storage thing right there. Oh, wait, but I need my XP pot. Never mind. Never mind. I remember why I need to go somewhere else first. Gotta go get my XP pot first. Yeah, I'm gonna go do that real quick. Would rushing 500 in a combat skill be a viable option? Yes. Rushing a 500 is really good for combat. It gives you the best money if you want to use it for an AFK activity, though you are giving up XP for another skill once you reach 500. But you get a lot of money from greed potions, and you can just buy them outright. So much so that at a certain range, I think even buying to 300% greed is a pure profit. I'm not sure the exact range that you need to be, but you eventually get to a level where this is a pure profit. I'm not sure what level that is, but it's pretty low. I think like 300 something. You'd start making pure profit from a 300% greed. It does make for the most AFK money you can get in the game. The problem is if you're doing it post 500, you're wasting a lot of potential XP. So it's normally worth stopping after you get 500 in the skill. But some people still do it after. Not just for the high amount of money, but also for the, where am I going? Let's see. Right over here. Actually, they just do it only for the money. But it prints a lot of money. Same as killing things post 500. If you go to any area, particularly Hopeport or Chronopolis, where the final enemy is stationary, you'll make so much money off it. Cryo Knights gain the biggest benefit from doing it in Zone 1, whereas Hammer Mages gain the biggest benefit of doing it in Zone 4. And that's one part where Guardians are kind of gypped. Guardians currently do not have any stationary green unit as a final enemy in any area. Cryo Knights have blue in Zone 1 and for Guard. And Hammer Mage have Zone 4 and Chronopolis for Watch Person. Guardian does not have an equivalence of it. Guardian does get a weak to green enemy. It's in Zone 2 in Hope Farce, but it's not a stationary one. Which makes it a lot harder to kill. Though I'm pretty sure with that kind of gear it would be fine though. Alright, let's get to the mining grind. And this is also indirectly not just a mining grind, but also a let's go get stonemason to level what's it called grind? To level 200. Because this is one of our main goals now. It's not in the title, but I want to go get 200 stonemason. I meant to do this 2 days ago, but we didn't have enough time to finish it. We're going to do it today off of just knowledge. I don't actually plan to train stonemason directly, though. I'm just going to feed knowledge into it until it gets there. Which is about 10 levels, 11 levels? It shouldn't take that long. They're doing off of knowledge only. We'll take it a little bit longer than it would otherwise. Just because I have no stones to really go train it with directly at the moment. Not until 200. Then we get access to tier 5 basalt. But yeah, we're going to be doing the multi-20 drop method. 5 times so that we can get it with one less trip. But I personally haven't rushed to combat. If I was to, it's definitely going to be watch person. But I also want to get detective XP with it. I don't want to leave detective behind. Even if it means we're getting worse combat XP. I'd rather get them both up at once rather than separate them. As in Chronopolis, you can basically tie them together. It's worse combat XP per hour, but you're gaining a ton of detective along with it. Which is more overall XP per hour, just less specifically for combat. Compared to doing combat only. But it's not even that much worse. It's only when you're at like a super big penalty is it kind of a little bad. Alright, there we go. Grab that iron ore so I remember to go do one tile over. I do have to pick up the iron ore at some point so it doesn't despawn. Also, I gotta make sure I pre-drop the potion at some point. Oh, wait, never mind. I don't have to pre-drop the potion. I need to grab 1 iron on the final set. Just so I don't despawn the potion. Because that'd be bad. Do you think it's fine to rely on the weapon drops as opposed to doing weapon crafting? Yeah, it's perfectly fine. Even more so when trading comes into the game. The only thing that makes it really clunky right now is you might go unlucky for a long duration of time. And you have no way to fix that because you can't trade and you can't make your own. That's one of the main things that makes crafting good for it. Is you can always do it at a certain interval regardless of what your RNG is to get a good weapon. So you don't need to depend on good RNG. But, it's a lot less relevant when trading comes out. Because whenever you're missing a good item, you just simply buy it from someone. This is going to make you dependent on trading whenever you get unlucky. The only big issue with it right now is if you go on a super long unlucky streak, there's no way to fix it. Other than to keep doing combat with the bad gear you have. Whereas the current way to fix it is, of course, production skills. And just make like a new weapon every 20, 30 levels or so, if you don't get any good drops in that time. And you can also double use the same item. You can make it a 3-star initially, then upgrade it to a 4-star later down the line. Since there's no special attacks yet. Because using a 3-star is not that much worse DPS. Like if you're upgrading a 4-star like 30, 40 levels with a 3-star, but then upgrading that 3-star later down the line by like 20 levels to make it into a 4-star. Alright, let me go grab this right there. Drop that. Take all. Drop that. There we go. The reason I picked up the other stack is it will actually despawn if we don't. But picking up the first stack once gives it enough time that it will stay there. And I'm putting that on the exact tile because the bank is right over there. And the whole reason I'm doing this is we have to bank one less time. If we kept banking every 20, we'd have to go there, what? We'd have to go there 5 times. Or no, sorry, 6 times? Yeah, we'd have to go there 6 times, whereas doing it this way, we'd only have to go there 5 times. So it saves us having to walk to the bank one whole time. Because I definitely want to bank all these. We need that for smithing XP. As well as for the product. This makes our 199 rapier and goes all the way to 340 as well. It also makes a half decent shield that can only be 200 plus, but would be the shield we'd use all the way to like level 350. Also, if the physical weapon's any good later down the line, it would also be one of our best neutral weapons. Like ranged weapons if we want to go like full neutral. I don't think that would be as much of a thing that you'll do though, but it depends what the special attack is. A lot of things are dependent on that, on if the weapon's going to be viable or not. Because right now, the main things that are viable are the main things of your element, like Crayon Knight for blue, Hammer Mage for yellow, so on and so forth. As well as just whatever your higher attack speed weapons are in general. Those are like the 2 main determining factors. Whereas later down the line, a big determining factor will be how does the special attack work. Because it might be worth using a bad weapon now, just because it's a really good special attack that you would use like once per fight. Or because it's worth using an elemental weakness special attack. Like right now, Cryo Knight would basically never use a Necromay damage. Or even Pyromay. Like it wouldn't use Death or Fire damage. It's just not needed with how bad its weapons are for it. But special attacks could completely change that. They could be viable enough where we would want to carry both. Our ranged weapon and our melee weapon that corresponds to it. But right now, you'd barely even go out of your way for one, if even either. But down the line, it might be worthwhile to make both. And get them both their special attack and use it. I know we're going to have to wait and see. There's a lot about it we don't currently know. And that's the biggest thing when it comes to clash choice as well is, we don't know what the special attacks are going to ultimately do. I assume a lot of them will have somewhat samey special attacks. Not in the sense that all of them will feel like the same character. But in the sense that I feel like all of them are going to have something that can, like, you know, immobilize the enemy for a short duration. Cryo Knight might just be a little bit better at it. All of them will probably have at least one way to heal or lifesteal off an ability. It's just Guardian might do that a little bit better. So on and so forth. All of them will have a DPS special attack, but Hammer Mages might be the best. They're going to have like similar, but they're going to do it to a different degree. Where one class is probably going to do it better than the other two. And the kind of weapon that it's on is probably going to be different. Like Hammer Mage's freeze attack is probably on its 2-hand freeze weapon. Whereas for something like Guardian or Hammer Mage, it might be on their range weapon or something. And it would be a way lower duration than what Cryo Knight could do. But Cryo Knight would have the restriction of having to be in melee range. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. I do feel like they're going to have a lot of overlap, though. Just one class doing it better than the other two. Because he kind of has to for balance reasons. Otherwise, there might be one class that's just way, way, way better than the other two. We're already almost halfway to our level, though in all fairness, we did kind of already start from more than 0. But we're halfway there, technically. Almost. And 2 more knowledge for my next stonemason level. So yeah, it does look like we're going to need to scrap together 10 knowledge for stonemason. Doesn't matter how. Ideally, I want to do it with a mine to Metubin skill. If I don't have it by 213 mining, which we likely won't, I think the game plan is to go mine fighter then. It's either mine fighter or dunk bones, but I feel like mine fighter's more fun for stream. I'll probably try to dunk the bones off stream. I'll definitely have to dunk some of them on stream though, eventually. But for now, we'll probably do it off stream if we can. I think we have like 3,000 bones that need dunking right now between today, what we already had, and everything else. It is a very big number. Bare minimum at least 2,000, but probably closer to 3,000. Which I'm not sure how many you can dunk per hour, but I know for sure it's not that many. It's definitely not 3,000. Maybe 1,000 an hour? I'm not sure. I never really paid much attention to how many bars you can smith per hour or how many stones you can etch. Even though I've done both of them to 200 basically. I never really kept track of it to the exact dot. I feel like it's slightly less than 1,000 per hour, which means doing all of our bones would be like 3 to 4 hours. I'll try to do most of it off stream though. Particularly the low tier ones. Because of course the low tier ones, even though I still want to dunk them, the amount of XP they're going to give towards our bar is very, very small. Now, I need to drop all and take exactly 1 stone. Might seem weird why we're doing that, but it's mostly just so we don't delete our potion. Or more so we don't delete 1 stone. Otherwise we'll accidentally delete a stone later. When we drop our potion. Because now when I drop my potion, it won't delete anything from the ground. As there's a ground limit of 100 items, and there's currently 99 on the ground. I don't know that number says 98. It's one more than whatever that says. It's a weird number in convention right now. Where whenever it says something, like it says iron ore plus 98. What it really means is that iron ore means 1 iron ore and then 98 more. It's a little confusing right now. But it's saying plus 98 means 99. Also, I just realized this is the first time we've been mining since we got to 200 mining cape. Which is rather ironic. We're 212 mining, and this is the first time we're wearing our 200 mining cape while mining. It just never really came up until now. Oh, I gotta drop potion. What am I doing? Gotta drop iron on one, drop potion on the other. And then we bank, 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 bank. And the whole reason why we did this whole little shuffle here is, for one, it's 0 time because you gotta wait for the spawn anyways. But on top of that, it saves having to bank once. Which isn't that much, but it saves about, what, 10 tiles? Or even more depending on where you're banking from. Which is almost 20 tiles if you're going, like, from all the way here. Oh yeah, we got back to mining. We were just mentioning it's the first time we're doing mining since we got to 200 mining cape. Oddly enough. But the main reason being is I gotta get 215 mining manually before we get 226 smithing AFK. And that's gonna happen in another like 5, 6, 7 days. So yeah, at some time between now and, you know, about a week from now, we gotta manually go from 212 to 215. So we're throwing a level in right now. Or assume a whole level, might as well. I'm also trying to get stonemason to level 200 right now. Which is the other reason why we're doing this. Because ideally I'd want to be training a skill that's in this area so we could double dip the XP pot. And now I'm clicking escape just to get through these menus a little quicker. And always bank, 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 bank. There's the whole reason why we put it over here. Yeah, there we go. And that is 1 bank of iron. And now we do it again. Actually, I should have grabbed that potion on the next cycle. I just wasted 1 tick. Oh no. So inefficient. Yeah, that's how we bank our iron these days. Works out pretty well. I should have grabbed the potion on the next cycle, but that's fine. Trying to make it slightly better. It doesn't have to be perfect. But yeah, that saves having to go to the bank 1 whole time compared to doing 20 at a time. Someone just got level 4 mining. Absolutely massive. It definitely feels really satisfying when you get 20 in this area, I do have to say, though. Because that's what you need for the quest requirement. Yeah, this cycle is when I should have grabbed the potion. Because you have so much downtime that's free. You waste 0 seconds to grab it. This is kind of the whole point of this premise, is to use the downtime between waiting for the spawn to get value. You could also wide farm and do more than just the iron. But, I don't know, I really need the iron. I feel like as a Cryo Knight, you would care about the iron a lot more. Whereas an average class would probably wide farm this area. Because you can buy bones from the other shop during the downtime as well. Which, I don't know, it just feels too pricey to do that. I know quite a few people have been doing that, though. If you're going to buy them anyways, you should definitely be doing it while you're mining iron. If you're any class that isn't, like, well, particularly Guardians. But particularly non-Cryo Knights who really want that smithing level. Because we want as little downtime as possible between, us getting the iron and getting back to doing more iron. I just realized that shop is actually the closest to a bank of any of them, though. If you want to mass buy bones, it is easier to do than mass buying stones or mass buying ore. Both of those are way further away. That does assume you have the storage rift, though. But obviously most people would have that. It's definitely high priority to get, that's for sure. Getting to chapter 5 even requires it. How many enchantments you have on the pickaxe? 30 currently. But we're on level 30 pick. Level 30. For a 31% bonus, 11 from enchant. It's actually the only tool I have above level 25. I plan to stop at 25 on most of them. But that one is the one exception. And the main reason for it is it gains the biggest amount of benefit of any tool in the game. It is used for every active activity except for minecarts and blast mining. And it's used for every AFK activity except for gold panning. Meaning it's used for over 80% of every activity active and AFK that you can use it for. There's no tool that comes even close to that. I think the next closest is not even 50%. If you count AFK activities. And the pickaxe is over 80% of every activity you can do with the skill. Like, if you were doing any one tool ever, is like the only one you should be doing. Like, if you were to go and, like, maximize any one tool, it has the biggest amount of benefit by far. Now, we're almost there. What is that? 9 more knowledge until we get 200 stonemason. And then we move on to bone rights. No, I need to go dunk all my bones before I do that. I would hate to have to do that later to stream, but I think I might have to. Start dunking all them bones. Gotta start deep frying them. You just made you realize you could take bones to the storage rift. You're running all the way to the shop. Yeah, it's closer doing the storage rift if you have access to it. I'm not sure by how many tiles, but it's definitely closer using the storage rift if you are buying them. It gets pretty pricey to do it at a high level range, though. But yeah, if you are going to be buying bones, it is quicker to store it through the storage rift than it is to bring it to the box. By a decent margin. I think it's like 30% quicker. Never actually timed it or tested how many tiles it is, but yeah, it's quite a bit of a longer walk going to the bone box compared to the storage rift. Oh yeah, not having the deep mine teleport. Yeah, I'm so glad I finally got that on the 2 alts. Because I had to run there about like 6 times for the AFK activity before I unlocked it. Because I just didn't bother doing it on them. Because I was waiting till they completely finished the quest. We actually did that a couple of days ago. Whatever title of the stream had the Mind of Metubin thing in it. The Metubin's Legacy. We ended up running Metubin's Legacy on both accounts. One of them was pretty easy. The other one I had to farm until we got a 4-star weapon. And then it just kind of obliterated it after that. Because it was pretty underleveled. I think it finished at level 20. Whereas the other one was already at level 22 and didn't have as much of an issue at it. It's a level 35 boss. So it was a little rough trying to fight it pre-20. But yeah, level 20 is enough to beat it. I think I waited till like almost 25 or 20 on the main account. But it's definitely doable at 20. Yeah, that's pretty much how you do it. You just keep walking from side to side of the room and heal pot. You also ideally want to be using a non-max attack speed weapon. You actually want a slower attack speed weapon. It's actually what got us killed on the one account over and over again. Because it was Guardian doing it at a low level. And a high-speed attack weapon was really bad. You ideally want to be using a 5-tick or 6-tick. The slower, the better. Pretty much anytime you're cheesing a boss, it's actually better to use a slow-hitting weapon. As you need to kite it around, and you don't want to keep using a high weapon, or your guy will keep auto-retaliating and standing there. And he'll stand around less if you're using a slow weapon. Or using a ranged weapon from a distance, either or. Because that will make it so he doesn't get dragged. Also, I just realized, me going that extra tile actually doesn't do anything. Or does it? Can you actually grab an item from that tile? I never actually tried. I need to test that on my next cycle. Because if so, I can actually go 1 tile less. Or who knows, maybe even 1 tile more. Because going to that tile, I just realized, I don't think that actually saves us a tile at all. Because if you can diagonal the other tile, it doesn't actually save you a tile. I'm just not sure if you can diagonal pick that up from a wall. If it wasn't a wall there, I'd probably say yes. But the wall is what's throwing me off. I'm not sure if you can grab an item through a wall. Yeah, one way to find out. Let's go test it right now. Can you grab an item from a wall? You can. Alright, new tech found. We can save 1 tile. That or I have to go 1 tile deeper. But I actually don't need to put it on the tile I've been putting it on. Because you can corner wall that grab it from the exact same tile you would have grabbed the other one. Well, eventually you go to the right tile. There we go. Yeah, trees definitely refresh faster. I noticed that a little bit when I was doing the other trees, but you really notice it when you're doing like mining or some other similar activity. Where the spawns are noticeably slower compared to trees. There's one big issue mining really has, particularly stone mining. Where you mine 6 and then have to wait around for the respawn. Or either you have to do an activity nearby or just wait. Or cycle some other resource or something. Because it is very slow respawn time. Iron luckily doesn't have as big of an issue. Any of the 10 rocks don't as badly. It's mostly the stone that have a big issue with that. The 6 stone cycles have a really big delay on them currently. Yeah, we grabbed our 1 iron. We dropped our potion. We're ready to bank. Just gotta go get this full inventory. And now we're good to go. Was that 500 Mind Fighter? Ooh. Is that max tier Cryonet armor? I was gonna say, I thought that looked a little different. I think he's in max tier. But yeah, the main reason why me putting it down there doesn't actually help is you're forced dragged up to this tile anyways. So having on that other tile is the exact same distance. The only way it would be closer is if I move it 1 closer this way. But the problem with that is you can't even click it in time. So yeah, I think we put it 1 tile over. It saves us 1 tile per cycle to get that back in time. Which also gives us 1 extra tile of downtime to be able to make mistakes if we do make any. So I'm going to start putting it over there then. 1 tile above this section right here. Because I keep having to waste 1 tile to get there, which normally isn't a big deal as long as you get back in time. But it gives you more time to get back. So in case you make a mistake anywhere else. So yeah, I'm going to start moving it to that tile then. Because you can just grab it through the corner. I wasn't sure if you could grab it through the wall, but yeah, you definitely can. So I'm going to start putting it on the corner tile rather than on the railroad. Well, it'll still be on the railroad, just a different part of the railroad. Oh no, didn't RuneScape used to have that problem too? Where male and female armor look so similar? Until they eventually changed it. I'm pretty sure that was the case like way back when. Oh no, he added pink and hot pink to chapter 4 though. I just realized we're going to do a triple diagonal when we do this. I just now realized that. It's going to be funny. Tic-tac-toe, 3 in a row. Okay, we're going to do a triple diagonal. Because I always do the iron diagonal so we don't have to go an extra tile. But then we're also going to do the other one in that diagonal so we don't have to go an extra tile. And the potion goes on the other one. Because that would be on path. We wouldn't even have to go off route. This one should go right here. Then the potion goes right there. I'll do it right now just for the sake of it. And then the full pile goes on the other tile. And this will make it so we always make it back in time. The potion we can drop as we move. The first set goes there, so I remember to move it to the other tile. And then we move all of them to the other tile diagonal from there. And then we'll get our triple diagonal. Yeah, we got it down to a science now. I'm pretty sure this is as tile perfect as you could possibly get it now. I can't think of any other way to save more tiles than what we've had at this point. There's like the maximum amount of tile saving. So you'll always make it back for your next iron cycle. And the bank is just as far away as it is there as it was at the other tile. So when we do bank, it's the same amount of time. The only annoying thing is maybe the camera angle, because I do have to get it past the wall now. Because whenever I go through here, I gotta then get it from the wall area. Shouldn't be too big a deal. We'll find out when we go bank this time around. After like 4 more inventories. Or actually 5 more. So we gotta get 120, so we can do 5 bank instead of 6. There's all reason why we're even doing it. Is it saves 1 bank run. Which saves at least like 15 tiles or something, if not more. All this just a bank. Oh, no, I'm so paranoid about banking everything. I wasn't as worried about it for the leaks and everything, but, oh no, purple's starting to catch up to our Santa. One more purple elf and our Santa's gonna be up past. Come on, Santa, you got this. But we haven't traded for a single red Santa, and so I actually got our highest number. It's about to be repassed by purple elf, though. Alright, so now we go to the diagonal tile. And it should be the same bank speed as the other thing. It's the exact same distance as before. It's just on a different tile that's easier to cycle here. The whole reason why we wanted to move it over 1 is it brings us here 1 tile quicker. So if we have any delay on a run, we won't have we have 1 extra tile of leeway, basically. Otherwise, I would have gone to that rock 1 tile slower. So that's the main reason why I moved it over by 1. Because every time we'd have to go over a whole additional tile. But now it's 1 less per cycle. Which is 1 more whole tile of leeway when we go back there. It's not a lot, but, you know. It saves 0.375 seconds sometimes. It adds up. And that's per every 10, not even every 20. Which I guess it is every 20, is it? I don't know. It's every something. Every 20 at the slowest. It should save 0.75 seconds. But hey, we're on efficiency mode. We weren't for like the first month or so, but we definitely are now for some things. Not everything though, because I always bank everything even if it's inefficient. That's more so a me thing. Just feels so bad not banking stuff, even if it's not worth it. There's just a lot of resources I can't bother dropping on the ground. Some I will, but there's definitely a lot I never will. Particularly when we start getting to like tier 3, tier 4, tier 5, tier 6. I have no clue how anyone could drop tier 6 to the ground. I can't even fathom doing such a thing. Even Carbony's tier 6, I will probably bank every single one. Even if they haven't added a better bank by then. I can grab my potion again. I'm gonna need that any second now. I'll drink it next cycle. Only problem is we're gonna get popped up like crazy here. Until they fix this mechanic at some point. Hopefully they will. They put like a band-aid fix on it earlier with the knowledge point change. Hopefully a more permanent solution will eventually come though. There we go, 198 stonemason, 2 to go. 8 more knowledge, technically 7 if the other 5% get enough. So 7 more knowledge. We'll finish the 213 mining, and whatever we have left is probably going to be dunking of the bones, honestly. I really need to do them at some point. We've been collecting so many without dunking any. This might be the time to finally dunk some. I'll only dunk the higher tier ones, though. Like the bones we collected today, basically. I'll dunk only what we collected today. I won't dunk any of the older ones. I'll save those for off stream. Or like the lower XP ones. I still want to dunk them, but they're going to give so little XP. But I'll dunk only what we gathered today. I think it's a nice middle ground. Just so we're not dunking like 3,000. It'd only be like several hundred. Or however many we got today, I don't even know. We'll find out. Wait, did I just miss the pile? Wait, how's... Oh, I moved it on the previous tile. I see what happened. I accidentally put my pile in the previous location of where I would put the pile. I'm doing it at that tile now. Out of habit, I still put it on the other one. Yeah, there's no need to go the extra tile there, though. They both do the same thing when you're banking. When I originally made that setup, I just assumed you couldn't go through a wall, but apparently you can grab items through a wall. It only cares if you're adjacent to the tile. It does not care if there's a wall in the way. Alright, 1/4 of a level to go. We're so close, yet so far. This will also catch our mining level to our smithing. Our smithing's definitely going to keep racing above it. Until we start to AFK the mining one. Which we can do at any point we get to 215. Which is the cutoff is before 216 smithing. But technically we can start doing it, even if we're only 220 smithing. It's just at 226 smithing we have to go to it. We can technically do it prior. No, I hate when that happens. I sometimes do it based on audio cue. But it makes it so you can actually cancel your action before it goes through. I gotta remember to go pick up one rock. I feel like I sometimes forget it. Which leads to an awkward juggle. And the only reason we pick up one rock is so our potion dropping doesn't delete one. Otherwise we'll delete a rock every time. Which isn't that big a deal, it's only 1 iron, but... if you bought it from a shop, 1 iron tier 5 is like 4 or 5 silver. Those things aren't cheap. Alright, banking time. Should be enough. Yeah, that's not too bad. Yeah, the diagonal is perfectly fine. You get plenty of time to click on it, and the wall's not even in the way. I thought it was a lot more in the way than it looked earlier. But, nope. As long as you change your camera angle. This is definitely the way we're going to be doing it then. This is way better. Saves us one whole tile. And then we go back. I think 2 more full sets of doing that again, and I think we'll have 213 mining. Just got to do a full bank like that 2 more times, which will bank 240 more iron. And that should be 213, hopefully. Fingers crossed. If not, we'll just go do 20 at a time until we're there. Because we won't have enough to do a 3rd set for sure. Hopefully 2 sets will be enough. Worst comes to worst, I could go do 2 sets of blast mining as well. I think I have 2 inventories full worth of them. So I just realized we gained a lot of gathering levels today. It's amazing how much quicker it goes when you dump knowledge into a skill that you're training. Because I don't do that too often. Like, just keep mass knowledging whatever skill we're actively doing at the moment. But it really speeds it up. Because we started at like 70 something, I'm pretty sure. We're at like 94 right now. In all fairness, I think it was 79, so it wasn't that much off. Like at that point, I was basically 80. Oh, so if you wonder why I do that one diagonal there, it does save 1 tile. Though there's enough time that generally doesn't save us anything. It's just we already have to walk to the other tile later anyway, so it's not any extra time to pick it up from there at any other spot. Because we got to pick up at least 1 set in order for it not to despawn. Because this activity takes longer than 10 minutes to do a bank. So if we don't reset the very first pile, it gets deleted. So I always put it at a slightly different tile, but still within range of the other tile. Just so we don't forget to go pick it up and put it on the right tile. Otherwise, it will get deleted. As this full cycle takes like 11, 12 minutes, I think? Somewhere around there. Definitely some number bigger than 10. But lower than 12. I have yet to actually time it directly. But based on the despawn timers, we know it's sometime between then. Like 10.5 to 11 minutes per 120. Which means per hour, we actually kind of already know how much iron ore this is. This is at least 600 iron ore an hour. It's actually slightly more than that. But bare minimum, it's 600 iron ore an hour. Which means if you super try-harded, couldn't you get, wait, what does that come out to? I said 600 times that. Yeah, that would be over, if you really wanted to go heavy on it. Though I would not advise it. Yeah, you could get over 10,000 iron ore in one day. Maybe a tier 6 will do that one day. Definitely not a tier 5, though. But if you did nothing but mine literally all day, you could have over 10,000 iron in a day then. Not something we're doing anytime soon, I assure you. But, hey, fun stream one time if we don't know what else to do. I would need at least tier 6, though. Which is like 300 something mining. We're nowhere near. If we ever wanted to power mine one day, try going for that 10,000 plus iron ore stack in one day. There's gonna be so much smithing to do after, though. I didn't even think about it. Can you actually mine more per hour than you can smith? Oh, I need to double check the timing on smithing down the line. I'm pretty sure you can smith more than you can mine. You definitely can for stones, that's for sure. Just not sure about bars. And the reason I say that for stone is because they have such a long downtime. I just realized it's not even Friday, is it? Something about Christmas made me think it was already Friday today. Yeah, it's definitely Thursday. Oh, that's interesting. You can't do a movement when you already have a queued up action. When you have a menu open, you can't do middle click for it. That's the same issue with the minimap right now as well. Minimap only allows you to left click. If you set a different key to do minimap, like I'm clicking middle click right now, it actually won't move at all. As you click on left click. It doesn't matter what you have it bind to, it'll always prioritize left click, it looks like. And that's actually the same when you have a menu open, apparently. Like I'm trying to middle click move when I have a menu open. But it actually won't let me. Like right there, I'm trying to click the move and it won't let me. But it seems to only be letting me when I do a left click. I wonder if they're ever going to change that or not. It's a really small thing. I highly doubt too many people are trying to move that way. But I have it set to also be able to middle click to move. But when you have a menu open, it doesn't work. And when you do it on minimap, it doesn't work. Only left click works. Something will probably change in the future, but it's one of those small quality of life things. Really low priority, but, you know, on the list of things that would have probably eventually get done. You've noticed that mining in Brighter Shores makes you hungry? Honestly, same. I was literally thinking of dessert. Because I haven't been able to dig as much into the cheesecake. Oh yeah, also, she finally ended up going with the cheesecake, by the way. We were ended up trying like a bunch of pies and other things. She settled on the cheesecake, but yeah, I haven't even dug into the cheesecake yet. We have so many other desserts, I still haven't even gotten into it yet. But yeah, I was actually thinking of that while mining. Yeah, I'm not sure why. It makes me hungry too. Not sure what it is. It's also because I haven't ate anything yet today. Which doesn't help. I have so much leftovers to hit through from Christmas, though. I was mentioning it earlier. I have enough leftovers to last me probably till Sunday. Between everything we have. Because it's so click intensive? It's not that much more click intensive. Compared to doing bones with pre-walking. Because one nice thing about this is there's no pre-walk. We're doing like a weird like ground juggle so that we can bank better. But there's no pre-walking that you have to do on any of these. Now a single one requires a pre-walk. Unlike that one bone we were doing earlier, that was like 5 tiles that we had to save with pre-walking. And for whatever reason, Unbi wasn't doing it. There's one thing that really surprised me. Because someone was mentioning an efficient method that Unbi was doing earlier. But then we were watching him doing the bones, and he was missing 5 tiles every cycle. He wasn't pre-walking the east-west priority at all. He just always just clicked on the resource, which lost about 5 tiles per cycle. Which isn't a lot, but, you know, it adds up. The weirder part is people around him are doing it. Even, like, people half his level. He still kept clicking. I assume he's just doing it out of convenience. More so than anything. I would assume by now he would know about it. Is it what I'm doing now, pre-walking? Because you click on the floor before the node. Going over there, not really. Generally, the pre-walk is mostly just to make it so whenever you have to go to a tile... Like, basically, whenever you click on a node, it forces you to a tile. It prioritizes east and west whenever you go to that tile. Just like it does in old school RuneScape. You know, when he first coded it back in the day. You know, original RuneScape. But, 1 second, I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing here. There we go. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. But, pre-walking is generally when you're trying to go to a different tile than what the game would force you to. It's hard to show while doing this because there's nothing that is a good example while doing this because you don't need to do it while doing this. But, whenever you click on an action, it will force you to a tile. And if 2 distances are the exact same away, it'll force you to the east or west of it, rather than south or north. It'll always prioritize east and west. And generally you pre-walk in order to make sure that it prioritizes you that it prioritizes you south or north, rather than east or west. But unless you manually click a walk, it'll always go east or west instead. And this is really problematic with some nodes because it will cost you 2 tiles. Sometimes it'll cost you 1 tile, other times it will cost you 2. It depends what kind of node it is, like if you can walk through it or not. But when we were doing the bones earlier, there was one that costs 2 and 3 other ones that cost 1 if you don't pre-walk it. Whereas you don't have to pre-walk any of these irons because, I guess I'm still kind of slightly pre-walking when I do that. That's mostly just for the respawn though, because the node hasn't respawned yet. But none of them need like a certain angle when you're doing what we're doing right now. Like we don't need a pre-walk to a tile in order to get the right angle. The only reason I'm slightly pre-walking to them now is just so the respawn is ready to go. Because you can't click the wall to move to the tile currently. Like if I click a dead node, it's not going to start mining it when it's ready. So I guess I am somewhat pre-walking in that regard. But not in the regard that we're trying to get a specific angle. We're trying to show it on another rock. It's just impossible to show on this iron though. We were doing it a ton earlier if you saw the bone stuff. It doesn't save that much time, but every tile saved is roughly, what, 0.375 seconds? Which doesn't sound like a lot, but when we were saving 5 tiles on the other cycle, that's what? Like a little over a second and a half in time saved. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but you know, if you're doing it constantly, it saves a lot over time. And then I waste all that banking. Which is exceedingly inefficient. But hey, gotta save some somewheres. Though, oddly enough, doing this iron ore does not actually cut too many tiles when banking. When doing the bones earlier, it did. But banking is almost 0 time for iron. Not quite. But it's actually pretty quick, as you can see. Like, we just banked 6 inventories in, what? Like, not even a minute? It's really, really quick to bank iron. And there's a couple that are like that. Bone spikes and suave trees are really good for that, too. You bank them in almost 0 time compared to dropping them. A lot of foraging routes also almost 0 time bank. That's because a lot of foraging routes will route in, what you call it, you know, the rift. So a lot of them are like near 0 time banking as well. A big issue with the bones is they're all like a mile away from a bank. Like they're not that far, but they're far enough to not be convenient. It's the issue that a lot of gathering supplies have in general. And that the banks aren't that far away, but they're far enough to be really inconvenient to bank rather than drop. Whereas foraging can generally route a bank pretty easily normally. It doesn't always route it, but it can route it without going too far out of the way. Yeah, there's no need to play particularly efficiently. I played pretty much the first full month without doing anything efficiently at all. And we were still fine. We're still top 20 on leaderboards too, just because we played so much. Even when we were playing less than efficient. But now that we're doing like really long grinds, I have been trying to get a little bit more efficient at them. Because if we're going to have to do it for like tens of hours, then yeah, we generally want to save like an hour if we can. It's like a few seconds here and there don't sound like a lot, but over a long duration of time, they really start to add up. There's a few inefficient things that we have still been doing, though. Like, realistically, I should be drinking a mining pot literally every single time I go back there. Because there's enough downtime that I can zero-time drink it. And it's also taking up zero inventory space, so there's no reason why I shouldn't be other than money. But hey, that's like 2.5 gold every single time, or silver, I mean. It starts to add up. That's like 1 iron ore. I really should be doing that more often, though. I just can't be bothered to keep chucking it every 2 minutes. It's so annoying. It's one mechanic I really hate in the current state of the game. If you truly want to ultra min-max, you gotta drink a pot every 2 minutes. Like right now, I should be drinking one. Because it's 0 time since we have to wait for the spawn anyways. And even once a tool belt comes in, that doesn't fix the fact you have to drink them 30 times an hour. I really hope they eventually scale it so higher tier potions last for longer than 2 minutes. I feel like every single potion tier should add like at least 1 minute. Or at least 30 seconds, but a minute seems cleaner. That way by the time you hit 10%, it would be what, 7 minutes? Yeah, it'd be a 7-minute potion at 10%. I don't know, that doesn't sound too broken. You can't drop anything, even level 2 fish. Oh gosh, I do drop those. Especially the ones that are shop only. Though the main thing I do with the fish is to sell them to the market. Though I have heard you don't do just eel and puffer all the way. Like I think at my current level of 50, I actually have to move to manta rays. And I think manta rays you do have to drop to the ground. Because the closest bank is not worth it. Maybe at a higher tier I would bank them, but I definitely wouldn't bank tier 1. Tier 2 I probably would because I need it for my next cooking when I get them. But tier 1 I'm definitely dropping to the ground. Tier 2 and higher I might keep. I believe the bank is really bad for them though. I forget where they're located. But I know it's nowhere near storage rift. Like nowhere's near. Alright, it's definitely the last set we're going to need to do. I'm definitely going to finish off the set though. Even if we already hit 213 beforehand. And then I guess we're going to do some bone dunking. Maybe some combat too. Because I want to keep doing Mines of Methodical activities until we have 200 stonemason. Not by actually training 200 stonemason, but by dumping knowledge while doing things in Mines of Methodical. Just so we can double dip the XP pot. Like, right here is where I should be going for a potion drink. Like, right when I go right here. We should go chug, chug, chug. And then hit rock. It should spawn pretty much immediately. And then that lasts for the whole cycle. And then we do it again. That's what I should be doing, but keep not doing. I should probably even do it on the other cycle. Just so we get it in between. So we don't have to do the drop, just so we can get the next hit quicker. I don't think we're delaying much when we do it that way, though. But we're almost at our goal. 213. A few more rocks. I will wait till we finish the full bank, though. So as soon as we get 120 on the ground, well, you know, 100 on the ground, 20 in the inventory, we'll go and stop mining then. Well, we're already partway through. Might as well finish our cycle. But there we go. 213. We need 215 soonish. But we'll do the rest later. We're not going to do it right now. As long as we chip like half a level whenever we go and do it, we should be fine. Or even a whole level. I say half because we technically just did a half right now. That felt like a pretty good amount. As long as we chip a half level, like once every other day, we should have it before we need the smithing. Because at 226, we have to do 215 mining AFK. Which means I would need 215 mining by then. But we got a week. It's not going to take that long to get 2 more levels at some point. Right now I'm just going to finish this cycle and bank it all, and then we're out of here. I guess we head over to bone dunking, since we're already in the area. Might as well. we're like right here already. I'm only going to dunk what we got today, though. I'm not going to dunk any more than what we got today. Which should be the 2 highest tiers. We got like 23 of one, and then like several hundred of the other. I'm just going to dunk today's bones. The rest I'll dunk some other time. And it should get us to 200 stonemason as well. It's not in the title, but that is one big milestone we'll be hitting today. I meant to do it on Christmas Eve, but I had to end too early because of Christmas Eve. Well, we get it done today. Not really in a rush to get it. We already got our main objective from it already. That we used to make our 206 4-star weapon that we're using right now. Which is technically also our first 200 plus craft. We can't do it perpetually because we don't have 200 bone rate, but, you know, that's a problem we'll be fixing soon. And then we can start doing a 199 stonemason into a 199 bone rate into whatever our blacksmithing level is. I guess to some degree we are technically pre-walking while doing this. Well, you don't need it for a certain angle, you need it because you can't click on a dead ore. Not sure if they're ever going to change that or not, especially when queuable actions come out. Because it's going to make queuable actions a little bit less viable if you can't queue an action on a dead resource. Which you might not be able to. Because currently you can't. Unless they're changing that when queuable actions come out. Should you do 200 scout before you jump into the mines? I would definitely jump into the mines. There's a lot of value you can get there. Even if you're a guardian, it's still worthwhile. So you can start getting bone rate and everything up. Oh, I gotta grab one stone. I always forget this guy. Gotta grab you and drop you. It's not required, but it saves 1 iron. Otherwise, 1 iron will get deleted if we don't do a little shuffle there. You're a Hammer Mage? Well, Hammer Mage still gains benefit. Oh, they all gain a benefit from Chapter 3. It really just depends on how you want to go about it. It's just the main reason you would stay in Hope Forest longer is because you're a Guardian. If you're not a Guardian, yeah, definitely move to Chapter 3. Because Cryo Knights and Hammer Mages need Chapter 3 really badly. Because of mining into their main production skill. Guardians can get away way longer without going to Chapter 3, though. Since they mostly need Gather, Woodcutting, and Carpentry. And Scout, which are all things in Chapter 2. Guardians are definitely the best free-to-play class currently in the game, by far. As you get access to all your good stuff pretty much in free-to-play. At least from a gathering perspective. But Cryo Knights and Hammer Mages' main gathering skill is Members Locked. All the way in Chapter 3 for mining. Alright, we're done mining now, by the way. I'm just banking the last little bit that we have here. And then we're gonna go dunk some bones! I'm only gonna dunk what we got today, though. I'm not gonna dunk anything more than that, even though there's like a billion more bones in there. I'm actually curious to see what our stacks are at, because honestly, I have no clue. I do plan to dunk them all, just not today. I'm only gonna dunk today's collection. Alright, let's see. Let's grab our potion. Or potions. I can't believe we let another 40-something despawn today, though. That hurts. Alright, let's go do a bone check real quick. Oh, the eels are on top of each other. You can actually see the silhouette of the other one. That's funny. Alright, what's the damage? How many bones do we have? Oh, gosh. Was this from today? Oh, no. Isn't this today's bone stack? No, we didn't do those today. I think we did femurs. It's not much better. Wait, how many do I have to go dunk later? 2,000? 4,000? About 5,000? Oh gosh, another 1,000. Why do I have so many bones undunked? Alright, anyways, let's get to it. Where's the one from today, though? I want to do today's only. What is today's bones? Wait. I'll find it. That's not how you find it. I guess it's the 2 highest tier. Oh no, do it through Gather. That'll be easier. Today's bones were like the ribs, the 23 ribs that are in there. Or the 23 goat horns, and anything that says femur shard. Where are the femur shards at? Femur shard. Alright, it's those. Alright, we gotta dunk about 1,000 then. Plus these 23, wherever they are. Where are they? Where's the 23? There they are. So I'm gonna dunk these 23. And then we're gonna go dunk apparently 1,000 of the femur shard. Because that's how many we got today. Well, let it begin. Hey, I gotta hit the stack at some point. Today's the day we finally start hitting through some. This is the whole reason why we're doing Gather after all. It's for the bone right XP. But yeah, we have, wow, almost 5,000 bones we gotta dunk. I'm only doing 1,000 of them today, though. It's just the femur shards we collected. The rest I do plan to dunk, though. Just not on stream. Same as those, like, 500 ore we gotta go do. At least this doesn't need gas. At least we won't have to stop at all to ever get eels. Or the gas leeches, or whatever they're called. And of course, we're dumping everything into stonemason. Eventually into bone right, though. That's one of the whole reasons I want to go use all my bones. So I know where my gaps in bone right XP are. Also, I don't plan to use any of these bones, by the way. I plan to make armor out of them, assuming they can be made into armor. Otherwise, plan B is to save them for armor making. I mean, weapon making. For whenever we need to upgrade. But ideally, these bones will be used for armor making, which can help a lot in getting us 200. So I wonder why we're keeping so many spears. I'm hoping that they can be used for armor making. I'm like 90% certain they will be. And when they do, we are ready to go on 200 armor maker, that's for sure. Because I got a bunch of bars on hand. I'm going to have 1.5 billion bones on hand. And just also fill a lot of that low level range. Because all of these are low-level bones. Which for now, XP-wise, is not the greatest, but when it comes to low-level crafting, when it comes to, what's it called? To armor maker, we'll be like good to go all the way to 100, if not further. Probably even further. Alright, now we're going to do the main one, the femur shard. So that means we got 1,000 today. That's interesting. It seems like we get 1,000 whenever we do the bones. I've noticed. It seems to always be around 1,000. But yeah, these were the 79s that we did to 94 today. But yeah, we got 1,000 of them. Technically a bit less because I went over to the leaks at some point. If we didn't go over to the leaks, it definitely would have been closer to like 1,500. I did the leaks for better XP rate and just dropped them on the ground. In a few situations where I didn't feel bad doing it. Also, I will probably go waste the tiles in order to keep banking, just to keep my potion on my inventory. There's going to be a waste to keep dunking only 5. But anyways, if anyone has any questions or conversation topics, now would be a great time. Because this is the most downtime we're going to have all stream. Because we got about 1,000 of these to go. I'm not going to do all of them, just all from today. Which means 1,000. If we did all, we'll be here for like 6,000 bones. I know we're just going to do the 1,000 we got today. Yep, hello. But yeah, I do plan to do most in the future off stream. And then just try to do whatever we gather on a given day on stream then. Because we got such a gigantic backlog of bones. If we go check right now. Like some of those 1,000 stacks look so scary. Even just look at the smaller one. The smaller one that gives even less XP than this, we got like 1,300 of. Honestly, I kind of want to go bank this potion. I think I might. And just telly back. It's such a waste though. I'm not sure which one wastes more. Going all the way back for a potion when we get 200%? Or, I don't know. Maybe I just drop it and try juggling it. It's so annoying having to pick it up every 9 minutes. But honestly, that's probably the best bet out of any option. Alright, timer, you're back. You've earned a new spot. There we go. Yeah, I go bank these, go to femur, grab that. Alright, let's keep going. Alright, I'm gonna set the timer, and whenever it expires, I pick up the potion. Hopefully we don't burn another stack today. But whenever that timer hits 0, I gotta pick it up. But yeah, look at that sweet bone right XP come in though. Every single time we see an XP drop, that is so many less items we ever need to make. Also, I am planning on getting to 200 using bones and knowledge only. We're not going to do any more AFK activities. And we're not going to be doing any actual equipment making. We are literally boning all the way to 200. And obviously filling out knowledge for whatever the gaps are, which there will be a lot of. Though, oddly enough, you know one thing that's kind of weird, though? Though I guess it's mostly because Gather isn't split up as much. But we're actually getting more bones from Gather than we are stones or bars from smithing. Or, you know, ores or stones. Because whenever I would go a category, we'd get way less than 1,000. Yet every single category for bone is over 1,000. And that's with a upgraded rake as well. It's not like it's not upgraded. I find that kind of interesting. As every single stone and ore we ever had was pretty much under 1,000. But every bone is over 1,000 whenever we collect them for the level range. I guess it's because we're mostly prioritizing the bones when we do gather as well. Like a lot of the alchemy supplies I'm not going for, but it still happened for some. Like even today we did leaks and we're still over 1,000. I did leaks for like 5 levels. All the way from 89 to 94. And we still had over 1,000 from Femur. Oh, wrong Femur. Oh, that's not the right one either. I'm sure it was easier to get to whatever last one you did. I'm sure it was like a last action on the deposit box or on the bone storage or any of them. So you'd like quick withdraw them. Yeah, this is really chill. What's the best part about this is you never need gas. So this is way better than doing like etch stones. I do have to say the etch stone animation I do find to be cooler though. Right now we're basically just working a deep fryer. Instead of fries or something, we're deep frying bones. Good old bones. But I do have to say, the animation is probably the coolest for stone, but gosh, is gas the most annoying mechanic ever? Where you occasionally have to waste in half an hour just getting more gas. It's not that often, but it feels bad every time you need to do it. Smithing has it too, but you can like half avoid it. And that's one nice thing about mining so much iron as well. That is going to be an issue when we do carbonice, but honestly, I might just leave a lot of carbonice on the ground. I'm probably going to do like 1,000 carbonice. And then afterwards, never touch it again. And just let the 231 passive, or whatever you call this, the 231 venture, and the 215 8th K just get us all the way to 239, which would also be an 8th K, at least until 247. Because I plan to almost full skip carbonice. We're going to bank like 1,000 or a few thousand, not drop any of them, and then never do it again. And just let the 215 8th K do the rest of the work. Because I don't want to drop the carbonice, but it's also too far to keep banking constantly. We're definitely going to do the 120 method that we were doing with the iron, though. Though we might have to double pick up the first two because it takes so much longer to bank. No! Grab it! There you go. Good thing that didn't cancel it all the way. I almost did. So bone rice past gas. Yes, they get to pass the gas. They do not need to do the gas at all for anything. It's the only one of the 3 production skills that can skip it. Because technically the only annoying part of bone right is actually making the equipment. And we're going to ignore that part by just dunking bones. So we're doing like the least annoying part. This makes bone right actually pretty chill. Because you don't have to worry about like a billion different timber related objects. Or even touch carpentry at all. It's one of the reasons I'm kind of skipping woodcutting and carpentry for now. Because we didn't need it for smithing. We didn't need it for stonemason. And we're not going to need it for 200 bone right with the way that we plan to do it. Because we're doing it simply by dunking bones and using knowledge. Hey, Blue Santa hat. How's my Blue Santa doing? It was being so bad earlier. Yeah, it's still my lowest. It's only 37. We've been doing so bad on Blue Santa. Same as Green Elf. Green Elf's one of my favorite ones too. It's almost my lowest. My lowest right now is orange, orange pudding. And our highest is oddly enough, Santa hat. Normal Santa hat without trading for any. It's eventually going to get passed by Purple Elf again probably though. But hopefully we can keep Red Santa as our highest. It's pure RNG if we do or don't. Not sure if I'm ever going to bother trading for some. Probably not. It seems like a waste of time. That could be a ton of XP that we could be getting. I don't know, are any of you guys trying to collect like 100 of a hat? Or 1,000 of a hat? Or like a big number of a hat? Like whatever one you like the most or think will be worth the most if you could one-to-one trade them later. They already mentioned you're not going to be able to trade them to people who don't have them though. But way down the line you might be able to sell it to people who didn't finish the event. I just can't think of too many people who would be in that category though. You prefer all Santa? Yeah, I know some people have been doing that too, like trading all of them just for Santas or something similar. Yeah, these are our natural piles. Keeping it all natural. I might trade a little bit here and there though, just to bolster up some stacks. Like if we're slightly short on 100 Santas, I might try to get 100 Santa or something. For specifically the red Santa. I think we might naturally have it though. It depends when he ends the event. He said it'd be early January, but he's never given a date. It could be as early as January 1st or as late as like January 14th. Only 37. I know, 37 is still insanely high. I don't even have one of each on my ults yet. And we currently have 33 of each on this account. Without trading for any that we're missing. Because it took us 63 before we got a full set. We went 3 times over drop rate. It's just a 1 in 20. It took us 63 before we got one of each. It was yellow Christmas tree that gave us the biggest issue. And now it's my highest Christmas tree, oddly enough. Despite it being the one that took us 63 before we had one of each. Yeah, I'm going to need to trade someone probably sometime next week for all the hats. Like all the one-to-one trades. Not sure what we're going to do that with. I guess anyone who wants to. Because I'm going to have like 20, 25 hats on them, and I'm going to need to trade for whatever I'm missing before the event ends while they're still easy to get. Because I did get all, or I do plan to get one of each on all the accounts. The main and the two other profiles that you get to have. They're getting pretty close. I just haven't had the time to play on them. If I just play on them for a few hours between now and the end of the year, we'll be good to go on both of them. Just haven't had the time. I'll do it at some point. Maybe even on stream. Who knows? We could do one of them right now. I don't know. Do you guys want to see the alt accounts? We can switch over to one once we go finish the bones. Because I haven't been streaming them that much recently. I think the last thing we did was the Mines of Metubin on them. Because I did the, what's it called? A few days ago we did Metubin's Legacy on them. One did it at level 22, the other did it at level 20. Oh yeah, let me go reset the timer. I reset the potion, but forgot to reset the timer. The most you have is 34 yellow Christmas tree. That's still a lot. Honestly, any number above like 10 of all is like absurdly high. Which is 100 plus of all is absurdly high. It's like extra high. I'm not sure if I'll make it in time. It depends how deep into January it goes. My prediction earlier is I should have about 73 of each based on the math we did on day 1. If we kept going at that exact rate, we should have about 73 of all hats by the end. Roughly. Give or take a few. Like anywhere from like 70 to like 80 of each. I guess 65 to 80. Like around that range. Like 7 in both directions. Which would be 80 and 66. Let's see. Grab all that. Where's the highest elf that you have? Is all the elf are sub 20? Oh no! Yeah, some of the ratios go really weird. I don't know. What's my weirdest ratio on any of them? I think the funniest thing is I was almost getting only Christmas trees at first. Yet the first Christmas tree of yellow took 63. Despite the other ones being almost like 4 all, 5 all by then. Yeah, yellow elves, like, or green elves are our biggest outlier, I think, relative to how many we have in a category. Like, the difference between any of them, I think my green elf to my purple elf is my worst one. As it's the 21 gap between highest and lowest. Even though my absolute lowest is orange pudding, the gap between the highest and lowest in that category isn't as big. Because we only have a 12 gap. Whereas our elves are a 21 gap. Our Santa hats are a 19 gap. And our Christmas trees are actually our most consistent by far. Only having a 4 gap. We don't have any category more consistent than Christmas tree. It's almost like purely on odds right now. The 4 gap of that many is like really small. But yeah, elves are definitely our most highest variance by far. Or some of the other ones aren't even a double-digit number. Oh, come on, take it. There's so many things about the animation when it comes to bone rate that I feel like it's done, but it's not actually done. I wonder if they're ever going to change that a little bit in the future. I don't feel like I have the same issue with smithing or stonemason. But there's so many animations where it seems like you should be done with the action, but you're actually not. We've almost gained 1 bone right level. Whoa! Yay! Oh gosh, bone right's gonna be a nightmare. I see why people only knowledge the skill. I still want the spear bones though. If we're doing 200 gatherers, we're dunking all the 200 gatherer bones. It's definitely gonna feel the roughest compared to the other two though. Compared to smithing or stonemason. That's why we saved it for last. Then because I didn't want to do 200 gathering quite yet, but we're kind of doing it now. Every stream we'll pinch it up slightly. Well, I mean, not every stream, but you know, whenever we do it, we'll try to move up like 1 bone. That's the main goal for it. As long as we move up 1 bone tier every single time we do gather, we should have it done in like 6 more streams that we do gather. Like 6 or 7 more streams, and we should be there. They might not be consecutive, but we do need to go do it. Actually, how many more bone tiers are there? Let me see. There is one that are like right next to each other, but I'd still consider that a separation. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I didn't miscount, there's only 7 more bone tiers. Well, some of them are really close to each other though. But 7 more. Which means 7 more streams of doing gather and we'll be at 200. Oh, so speaking of 200, 5 more knowledge points and we're at 200 stonemason. It's not in the title of today, but it will get done. Actually, probably the biggest milestone in the stream. It's not even in the title. That'll be our second of our 3 production skills that are 200. Of course, the only one left is bone right, which we're working on now. Slowly. You like dunking more than smithing? Really? I actually prefer smithing over dunking. Though I definitely prefer dunking over etching stone just because of the gas system. So smithing's probably my favorite. Dunking's my second favorite, and stonemason my least favorite. But the main reason for that is smithing, the animations just seem like they work better. Whereas the animation for this seems a little clunky. And obviously the main thing against stonemason, even though it has the coolest animation of all, it requires gas, which brings it down way too much. Smithing half requires gas, but you can kind of avoid it. Carbonates, you tend to drop a lot of it or don't do it as much. And the green ore, at least if you're a cryonite or any class, you don't really need it as much. Like the green ore is in a weird in-between. Where it's fine for mining XP and everything. But cryonites don't really need it to craft too many things, and other classes just don't need it at all. Unless they simply just want it for XP. Like you can easily train smithing to 200 without ever using gas if you didn't want to. Especially as a non-cryonite. It's not really required. It's helpful, but it's not required. Same with bone right. Like, it's not required to actually make gear. You can just kind of ignore the gear making mechanic, especially as a non-guardian. And that way, whenever you do need to make gear for upgrades, you'll have so much banked. Oh, so I was only doing that just to reset the timer. I know I already reset the potion. It's just bothering me. I gotta set it to where the timer is, otherwise it'll drive me crazy or despawn. Still kind of crazy we still haven't gotten a single bone right level though. I know it's a slow production skill, but I kind of forgot how slow it is because I knowledge most of it or AFK'd it. In all fairness, this isn't the highest tier bone we could do. This is only the second highest tier bone we could do. There's actually 1 tier off the highest. We can currently gather our highest right now. But we're saving that for whenever we next do gather. Which means the next time we do this, we should be getting some really, really good XP. Because we'll be doing basically the best bone we can at our level range. I just realized we have 213 mining and smithing right now. That's kind of funny. I didn't even notice that earlier. I think I might have mentioned it, but it didn't really phase me until just now. But yeah, we have 213 mining and smithing. The levels that we need for both skills are drastically different right now. I only need 2 more mining levels, but I need 13 more smithing levels. So much so, I might even off-stream eventually dunk all my, or not dunk, but smith all my ore. That'll probably be mostly an off-stream thing, though. Because I think we have, like, over 3,000. Same reason why we're probably dunking the over 4,000 bones off-stream. Same reason why we etched most of our stones off-stream. Actually, that's one thing I might do on-stream, though. We got a bunch of basalt we can go etch at 200. I didn't plan to do too much post 200, but there is one I kind of want to do. To go celebrate, well, celebrate, quote-unquote, 200 stonemason. Because I kind of want to go etch all the basalt we have that we could do at 200. I should have enough gas already. I don't think I need to get more gas. I hope not. I believe I already got enough when we were doing the 200 grind. We're technically the 197 grind. Currently, right now, we're doing the 200 grind. But in post 200, I still have all the basalt. I think it's only like 600 or 700. But, we'll finally be able to do them at 200. We're not going to use them for anything, but, eventually we would. Actually, what do you even use basalt for? The first 200 is stone mace, which is a no. Oh, the stone disc. Yeah, that one's not as good. You need 4 of them instead of 3. But yeah, I can't even use it till level 213. But I do have to find a way to get 206, so we can start doing the AFK whenever we want post 200. I don't plan to do that anytime soon, though. But at some point, we do have to scrap together 206 stonemason. It probably won't be for a while, though. Because it's going to be really annoying to do unless we go just mine a bunch of basalt. Which I'm not sure if I want to go do that or not. Because that'd be our best way of getting XP for it. You just mass mine basalt. Yeah, the first bone rate level is almost coming in. Honestly, at this rate, it feels like our stonemason's moving quicker than it... It almost is. This isn't even the lowest bone we could be doing either. It's the second highest. that you could possibly even do at this level range. One nice thing about this, though, is regardless of what tier you use, you still get the full amount of knowledge. You're getting 3% per dunk. Same as smithing, same as etching. Regardless of what tier you're doing. So even if you're like a crown knight trying to make like a low tier item, because you need like a level 50 for something, so you're using like tier 1 or tier 2 material, you're still getting the same amount of knowledge when you go and dunk it. And that applies to all three of them. There's only one big upside that they kind of have, is they don't have diminishing return on knowledge. I don't think anything does when you're doing the production for them. Doesn't matter if you're crafting like a level 19 or a level like 400. The amount of knowledge you're getting, I believe, is perfectly consistent across the entire thing. Like, it's basically doing it based on how much time you put into the action rather than what material you're using. Obviously, you're getting less XP, but the knowledge rate is the exact same. I wonder how much of a moneymaker it'll be to actually dunk these when trading comes out. Because you know for sure these will sell for more than the undunked version. It really comes down to how much will be. We talking like 10%, 50%? Double? Probably not double. Because that's something we don't currently know. Like, what percent difference will you get for undunked compared to dunked? Or unsmithed compared to smith? Like a ready-to-use material rather than a half-done one. Or will they even go for more? Because technically you do get EXP for it. But the problem is they're only good EXP at a certain level range. Once you get past that level range, they're pretty horrible EXP. Making them far less valuable to dunk. Which is why a lot of them will likely be worth more dunked rather than undunked. Because even though there is a level range where they are viable, you know, you eventually pass it. Same reasons why the 200 AFK potion is going to be so good. Or the one that has +4 boost. Is this is only viable till 219. After 219, you basically never make them again unless you're just mass making them on an alt or something. But at 219, it has too much diminishing return to bother going further. So every account has a limited number they could ever make before they have to start buying it from other people. Unless you're running an alt or don't care about the reduced XP. Oh yeah, that's one thing that's pretty bad about smithing. Sorry, I didn't see your comment earlier. But yeah, having to change the weapon type is pretty annoying. It's actually an issue that Bonewright and Stonemason doesn't have. Bonewright and Stonemason have a bunch of different stations that you can do it at. So you never need to worry about it selecting the wrong one. But yeah, whenever you're doing smithing, it'll always prioritize whatever one is all the way to the right. Which is often not even the highest smithing per bar. Nor is it generally even a good object. I think the only time that's a good object is green. I believe it ends on green bow. And green bow is the only way to cryonite this arbore damage. Arbore. So whenever you want to do that damage type, you kind of have to do it. But beyond that, it's like the only time where I think it's actually viable. Alright, now that we got the billion pop-ups out of the way. Look at that, we're already 2/3 of the way done. Or, sorry, 1/3 of the way done. 2/3 to go. See, we don't have that many more to go. It's actually pretty quick. We never need to stop for gas, so we're good to go. Also, this guy's name is Mike Coconuts. Oh, I think he's doing the quest. He only did one craft. I think he just made the dice to go do the what's it called quest. Which I'm still trying to work my alts through right now as we speak. They're currently trying to get 60 smithing, or I should say 58. As well as trying to get 59 minefighter. And then I gotta work on the other two. But I figured I'd do the smithing combat first, and then worry about the other two later. Not sure which one they're gonna do next. The problem is they're actually starting to run out of money. The biggest issue with smithing is you actually burn money if you don't mine it. And obviously they only really got the mining requirement for the one quest, so they haven't really been mining at all. They're both actually basically at 0 gold right now. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do to get the money. The worst part is you don't actually directly make money from most minefighter activities. A handful of them just give you alchemy supplies instead. Obviously you could sell them, but it's not as worth selling it compared to, you know, making potions into them and everything. But I'm not sure what I'm going to do for a moneymaker on them. As like an AFK moneymaker with the skills that they have while still trying to get up what they need. I guess the biggest solution is to have them do Bonewright soon. As most of the AFKs for Bonewright do profit. The only one that doesn't is the knick-knack one. Whenever you make knickknacks out of gathering supplies. If you don't gather the supplies, it does burn money. But it's only 1 out of like 4 or 1 out of 5 activities. And you can always sell the cement from doing the cement activity. It actually does profit even if you buy it from the shop. Cement profits. Only the knickknack stuff doesn't profit. That one makes a negative. But making cement, at least at tier 1 and 2, it makes a profit. I'm not sure about the higher tiers, but I assume they would as well. It's not much of a profit, but it's still in the green. The problem is when you buy stonemason and smithing supplies, you always burn. Half of stonemason you can do with money though, but none of smithing you can, which makes it really, really heavy on the money sink. Hasn't been that big of an issue on this main account because you can just farm money whenever it needs. But the alts have really been having a money issue with it. Once they get to 58, we never need to do it again. Neither of them are touching smithing ever again after completing Lost and Found. Yeah, Mine Fighter gives coins. You just have to do the ones that aren't the other one. I think the next activity they get to does. So they're probably going to farm up their money through Mine Fighter. Is likely the game plan at this point. Because I need them to do Mine Fighter just to fund smithing at this point. They're actually that low on money. Because they keep burning it doing the smithing AFK to 58. Hey, blue elf. Yeah, we're almost halfway there. And better yet, we're about to get 199 stun mason. Technically it's done, but obviously we'll go to 200. Even though 199 is technically all we need for crafting, we gotta finish it to 200. Even it out, even though I plan to never get the cape. Well, not never, but, you know, no time soon. I do plan to get all the capes up to 200 at some point. It just seems like such a massive waste of gold to go for it now. Some point after trading comes out, if we're forced into trading rather than Iron Man mode, we'll try to scrap together the funds. Because when trading comes out, that becomes a lot easier. It's still a waste of money, but it's a lot easier to waste your money when trading comes out. You can trade anything for money. I don't think anyone has done that yet, have they? Buy every 100 cape. I know some people have bought every 50 cape. I don't think anyone has done it for 100 or 200 yet. Because everyone who has 200 all by this point is not going to be as inefficient as to get every single 200 cape. So anyone who actually wants to do that is pretty safe for a while. Because none of the first like 5 to 10 people doing 200 all are going to bother wasting that much money on every 200 cape. People have for the 50. I don't think anyone has for 100 yet. Because for one, it would require level 100 everything. But it would also require you to waste half a gold on all the 50s, while also wasting, like, what, a whole gold piece on all the 100s? That's a lot of gold. Like, I think per set that's 2 gold, that's like, what, 38 gold? Actually, now that I think about it, that's not that much. Still a lot to be wasting on some capes, though. But it's only to 100. That's not the 200 capes in there. But just to buy all the 50s and all the 100 would be, what, around 38 or so. Maybe a little bit higher than that. Because I forget the exact cost of the other one. I believe together they're like slightly over 2 gold. So it's like 40-ish gold. For literally nothing in return. Just wasting, burning 40 gold out of nowhere. But when trading comes out, that's a lot easier to do. It's just right now 40 gold is too precious to be wasting like that. I kind of want to go do the math on it now. Let me go see. Let's see. I'm gonna search cape. I want to see how much this comes out to. Let's say hypothetically you had 200 all. How much would it cost to buy all capes? Obviously not the 500 ones, but everything up to 200. Hypothetically. Let's see. Oh, it's actually less than 2 gold for the other thing I was talking about earlier. But yeah, let's see. 504 plus 1290 plus 3160 equals times 18. It would cost you 89.2 gold. 89.2 gold it would be. In order to buy every cape up to 200. That's not as bad as it seems, but also that's literally 89.2 gold that you're just lighting on fire. Do it for no value whatsoever. When you put it that way, it seems a lot worse. But 89.2 gold isn't the hardest thing in the world to get. It's just the fact that you would be burning it for no value in return is the problem with doing it. It's not necessarily the cost, but the value you get in return. But yeah, to have 200 of... to get every cape level 50, 100, and 200 would require 89.2 gold. It's not too much. It's a lot, but it's not like crazy. Some people already have that in just one tool. But yeah, no one's ever going to have every 500 cape. It'll be a long while before that ever happens. Even if someone ends up reaching it... Oh, did I forget to reset the timer? Whoops. Just out of paranoia, let me reset the potion. I'm literally under the effect of it, but it's not going to stop me from worrying about it. Let's see. Put that away. Restart the timer. There we go. Yeah, what's kind of crazy about Brighter Shore scaling is if he ever adds 2 chapters or more per year, particularly 3 chapters or more per year, it will actually be impossible to ever max. Like 500 all max. 200 all max you could. But 500 all max is actually impossible if he adds 3 or more chapters a year. And even at 2, it'd be exceedingly difficult to do. Because you'd basically have to do 1 per month and then only have a few months free to keep getting everything else that isn't 500 to 500. And to even get 1 500 to max these days takes like at least like what, 16 hours a day? Basically. Definitely at least 12 hours a day. I'm not sure the exact time because I never focus only on one skill. We focus on a bit of everything. So even though we normally play like 12 to 14 hours a day, it's normally on a multiple different things. Like this stream, we already did like, what, 4 different skills? 5? We've done woodcutting, mining, gatherer, bonewright, and technically stonemason if you count doing knowledge into it. So we've done 4.5 skills this stream. But technically when I hit 200, I'm going to be doing the stones. So yeah, that technically will be 5. Because I plan to etch all the stones that we can at 200. Just so I have everything etched for stonemason done. And also for whenever we want to do the 206 push. Just so we're 1 step ahead. I don't plan to do that yet, but at some point we need to. So we can AFK it post 200. Also, you know what grind I almost want to go do before we get 200 bone rate? It's a really weird one, but it would require doing a few other things first. But before we get 200 bone rate, I kind of want to do 200 alchemy. Because you can do the AFK activity for it at 200. And there's a certain +4 boost potion that I would definitely want to use on it. At exactly 200. And that's going to be a huge thing to skip that many levels. But I don't know. I guess by that point, knowledging it, the rest wouldn't really be that big a deal. But you can do the 200 AFK at 196 if we were to. Which means we'd be getting post 200 XP pre-200. Which would be a lot of XP. Like an absurdly high amount. Like, we're not just talking like 10 or 20% extra. We're talking over 4 times as much XP. Like, it's gonna be an absurd number. We're talking like a 450% increase, if not a 500%. It looks like from dunking all these, we're only going to get about 2.5 levels. That's not a lot. But this will help offset it some. But it does mean for doing, let's see. Let's not count the 5 gathering levels we got from the other thing. So from 79 to 89. So we did 10 levels. 10 gathering levels only got us 2.5 bone right levels. That is not ideal, but it's more than 0. Obviously, it's because we also didn't produce it into objects or anything. But yeah, just dunking it alone is about 2.5 levels. For every, it's like a 1-to-4 ratio, basically. Roughly. For every, 4 levels we get in Gatherer is about 1 level in Bone Rate. Roughly. Assuming we're actually gathering something that's a bone and not a, you know, alchemy supply. Alright, we're halfway there. Which means how many points are we going to need in knowledge? Because we can kind of do the math right now. Because all the way to max, we're going to get at least 80 more levels from specifically gathering bones. Because there are a few that I'm going to be doing, like the weed and a few other ones like that, that are going to be non-bones. As well as the leeks probably at 153 and a few others similar in that category. So about 80 more of those levels will be as a directly because of bones, most likely. Which means that's about 20 levels for bone rate. Everything we have banked probably gets us to... Oh no, let's say 95. Might be a little higher than that. Let's just say 95 though. Which means another 20, so that'd be 115. Which means I'm going to have to knowledge 85 levels. That is a lot. But we're going to have to knowledge 85 bone rate levels. I'll be doing that primarily by getting 200 Mind Fighter. And whatever we don't have by then, I have no clue where we're getting it. We'll get it somewheres though. But during a whole Mind Fighter grind, I plan to put 100% the knowledge in the bone rate. What do we do beyond 200 that? I don't know. Maybe more mining? Because I eventually need it for post 200 smithing. An eventual post 200 stonemason. So the smithing one matters a lot more to us. Actually, when can I do the next stone? I guess it's the purple one, the Adistite. I'm not sure what stonemason level you need for it. Let me go check. I think it's one... Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong category. Never mind. It is... Is it bolas? That'd be 233, so... That seems about where it should be. Yeah, around 233 we can start using the other thing. We are nowhere near that. Let's just 226 for the Warhammer, which it might be. Let's see, this is where Basalt starts. There's like, what, 3 or 4 objects? 1, 2, 3... Yeah, I think it's where the bolas are. That sounds about right. The superior bolas. Yeah, I think at 233 we can start using that. And we get access to, I believe, at 246. Which means... Or, sorry, 247. But yeah, that means we're basically not doing anything with mining for a while in that regard. Which is actually kind of good. Because we do want to prioritize into smithing. Which means for the most part we have an almost all-in priority on smithing until about 278. No, andesites I'm not going to be able to skip though. So we're going to have a lot of it. Which means I basically have to AFK from 206 all the way to there. Which looks like it's about 233 when it comes to stonemason. We'll have to do the AFK into the other AFK. Luckily that one AFK we get while mining. Which means we'll eventually need to get 206 manually. AFK with that tower until... Oh, my thing is ready. I'll grab it after it's done. You better not despawn. We're not going to despawn 2 of them in one day, are we? Let's see. Have we gotten distracted enough that we're going to destroy 2 stacks in one day? Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, we didn't do it. Saved. Alright, timer, you can start back up now. Yeah, the game plan would be we'd have to do basically basalt until 206. Only dunking it, though. Only etching it. Which is going to be so annoying. Not sure what the other alternative would be, other than making a ton of 199 equipment when we need upgrades. But, yeah, it's going to be a little rough. But eventually we get to 206. Then it's just free from there. As 206 gets us to, with no cost, gets us to the first material for mining. Then from there, we get the next AFK at 240. And then from there, we start to be at andesite. Or if not, easily within range. And the rest we just get from mining. So yeah, it's mostly just 206. Honestly, 200 to 206 stonemason is going to be the slowest out of any level range. The second we hit 206 is basically level 500. It's more so just a matter of time. But getting to 200 to 206 is going to be the biggest issue. So much so, I might even use knowledge points on it. I'm not sure. Otherwise, I would have to mine so much basalt. The one good thing about mining a ton of basalt is we'd probably do a 3-1 with flint. So we'd get 18 basalt, 6 flint. The upside of that is flint is the main material I will be needing for 199s. It's flint and the tier 4 of the other one, but we wouldn't bother with that. So it wouldn't be horrible mining XP while also being the material we need. So I guess it wouldn't be too bad. We may even consider that as the pivot, since honestly we probably have enough iron at this point. Just try getting 215 mining by doing that. It's not going to be enough for 206, but it'll get us closer than where we are now. While also giving us a bunch of material for 4-star equipment in the future. Whenever we want to upgrade something. So it might honestly be the play later down the line. Stop doing iron and start doing basalt flint. Because basalt is the highest tier we can do at 200. And then the second highest would be flint. Of the tier 5 rarity. We got a whole square of people here. We got a Summer Moon Trilogy. Ah, he left. The, however you say that name, and Master Dan. They all left though. I wonder what the biggest square you can even make in a room is. Because that was a 2x2. You could definitely make a 3x3. There's some rooms where you can make a 4x4. But you'd have to be in a pretty high room limit room to be able to make a 5x5. I've definitely never seen it before. A perfect 5x5 square, people. I've seen close to a perfect 5x5 square. Never a perfect 5x5 square, though. Without it being ruined by anyone. It's the reason why the 2x2 just kind of caught me off guard. It's like, oh yeah, I've never really seen a perfect square. Normally if there's a bunch of people huddled, it's like, you know, a couple people like jag it off from the square. It's never like a perfect square. Looks more like a rectangle or something. Yeah, we're almost at 92. We're almost done. We're more than halfway there. Though oddly enough, I don't think we're going to be able to get to 200 stonemason with it. We're going to get really close though. Ah, maybe we should go start up the basalt flint. No reason not to do some now. If we run out of bones. Well, we're not going to run out of bones, but run out of the bones that we're going to be running today. Because I only want to run what we got today. I'm not going to run any past day's bones yet. I will off stream, just not right now. They're going to be for so little XP. I still want to run them all, though. Every last little bit of bone rate XP we can get. I actually want to run them all before we even do gather more. But it'll be off stream, mostly. And the main reason for that is before I start dumping knowledge into bone, right? I want to be completely done with whatever tier of bone we're on. I only want to start dumping knowledge in the in-betweens before the bone category. And the main reason for this is to maximize the amount of knowledge we get per point. I can't believe it's already been 8 hours. Where did the day go? That's the only problem with doing a full day of Brighter Shores. It has already been 8 hours somehow. We're still going for about another 3, by the way. And at that point, it'll pretty much be midnight. Not all this, though. So we're almost done with this. 400 more bones to go. I just realized we didn't actually get a knowledge point from that. I thought we did. That was the whole reason I drank that. I was able to be able to do it on the next cycle. It's fine. And then, hey, 2 more knowledge points. We're almost there. Maybe we'll get it by the time we finish the bones. It's gonna be really close. Oh, 2 more isn't going to be enough, is it? I guess that is if I go do some basalt flint. Because whatever flint we get banked, we could process. And then get XP from it directly. Oh, what am I doing? Wait, what am I doing? So many mistakes have just occurred. I have no clue what just happened, but there we go. Alright, go back to dunking. Reset timer. Oh, I know what his name is now. It's Potato. He just spelled it really weird. Like potato. Let's see. Yeah, I beat him. I was trying to think in my brain how to spell Branolf. We both spelled it the same way. Is that actually correct? It's double N. Did I do it with double N? No, we both did it with one N. That's funny. We both spelled it wrong. I was thinking in my head, like, that's definitely spelled wrong. The thing that's off is it's double N. The Branolf inheritance, not the Branolf inheritance. I just find it funny because we both misspelled it the same way. Yeah, apparently it's double N. Hey, we got another level. So we got 2 so far. Yeah, we said we'd get about 2.5. Looks like we're about where we're gonna get to. And that was from today's bones, from doing 10 levels of bone rate. I mean, of gatherer. So it's around a 1-to-4 ratio if you don't use it for any material, or if you don't make it into anything. It's not awful. The whole reason why I wanted to go to hunter-gatherer is that's at minimum another 20 bone rate levels, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's bone rate levels. It's a lot. Plus, we still get to keep the material. It's not like we can never use it. We still can. We just don't have the carpentry to immediately use it. But still bank the XP for later. Even if we can't immediately access it. I do plan to mostly use it on Armor Maker, though, assuming you can use bones to make armor. It's just the more I look at any bone right armor, that's a lot of bones on it. I assume you can. Which ones you can and can't are up to be determined. Also, who knows, maybe you have to get special bones while doing Gatherer. That's my only concern. Is what if you need, like, special metal and special bones and special, whatever, when you're doing, like, bone right? I mean, when you're doing, bone... whatever it's called, Worm Wrangler. Whatever the gathering skill for Chapter 5 is. There's the only big concern I have. Is we don't know if you're going to need, like, a new set of stones or the ones that already exist. Like, is everything going to be off of Worm Wrangler, or are you going to be able to support it with, Chapter 3's material? Because that's something we don't know. Because there could be new bones, there could be new stones, there could be new ore bars or something. That don't use the old ones that are, I guess, just for weapons then. It's something we don't really know currently. I assume that wouldn't be the case, but you never know. It is attached to your chapter after all. But worst comes to worst, these are going to be used to upgrade our weapons for the rest of the time. That's the only thing I plan to use them on. I don't really plan to sell them or anything. Whenever I need an upgrade that's bone rate related, I'm just going to go in the bank, grab it out, and we're good to go. Never going to need to worry like, hey, do I not have that material? No, we definitely do. We have more than enough of all of them. But it's still kind of crazy, too. More Zombies comment earlier, when he said all the capes thus far. I think they're already planning to, like, chapter 8 or 9 already. As far as, like, some of the storyline and everything. That the other Gower's writing, Paul Gower and everything. I think they're already ready for, like, chapter 8. Not ready as in it's ready to ship, but, you know. Like, they're already thinking that far ahead already. Like, double the amount of chapters that are currently in the game. Obviously, we're nowhere near that yet. But they've already been making some preparations for some stuff that far ahead. Not in every regard, obviously. Like, Chapter 5 isn't even fully coded yet. But, yes, they are still planning that far ahead, though. It's like Chapter 7, Chapter 8. Even though we don't even have Chapter 5 released yet. But, of course, you kind of have to some degree. Just make sure the storyline makes sense and everything. Yeah, I'm really curious to see how far they go. Because the game's already insanely good with 4 chapters. Imagine double that. And then imagine, like, double that after doubling that. Like, that's where we probably will be in, like, a few years. Depends how many they add. We don't really know the rate at which they'll add new chapters. Did they ever mention it during the AMA? It's always assumed it'd be about 2 per year. I don't feel like they could do more than that. At least with the size of the team they currently have. Which means next year we'd probably get Chapter 5 and 6 then. But I'd be very surprised if we got Chapter 7 in, like, November. Because that'd be around the 1-year mark. Since it launched in November 6th. Or, you know, not launch, but, you know, beta launch. It's definitely possible. Because from what we've seen from their Twitter account or X account, or whatever it's called these days, he was still coding Chapter 3 back in, like, March. And then was coding Chapter 4 during the summer. And I was planning to try to do it by September, but then delayed it to November. Which means he's still within that time frame, made 2 whole chapters, basically. Obviously, some of that framework was probably already established beforehand. But still 2 chapters in a year. As 3 and 4 were both made within the last year period. Like during 2024. Obviously pre-release. But they were both made this year. Like some of the framework and stuff like that might have been set up prior, but a lot of, like, you know, just finishing everything out was actually done this year. It was one of the whole reasons why the game even got delayed is Chapter 4 wasn't done. Chapter 4 still isn't done. Trading's not even in the game yet, but not even in the game yet. But Chapter 4 is, I think, the main thing holding it up. Why it got delayed like 2 times over. Initially because Chapter 4 wasn't finished, but then also because trading wasn't finished, which it still isn't to this day. But it will be hopefully sometime next month. But obviously, every chapter is not going to have a feature as big as trading. It's one of the main things that made Chapter 4 take so much longer. Then, honestly, Merchant and Detective are such good skills. Those definitely take longer to make than, like, Mining, for example. Like, way, way longer. Especially with how much dialogue they have. It actually has an insane amount of dialogue for both those 2 skills. Particularly, Detective. Like, it doesn't seem like much, but I'm willing to make a bet it's over, like, 10,000 words used for Detective, if not even more. Like, you see it in, like, single one-liners, so it doesn't seem as much. But if you broke it down, I'm willing to make a bet it's over 10,000 words just for Detective skill. Probably even more than that. I'm not sure why I did it that way. That was like the most inconvenient way you could have done that, but there we go. Start back the timer. Also, it would have made more sense to drop the other pile, so this would have already been in my inventory so I could just dunk them again. But oh well. As long as the potion doesn't despawn. We don't need a second stack to die today. 1 is already bad enough. We killed like 45 of them earlier today. It was just Chapter 2 potions, which I think are even more expensive. Or are they cheaper? I don't remember. I know some things are like weirdly cheaper and weirdly more expensive. I can't remember if that was one of them. Because I believe the AFK pot for Chapter 3 is cheaper than Chapter 2 for some reason. But the EXP pot for the 5% active is more expensive. It's kind of weird. I know it's because of the material that's used for it. Which is pretty inconsistent. Because some of them it keeps moving up by chapter, but then others are just like randomly priced. It's how it makes sense because for Mind Fighter you probably get it like super easily. Which makes some of the potions that you get for Chapter 3 way cheaper in that regard. Because the Mind Fighter just spits them out like crazy. Oh, we're so close to 200 stonemason. Yet so far. The worst part is 2 knowledge is going to be like just teasing the bar though. It's going to look like we're at 199 and a full bar, but it won't quite be there. I think the solution to that is we just mine a little bit of basalt and flint and just etch the flint or something. That way we'll also have more basalt to go etch. Because we eventually need to get 206. Might as well work a little bit on it. I don't think we're going to get a single level, but hey, it's more than nothing. We'll get barely even half a level if even that. The efficiency you take with mining and that potion dropping thing boggles you. Next level skilling going on. Yeah, I've been meaning to cover a 200 mining guide. Or not even a 200 mining guide, but like an every mining method guide. The only problem is I don't have the 314 minecart or whatever it is. But I'd probably just go over one minecart and just mention them all in a separate video. I've been meaning to. I've been meaning to cover a lot of guides for this game. It's just the game keeps changing. Like, for example, to some degree, I don't want to cover it because I know the second we get queuable actions, it would change some things. So the meta for any given action is going to change a bit. It's the only thing I hate with guides, especially in an early access game. Like, as much as I want to cover, like, at least 10 different guides, like, 9 of them would be irrelevant in, like, 1 month from now with how many changes are probably going to occur. Especially with queuable actions when it comes to any gathering skill like that. Like, that's probably going to change how you do them forever. Maybe after queuable actions, I would make a mining guide. Because I don't think anything else would interrupt it too much unless they add another bank or something. Oh yeah, we've been trying to go tile efficient on most things lately. There's still some I haven't done, like counting all the tiles when doing merchant. Because that's just too many tiles to bother with, and I just had never bothered. But, yeah, we have been trying to do a little bit more tile efficient when it comes to a lot of skills. Mostly the gathering ones. Because they're a lot easier to route compared to, like, merchant or something. A Brighter Shores merchant guide? Oh, gosh. Merchant guide scares me the most. Mostly because it's the most convoluted skill by 1.5 miles. It's pretty straightforward to be efficient at every other skill. Whereas merchant is a nightmare. There's definitely an efficiency nightmare. Because you're pretty much never going to do merchant perfectly. You're just trying to get as close to perfect as you can. Whereas every other skill in the game you can pretty much do tick perfectly. Merchant's the only skill you basically never can. Because there'll always be some amount of human error. As well as it's really RNG heavy. Sometimes you just don't get good routes. And there's nothing you can do about it but wait. Or do the few that you can do. Whereas you're never going to need to worry about like an RNG spike in like mining or something, or woodcutting or something. Like it's 100% consistent. Whereas merchant is anything but. Yeah, you definitely want to get to 83 raid. It's not too bad at the lower level range. Other than forgetting to soap. I would say it really starts to matter around like 150-ish. As soon as you start getting like pizza and banana, I think is when the corner really starts to get good. When do you start getting like pizza and banana? Oh yeah, isn't pizza at like, oh, never mind. It's such a pretty low level range. Never mind, you get them pretty early. You need that shortcut by like level 40. Yeah, I would definitely advise getting A3 Detective. I always joke about it, but honestly, I'm pretty much 100% serious. The most efficient route to do in the entire game is rush to Chapter 4, doing every quest along the way, or, you know, main storyline quest. Get Spider Nest done when you're in Chapter 2. And then just rush 83 Detective. Just do it through raids, so you also probably get around 83 combat. And then after you get your 83 Detective, you just do Merchant to 500. Just a casual 500 Merchant grind. That's about one of the most efficient routes you could ever do. You just get to Chapter 4, finish the main storyline quest, get 83 Detective, and do nothing but Merchant until you have 500. Obviously, almost no one's going to do that. Nor have I. But it is one of the most efficient routes you could ever possibly do. It's just most people will never bother doing it. It's one of those things where it's like too efficient. where no one's really gonna bother. Let's see. Go for that. Because I don't think anyone really wants to go do the whole merchant grind in one go. And even if you do, that's probably not the first grind you want to take on out of any grind in the whole game. Clip that, boom, there's your first guide. No. Actually, there's one guide I almost did want to go make, though. The 5 biggest mistakes we've made so far in the playthrough. Now that we're almost like 2 months in. Because there's a couple that have been really horrible. Some of those include not getting a 200 AFK activated like in your first week or 2 or 3. Like, I don't think I had it till like day 40 something. Or day 30 something, high to 30 something. Like, it took us over a month before we got a 200 plus active. And that's something you should try to do in like a week or 2. Is get your first level 200. It's because of how strong the AFKs are post 200. They're basically 4 times more effective. The other biggest mistake was doing production before gathering. It's short-term more beneficial, but long-term really, really horrible. So why we're doing gatherer now to help bone rate. Because doing 200 bone rate before 200 gatherer is not that good. It's not ideal. As we already did the math earlier, going to 200 gather from where we are should bank around 20 more bone rate levels for free. Plus get us a ton of bones that we're going to be needing later down the line anyways, without having to pay for them. Oh, did my potion just expire? Wait, did I just pick up my potion and then proceed to not use the potion at all? I'm pretty sure that's what just happened. That's funny. Well, let me do it again. Whoops. Yeah, speaking of leaderboards earlier, I haven't actually checked it all day. Yeah, we're still top 20 for Mind to Matuba, and still oddly enough top 20 overall, even though we've been doing pretty bad at gaining levels. And Kiv's barely above us. What's he training right now? Oh, he's actually been going pretty even on everything. He has to be our guardian, though. Because that is so much bone rate training. He did, like, the full from scratch cycle. He really from scratch his bone rate. He did 200 gatherer, woodcutter, and carpenter before he did 200 bone rate. And he's still training post 200 gatherer. Yeah, there's no way he's not a guardian. That's a pretty high total, too, for having, like, level 0 merchant, pretty much. Well, he's at 148. That's not 0, but it's a leather worker that's really low, surprisingly. He literally did enough to go finish the quest. You could tell because he's 51. That's the exact level you would have when you finish the quests of the Fortune Hold battle, whatever it's called. Whatever the thing is. Battle for Fortune Hold. Yeah, the Battle of Fortune Hold. That quest requires 50 and brings you to 51, which is exactly where he is. Which means he hasn't trained leatherworker at all after doing the quest. You just got the quest requirement and then stopped at that. Oh, yeah, that could be a poll question too when we start running out of poll questions. How many quests have people done? Like, have you done all of them? Half of them? Just the really good ones, aka Spider Nest plus, like, Lost and Found, pretty much. But yeah, we'd probably have a poll for it for like less than 4, half, almost all, and literally all would probably be the poll. Whereas 4 or under would just be basically the good ones, like the Obelisk, Brannoff, Lost and Found, Spider Nest. Whereas half would be like, you know, all the, like the 3 stars basically, plus a few of the good ones. Most of them would be, you're probably just working on 1 or 2 that you just haven't bothered. And then all of them would obviously be all of them. I'm actually curious where people are, because we've had them all done for about a month now. We finished on Thanksgiving, which is what, the 28th, and it's the 26th right now. So we're pretty much a full month of having every quest completed. It's one of those things that's kind of weird in this game where, I feel like one complaint pretty early on with this game was that the quest requirements are too high. But I don't know, are they? Because honestly, they're not that high. If in a month or 2 you can finish out every quest in the game, requirement-wise, it's not particularly high requirements. There's single quests in Old School RuneScape that take like 3 months to grind for, if you want to start from like a fresh account. If you're playing like a realistic amount of time and not like 12 hours every day. Like it would easily take you over 3 months for one quest requirement. And they have like 300 something quests or 200 something. But just a handful of them, like about 5 of them, that from a fresh account, if you were to do any one of those 5, it'd be at least 3 months from the point you start the account. Hey, we got every single one done in this game in a month, or realistically in like 2 or 3 months. If you break it down a little bit further. So the requirements haven't been that bad. It even shows with how he initially started them. He initially started every quest as 0, 1, and 2. Originally, Obelisk was a 0-star quest. And things like Lost Shipment was a 1, Brannoff Inheritance was a 2. Which means that's probably was his vision for how they were scaled. So technically, we don't have any 3, 4, or 5-star quests in the game. Relative to what his initial scaling was on day 1. Which means he probably plans to scale them way higher than they are right now. Assuming that those initial scalings were accurate. Because no quest at launch was higher than a 2-star. With the highest ones being Bachelor of Fortune Hold, Lost and Found, you know, stuff like that. The Brannoff Inheritance. Because I do feel like there will be requirements in the future below 200. Like 150 or something. I don't think he'll ever make a quest requirement above 200 though. But I do think he'll get close. Like 3 to 5 years from now, I could easily see some quests requiring hundreds for every requirement. Nothing above 200, but like 100 somethings. Because that's around where they're scaled if you compare it to like Old School RuneScape. The highest request requirement in Old School RuneScape right now, I think is around 75 or so. To put that into like a Brighter Shores number, 75 in that game is around like a 150 or 160 in this game. And that's their highest requirement after 20 years. So I can see that kind of being the same thing in Brighter Shores. Where eventually we have level 100 something requirements, but never over 200. It'd be a while before we get something like that, though. So we're almost out of bones. Well, not actually out of bones, but out of the bones we got today. Which were the main ones I want to go run. But honestly, we're so close to getting a level, I kind of almost just want to go all the way, though. I might use the next tier down a little bit just so we get that bone right level. Because we got a little bit more XP than I thought. We actually got almost 3 levels from what we got today. Not 2.5. Which means for every 10 gathering levels, we're almost getting 3. Which is almost a 1/3 for gatherer to bone rate. It's not too bad. Especially if we're not producing anything out of them. Because obviously we're only dunking them. We're not actually making them in anything at the moment. Well, eventually, just not pre-200. Because I'm not going to do the woodcutting carpentry grind. I probably should, but we're not. That's something I'll probably regret later, but we'll ignore for as long as we possibly can. I know, we're almost out. We're almost out. I just realized something. If we do gather a bit more, in 3 more streams, we would need to go upgrade our sickle. Because 135 is the first time when we would need a sickle. And I would need about 20 gold. 18-ish of which to upgrade the weapon, and then a little bit extra to upgrade the sickle at 144. There's 135 and 143 both use the sickle. And I do plan to do them and bank them. Not just drop them on the ground, but actually bank. They're for the 7% XP pots, and the main reason I want them is for carpentry. Because this is 2% more than a normal pot, and I will take everything we can to do carpentry less. 2% less per pot is so good, plus the XP that we get for alchemy down the line. Because that will make that one item actually profitable, rather than just complete money loss. And you can make it at, where can you make it? You can make it at 116. I think normally it's a negative potion, but it's actually positive, obviously, if you gather it all. As would be everything if you gathered it all. But, not only would that be, I believe, what it would normally be a dead zone in alchemy. Fixed, but it would also be, 2% extra carpentry whenever we boost for, carpentry levels. Which we're definitely going to need every little bit of that we can get. And of course we could use it for other things, but we're probably mostly only using it on carpentry exclusively. Let's just speed it up to 200 when we do get to that grind. That's how you make YouTube money? Just keep tweaking the same video over and over again? Oh no, I always hated doing that. It's something I haven't really done in the past. Like making a guide video, then updating that guide video in like a month, and then updating a guide video again in like 3 months, and then updating that guide video again in like the next year. I know there's some channels that are like that, especially in RuneScape, where they'll pretty much re-release every guide every year. They just have like a yeared version of it. But even that yeared version could be out of date by the end of the year, and then they re-release another one. Just so they can keep releasing the same guide like 1,000 times over. Like, I think there's some YouTube channels for RuneScape that have literally released effectively the same guide like 15 times. Which is like the smallest of tweaks. Because I don't want to do that. That's like exceedingly overkill. I do feel like I would start covering a lot of guides once 1.0 comes out, though. Because I feel like by then the game would be a lot more stable. Because there's a few things that change things up so much that it's hard to tell before them. The main ones being trading, because it affects every skill in the game very heavily. But trading, queuable actions, and whatever they're doing to nuke combat and rework it are the 3 big question marks that would kind of make me not do any guide right now. As trading makes how you do every skill different, because you literally have a bank standing right next to you at any given time for every activity in the entire game. Combat, obviously, because combat will be completely different than what we know today in like a month or 2 from now. And what was the third one I just mentioned? Trading, combat. Oh yeah, queuable actions. Queuable actions probably won't affect too much, but it definitely affects the AFK times of some things. I don't think there's too many active methods that would really affect too much though. But we really have to see how it works and everything. There's a few that it would be really nice for, like what we're doing right now would be so good to have queuable actions for. If you could queue up this entire inventory with like 1 click or a couple clicks, that'd be so nice. But aside from a few things like this, I don't think most gathering skills actually gain a benefit from it. Maybe it does. But I feel like production skills would gain the biggest benefit. Things like carpentry, things like leatherworker, things like bone-wright, blacksmith, and stonemason. I feel like those are going to gain more of a benefit than gathering skills will. From whatever potential change it will make. Also, this is exactly enough for a level, wow. It's actually going to be exactly 3 levels. How convenient. Oh, that worked out perfectly. 3 levels pretty much on the dot. Oh, come on. I knew we wouldn't make it, but still. That's just a tease. What is my stonemason level right now? 199 and like a decimal. It's like a 199.99 right now. 1999. But come on, that's like a 0.9 decimal, if not even higher. Alright, well, that is complete. Every bone we got today has been dunked. Unfortunately, we still got 2,000, 3,000, let's say 4,000, 5,000-ish. We have about 5,000 more to go at some point. Not today. But, yeah, that's a later issue. Alright, anyways, what are we doing about the rest of this level? We still haven't really found a direct solution to what on earth we're doing about that. I guess I'll just go mine some flint and basalt real quick, I guess. So I can go etch all the flint. But honestly, by the time I do that, I'm going to get a knowledge point, which just goes into it anyways. And how much more XP do we need numerically? Not that much. We could definitely do with the flint. Alright, let me go deposit these. I was going to run like 2 or 3 inventories, basalt, flint, then go etch the flint. Actually, technically 4, because that'd be enough to do with 1 full inventory. And that should be enough for a level. And all this basalt will be good because I need it anyways. This isn't even horrible mining XP either. It is worse than iron though. It's more per hit, but the hits are way further apart. There's also a bit of downtime on basalt that you can't really fix. It's why we do 1 inventory of flint at the end. Or 1 set of flint. Because you're standing here for like 10 seconds doing nothing. Yep, timer, I don't need you anymore. Thank you, though. Actually, at this point, I almost feel like doing basalt, flint, basalt, flint. I'll still do triple basalt into flint. The salt is what we could use at 200. The flint is the one we need to get us to 200. Actually, you know what I might do? I might just do triple flint after this. Do one more set of basalt and then do triple flint. And do like a basalt triple flint run then. Like the inverse of what we're doing now. Right now we're doing triple basalt into one flint. I think then I'm going to do one basalt into triple flint. Because I just need one inventory to get us there. It's not like we need a lot. I just need one inventory of flint to get us 200 stonemason. I can't use what I'm mining right now until 200. We can even see if we look at this real quick. 200 on the dot. Which unfortunately does not help us at 199. Hey, Black Santa hat. That helps us though. Okay, I'm gonna grab flint right now. Then one set of basalt and then triple flint. And that should be all the flint I need to go get our level real quick. You were so confused on where the sound is coming from? Oh, that's funny. Because you left it going on your phone. Oh, that's funny, law skill. Yeah, we got quite a bit done today. We did a bunch of iron power mining. We got 200 stonemason, or about to any second now. I'm just trying to mine some flint so I can go get it. And then we did 94 gatherer from like 79. We got a bunch of bone rate levels. And finally got our gatherer caught up to our bone rate as well, finally. Took long enough. We're getting there. A lot of progress. One of our more productive streams in a while. You slept for 6 hours? Oh gosh. Plus with you on, you did not hear the sounds. Honestly, I've been doing a lot lately, just sleeping to noise. I didn't used to for like a decade, but I got back into it like a year or two ago. Like having some kind of noise in the background to sleep to. Wait, you didn't bring a Steam Deck with you or anything? Oh no. Yeah, I was contemplating earlier if I should even get one. I still haven't yet. I've been meaning to for ages, but yeah, I just already bought so much technology the last year. Between the computer a couple of months ago, the Switch 2 next year. If I also did a Steam Deck, it would come out to over 3,000 for everything. No, most of that has already been bought. This seems like a little overkill for technology in 1 year. Buy it? Oh, you know what happened earlier the other day too? The post office sent the package I was getting to the wrong address. It's why I didn't get my computer shipped here. Obviously when it's something small, because I think it was just some drink I ordered, like water or something. It's like bottled water. But they sent it to the wrong address. I hate that. I hate the naming convention of this house. If I was to ever move from this place, it is mostly because mail never gets shipped here correctly. And I'm too scared to have anything ever too valuable shipped here. Because I've had multiple things over the years not come to this location. Like, it just takes one post person one day to not understand what the address means, and it never gets here. I've had at least 20 items over the last decade just get nowheres. Where it just didn't get here because they brought it to the wrong address. Even though it was marked with the right address. Alright, let's go get our thing. It's because my address is just really weirdly named. So they tend to send it to the wrong location. Because it has like an apartment number, but it's actually a house number. But it's called apartment 16. But it's actually referring to house 16. But the actual, like, proper address is apartment. Even though it's a house. It's very confusing. And they always bring it to the wrong spot. Actually, I had a pizza delivery had that happen one day as well. Where I just ordered pizza from a place like less than a mile away. And they didn't even know what the address was. That's one of the biggest concerns I have with even ordering the Steam Deck. More so than anything. Because I'm pretty sure you can't just go to a Best Buy and just buy a Steam Deck, can you? Like, don't you have to, like, order it from Steam? I don't think there's any retailer where you could just walk in and buy one. Alright, come on, 200 Stonemason. Hey, look, see, we did actually finish out Stonemason by actually doing Stonemason. We didn't do it with knowledge. We're actually doing the skill for once. And while we're here, I might as well do all the basalt. We're already here. Is that it? 200! Hey, there we go. Our grind we should have done 2 days ago, but due to New Year's Eve, I wasn't able to because we ended a little early. But hey, we got it tonight since we have plenty of time. Nice. Alright, let's go do the basalt now. Because at level 200 we could do the basalt, and now we're there. Huge milestone done. Now to go do 200 bone right. Alright, let me go do all the stones we have banked. I don't think we have that many. I did just mine a couple, but I think I only have like 600 or 700 or something. Let me go see. Oh, how many do we have? Oh yeah, we only have 697. I'm going to run them all. That way we have every single last thing etched. Oh, so I'm probably just selling the stone. I'm not sure if I'm going to sell it when trading comes out or just dump it to the store. They're 8.8 each. How much is that then? That's not a lot. It's almost like 100 silver. I'm probably just going to dump it to the shop though, if I ever need to buy it or stone or something. Actually, I could have just done that too. I could have just bought it instead of mining it. Oh well. It's not worth that much. It's for the 195 AFK activity, so it's not really worth it. It's right at that weird threshold where you would pretty much never want to use it, so I'm probably just going to sell it. Because pretty much no player is going to want it either. And the 80 to 100 silver we'd get from it's more valuable now than whatever we'd get for it when trading comes out. Yeah, there we go. Post 200 stonemason. I need to get 206 eventually. Not today, though. I don't think we're going to get halfway to a bar. But I will go run all the basalt we have left. Just for later, in case we want to make anything out of it. The only problem is you can't make 199 out of it. Is the only big downside of it. So anything we make out of it has to use the really bad rarity curve. Is there anything I can even use this on right now? I don't think I can. I think I need to wait till I get to the disc. Yep, I can't. I can't even use this on anything until 213 stonemason. And by then we already have infinite. So the best I could ever get from this is just etching it. I believe that one mace there is best in slot for one hand for Cryo Knights though. I mean not Cryo, I mean Hammer Mage. Not counting their Hammer Fist, but I believe that's their best yellow weapon. So Hammer Mages would need this material later down the line. I don't though. Honestly, these are probably just being sold when trading comes up. Not sure for how much each, but I don't know, I assume these would go for at least 5 silver each. The sell price on them is already like 2 point something. Like just the sell alone is 2.5 if you were just to scrap them to a shop. These can probably go for about 5 when doing selling. They cost like 4 something, I believe, to buy outright from the shop, or 3 something. Of course, they're already pre-etched, so you don't even need to degas or anything. It's stuff like this where I really have no clue where the market will be on them. It's really hard to tell. Like, I know or the value to us is like 0. But a value to a Hammer Mage, though, would be way higher than 0. Like, these aren't even worth the time it would take to go sell them to the shop. Obviously, we could use them at 213, but we won't need to for quite a while, as we'd have to still manually go unlock 206 activity. So we can then passive from 206 to 213. And then we can use this, but then we're just going to sell them to, you know, the other shop. To the, you know, the weapon place. Oh yeah, what am I using my knowledge on now? I didn't even think about that. What is our next knowledge target? Because I kind of forgot. Our biggest knowledge target for a while was stonemason. Now I need a new target. What on earth is it? Wait, I didn't even think about that. Because I don't want to do Bone Right yet until I get 200 Gatherer. Honestly, this might be the Gatherer pivot. And just start going like hyper into Gatherer until it's 200. Dumping every knowledge we get into Gatherer. This might just be the Mega Gatherer pivot. Because I need 200 Gather to go feed our 200 Bone Right. Because I'm trying to think else what I need a knowledge up. Alchemy, we're going to be making almost all the potions ourselves. Through foraging and gatherer and mind fighter and all that. So we don't need to worry about that. Carpentry we'll kind of be doing while doing woodcutting, so we can't do it preemptively. I guess technically we could dump it on smithing. Whenever we're in like a dead zone. The only problem is I haven't actually done that yet. It has 4 times less effectiveness post 200. It's really good if you're about to get to the next zone though. But I'd rather use it to try to increase some of the skills we don't have at 200 yet. And then at 200 I'll worry about it. And this we're like really, really close. Like if I was at like 225 smithing and we only need 1 more to go get there, I would definitely go and probably use knowledge then. If we're at like 224, 225. I just don't feel like it's worth it from here though. Just to speed it up by like a day or 2. But if we're only like, if we're actively playing during the day, and doing that would get us there by the end of the night, I think we would. But to be able to do that, you'd have to be only like 1 level away or so. 2 levels at most. Anything further than that you wouldn't be able to do in 1 day. Even if you spent all day doing it. Unless you were doing like merchant the whole day. In which case you can get away with a little bit more. Because how many knowledge points do you need per level post 200? That'd be 16. So to be able to gain 2 levels, you need 32. Technically, if you played for about 10 hours doing literally anything, you would get enough knowledge for that. So I guess it is doable in a day doing anything. Because only 3 levels or higher that would be outside of range. But if you only needed 2, you'd be able to. Because within about 10-ish hours, give or take a little bit, you'd be able to go and get the knowledge you would need to get it up 2 levels. But then after that, you would need 4 more knowledge points, which would take about another hour. So in about 11 hours, you could get it up by 2 and then get the next activity unlocked. But that's the furthest you could ever do. Anything less than 2 levels wouldn't be worth knowledging. And it would only be worth it in order to unlock the next AFK day early. Or if you were to get unlocking an item that you just desperately need or something. For like a skill, like for gathering or something else. Alright, should I start preemptively stumping this into stonemason? Let's see. I'm trying to think what we would need in the short term. Is my mining AFK max as far as it can go? Yeah, my mining is. My smithing should be as well. And you can't preemptively put points into them, unfortunately. Mine fighter we're not going to need. At least not immediately. I would say we could go put it into the bone right one, but I can't even put a point into it. Go figure. All the bone right training we did, we actually didn't get to a new AFK activity yet. You're going to save that for later. I'm not sure what I want to dump it into. Maybe start dumping into everything so it auto scrolls to the bottom. Could you imagine? We're eventually going to need to anyways. Is that the play? I don't feel like that's the play. Has anyone bothered doing that on a non-alt? Get every single passive activity unlocked regardless if you can currently do it or not. Or even plan to do it or not. I feel like most people don't do that. I have on my alts just because, you know, they play so little. So every single one of their knowledge points immediately goes to doing whatever their next thing is. But, I'm not sure if anyone plays like that on their main at all. On alts, it makes sense because every level beyond 20, you're basically only using the AFK activity. So obviously you want to have the best ones available. But main accounts generally don't use all of them. Because you gain too many levels to be able to use all of them. Unless you're only playing for like an hour a day or something. And even then, you would still get more knowledge than the amount of levels you would get. Because when you heavily AFK, it's actually the other way around. You're gaining more levels than what you have knowledge for. Whereas when you're actively playing, even for an hour a day, you're gaining more knowledge than you have knowledge points to put into things. Because if you're gaining 3 or more knowledge a day, you're gaining more knowledge than your AFKs could ever handle. So even with 1 hour, you're still gaining more knowledge than the ratio between them. It's only when you play like less than that, like half an hour or less, does the ratio go the other way around. Where you're getting less knowledge, where you're getting more XP from your AFK activities than you are knowledge to support them. Also, it's nice seeing that stone all the way at the top. It's so easy to get to since it's all the way alphabetically at the top. Just click on it and we're good to go. There's going to be one nice thing about the end estate or whatever it's called. It's going to be all the way at the top, so you never need to scroll at all. And we know it's the right stone because everything else is etched. So just click on the non-etched one and you're good to go. It's going to be really nice once we finally get to 246 stonemason. And I guess technically, or sorry, 233 stonemason and 246 or 47 mining. It's going to be really straightforward. Also, I just realized something. In order to do the 220 AFK method for stonemason, you need 239 mining. Ouch. We're going to get it, but that's kind of funny. But yeah, that's the one for that 239 purple rock, I'm pretty sure. I assume because it says purple. So I assume that purple rock is the right one. The limestone bowls. Oh, so I still haven't decided what I'm putting this knowledge on, by the way. Something in the back of my brain says to put on smithing. I'm probably just dumping on gather, honestly. I think this is the all-in gatherer pivot. Don't even care what level we're at. Just dump it in together until we're 200. Especially before we get to like tier 3, tier 4 bones, because we're not even at tier 3 yet for bones. Now would be the time to be skipping them. Though once we get gather a little bit higher, like 115, we then have to pivot back into putting into bone rate. I just need to go and dunk all my bones by then. So every single stream, off stream, whenever I have a bit of time, I need to start dunking bones. Because we got like 5,000 I need to go dunk before I can start putting XP into bone rate again. On top of anything new we get from gather. So I'll start running anything we get from gather on stream and everything else off stream, and hopefully within, by like Tuesday or Wednesday of next week, by New Year basically, hopefully we'll be good to go. So I'm so used to have to scroll down to something, I keep forgetting it's all the way at the top. Oh yeah, I also forgot, we're out of gas. We'll have enough to run what we have right now, but if we ever want to run anything more in the future, we are completely out. That's a problem for a later day, though. So I said this would get us about half a bar. Honestly, it does look like it's going to get there. Barely, but it will get there. The only problem with gather right now is our bone is like a mile away from a bank. It is the highest tier bone we can dunk, but oh no, I almost feel like skipping it. I almost feel like skipping all the way to bone spike. Bone spike is just too good compared to any other bone. And I plan to bone spike all the way till femur. Possibly even till dock leaf, but probably just the femur. Then we only have to do femur for 5, then dock for 5. Then Sage for 5. And then I think we're at tier 3. I'm pretty sure it's tier 3 by then. If it's not already slightly before. Actually, yeah, that femur shard would have to be tier 3. Wait, where's the start of tier 3 then? Oh, I think it's ram horn. Once we get that better thing, I think that ram horn is the start of tier 3. So that's tier 3 ram horn. That's tier 3 bone spike. That's tier 3 femur shard. That's tier 3 goat horn. Probably, I think. Somewhere's around there. I always find it harder to tell for bones. I feel like the stones were a lot more straightforward for mining. Because when it came to mining, it was just a, you know, 2 material that you needed. Both smithing and stonemason. The weird thing with gatherer is it's so many different skills. You get some cooking, you get some alchemy, you get some bone rate. It's not like mining where all you get is smithing and stonemason supplies. It's split across so many different skills, many of which aren't even relevant when you're training them. Oh, I did not mean to abort all of it. No! I meant to just abort the button. Because I put 5 instead of 6. I forgot the abort button aborts literally everything. I think all you have to do to abort the button is just move over slightly. Yeah, you just have to move over slightly. Whoops. I haven't made that mistake in a long while. Yeah, I think the final verdict is put the gather XP onto, put the knowledge into gather. Because I can't think of anything else to put into. Unless we're going to be putting into, like, post 200 smithing. Which doesn't sound awful, to be honest. But I'd rather put on gather. And then worry about bone rate separately when we do Mind Fighter. And of course, after we dunk our bones and everything. We should be able to get about 30 more levels from dunked bones. Which means we'd have to scrap together, what, the other 77 then? From knowledge. And most of that knowledge would come from doing Mind Fighter. Whatever's left we'll scrap together after. Good thing I filled that gas up earlier. Otherwise, we would definitely have zeroed out. Not today earlier, but the other day earlier. When we were doing the 197 grind, we were like, oh, let's get some extra gas. We're going to need it later. Now is that later. So at this point, I almost feel like doing some bars, just since we've done all of them already. I'm not going to, though. If I do, it's going to be off-stream. I think the main thing I want to go do with bars, if I do some off-stream, is I got to go finish those green bars. It's driving me crazy that they're not done. I think we have like 500-600 low-tier greens I need to go do. Kind of like how we have like 4,000 low-tier bones we need to go do. It's really bad XP, but I want to have them for later for if we ever need them. They still get the same knowledge per hour, so at least that's fine. XP rate's a little abysmal, but I can't just leave them like that. It's going to drive me crazy. Same reason I want to get all the bones done, too. I want to have every single storage be clean. The first one of all of them is going to be the stone. My stone storage will be my first fully clean storage. AKA, every single stone inside has been etched. And then for smithing, we'll go smith every bar. And then, of course, for bone rate, we'll dunk every bone. I want to try finishing that, even if we have to mostly grind it off-stream. Because as of today, the stones will be done. Because we're doing the stones right now. And that'll get us like 200.5 or so. But I gotta do the other two at some point. I think I have like 3,000 iron in the bank right now. And then 500 to 600 of the green ones I mentioned. That's a lot of iron though. It's almost as much iron as we have bones. Just an iron. Specifically tier 5 iron. That's what the rock we were doing earlier. It's a 197 rock, but there's a gigantic gap where you're just stuck with it. Because your alternative is either Death Stone or do Basalt Flint. Basalt Flint is less XP per hour. And Death Stone is also less XP per hour. Poor Death Stone. It's surrounded by less XP per hour, so we're kind of stuck with iron. The reason why Death Stone is because it doesn't get the mining bonus of 31%. Otherwise, its XP rate would not be horrible. But our pickaxe is so upgraded that it's actually not viable anymore to really do. I'm only doing it with the ones we get from our daily. But if I go to the lower activity, it's less XP per hour, and if I go to the higher activity, it's less XP per hour. That's why we have so much iron. I think I've done almost 20,000 iron at this point. Tier 5 iron. Definitely over 10,000. Our bank shows less, but that's because we processed a lot of it into actual items. That's how we got our 200 smithing done. As well as some post 200 smithing. That's how we got our 206 that we needed for the first AFK activity. You get over 25k bones to go dip? Oh gosh. Yeah, I want to try to mostly do them off stream just because I feel like a third of the stream has been nothing but this. But for bones or this. The problem is if I do it only off stream, it would take me over a week to finish them. If I did every last bone and bar off stream, it would literally be 2025 by the time I finish. It will literally be next year. Not in the sense that it'll take a year, but you know, it'll take more than a week. Or even if it takes a week, that would still be next year. But if we did it on stream, it would take less than one stream. I'm not sure if I would want to do that, though. We'd basically be watching what we're doing right now for like 8 hours straight if I did. Like, it's a grind I don't mind doing. I just feel like the viewing experience wouldn't be the greatest if we did this for 8 hours straight. Except with bones and bars. At least they neither would have required gas, if nothing else. Every bone requires no gas, and all the iron requires no gas. The green ones would, but I think I already have it gassed up, so it wouldn't even matter. I think I still have like 800 left in the deep area. I did like all the way to max, so I wouldn't have to do it for a long while. So we're still good for another couple months when it comes to the other location. I don't think we start using it a ton until we go to green ore. But we're not getting green ore until, gosh, 294 mining, which is no time soon, I can assure you. But I won't really need the gas again in the other chamber till 294, because I'm only going to do a couple thousand for carbonies. I will use some gas, but I don't plan to do too many carbonies. Just enough that whenever we need an item, we'll be good to go. After 3,000 carbonies, I don't think I would bank another one ever again. Until we get to tier 6. But at least for tier 5, it'd be the last one we'd ever need a bank. Do a dedicated bone dripping stream? If I was to, it'd have to be tomorrow. I don't know, we'll decide. But if we do, it'd have to be an entire stream of just that, pretty much. I'll probably just still do something just to change it up a little. Like maybe a little bit of gathering. But that would only make it so we'd have to dunk even more bones. Take a break from dunking bones to just have to dunk more bones. Alright, let me go bank these real quick. I think I'm putting this into... do I put this into bone right? I really shouldn't, but I feel so tempted to. No, I'm putting it into gatherer. I feel so tempted to put it into bone right, though. I really should. But I think I put this into gatherer, then focus more onto bone right when we're doing mind fighter with it. I am so tempted to put this into bone right, though. But I kind of want to dunk my 5,000 bones first. That's the whole reason for doing it. Cash in that XP, then start putting it in. But yeah, this is a gatherer angle. So what's he doing in that corner? That's a really suspicious corner to just be standing in randomly. If I do a dunking stream next stream, though, I feel like we need to go get Dunkin' Donuts to go with the Dunkin' stream. If we're going to be dunking all the bones to go deep fry them. It'd just be a funny thing to go do. Seems very thematic. Actually, I don't think I've had Dunkin' Donuts in like half a year or 2 years. Actually, you know the last time I had Dunkin' Donuts? I went to go see family like last June or July. Like around that time. And my dad like always goes out for like a coffee and Dunkin' Donuts every morning. And that was the last time I had Dunkin' Donuts. So it's been like 6 months. Is that something I normally don't get too often, like if ever? If we're gonna do a Dunkin' stream, we might as well get some Dunkin'. I don't drink coffee though, but you know. Maybe like half a dozen donuts to eat on stream. It'd be a little overkill, though. Though I could easily kill a whole dozen if I wanted to. Half a dozen's actually controlling myself. I think I only had 2 while I was there. I had a Boston cream and a, what's that one raspberry-filled one called? These are like my 3 favorite. Like a Boston cream, those ones that have like the chocolate filling, and the one that have like the raspberry filling. Those are like my top 3. When it comes to like any donut place. I probably wouldn't bother going out for Dunkin' Donuts tomorrow though. The closest Dunkin' Donuts to me is too far away to bother. Like it's one of those stores that are normally placed enough that they're convenient. But there's too many like Starbucks by me that have drastically reduced the number of Dunkin' Donuts around. That and Krispy Kremes are quite a bit of a big thing around here, which has also made the Dunkin' Donut population smaller. There's also a few pretty good family-owned ones, but they're also too far away. At least to walk, anyways. But even driving, they're not too much better. Like, I think the closest good family-owned one near me is like a 20-minute drive. Like 15, 20 minute. Because it goes through a pretty major road. Yep, instead of going out for Dunkin' Donuts, we could just dunk bones at home for the same experience. And get even more experience. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't even think I've had a donut in half a year. Let alone specifically a donut from Dunkin' Donuts. Because I haven't had Krispy Kremes in that time. I don't buy store-bought ones. So it's been a half a year since I've even had any donut at all of any kind. We're trying to stay away from them for the most part, but gosh, are they so good. I could easily kill a dozen in like a day, which is exceedingly unhealthy. Haven't done that in a while. I've definitely taken out a dozen Krispy Kremes in a day, though. I don't think I ever did for any other donut type, though. Which is basically just a heart attack in a box. I did it when I was younger, though, so I was still healthy enough to do it. Definitely wouldn't want to do it these days. I was back when I was still like 120, 130 pounds as well. Right now, I think I'm at like 205 or so. I gained a lot during college. Like, I almost doubled my weight in college. I went from like 120 to almost like 200 by the end of college. And at peak pandemic, I think I was as high as like 245, but since then got back to like 205. Still haven't gone below 200 since then, but working on it. Oh, so that's in pounds, American pounds. I'm not sure what it is in Europe terms. If you're anywhere other than America. I know those numbers probably mean almost nothing. We gotta get Popeyes while we're eating at the deep fryer. That are like McDonald's fries. Those are technically fries you would fry. Or, you know, all fries you fry, but you know what I mean. I mean, not all fries, but you know. All fast food fries are fried. Yeah, honestly, I've kind of stopped eating at McDonald's for a while. They got rid of almost every item I like. The fries are still amazing, though. But the price has gotten so high, and nearly every big item I really enjoyed from them, they've kind of gotten rid of. I'm pretty sure they don't have the strawberry pastries anymore. They don't have the fruit parfaits anymore. They don't have those, like, those chicken snack wraps anymore. Like, every good item they ever had, they basically gotten rid of. They don't even have a dollar menu anymore. Like, every possible good item is just gone. Other than the really good fries. Yeah, McDonald's is pretty bad quality. Well, all fast food places are, but McDonald's in particular feels like it's gone really downhill in the last decade. Even just the last 5 years. Like, if it wasn't for their fries, I'm not sure what they would have saving them at this point. Other than just name recognition. But yeah, name recognition goes a long way. But their actual quality's been so bad, especially just comparing it to other fast food places. That's the biggest issue with fast food right these days. It's barely fast, it's barely food, and it's more expensive than even eating out. A lot of times. Oh yeah, 7-Elevens are great. I don't have any by me though. 7-Eleven and Wawa's I wish existed near me. They're so good. It's something I would always get every single year at the Wawa as well. They had like a Thanksgiving thing with like turkey, gravy, mashed potatoes, stuffing, and everything in it. It was so good. They're starting to get pretty expensive, but gosh, it was so good. I think the last time I had it, it was still like almost $5 for a thing. Wouldn't be surprised if it's almost like $10 now. The one thing they were offering that I actually had when I was last in New Jersey, they actually had like a half option for like $5. Which is like a bit of a smaller portion, but if you just wanted a taste of it, it was pretty good. It was like half the portion, but the price was cheaper than it was before. Which is still pricey for how much you're getting, but if you just want a taste of it, it's, you know, it'll satisfy you for like a quick lunch. But yeah, I actually went there last time I was in New Jersey. That was the last time I went to the you know, the Dunkin' Donuts I was talking about as well. Because that place has pretty much everything nearby. But there's no Wawas or 7-Elevens by me, unfortunately. We have like the southern equivalents of it, but they're nowhere near as good as a Wawa or 7-Eleven. Not even close. Fast food outside the United States is actually quite good. I haven't had too much of it. Mostly because when I was in Toronto, Canada, I was mostly having local cuisine rather than, you know, fast food. I think the only thing I had was KFC there, and the KFC was definitely good. Not sure if it was better, but it was definitely good. But I haven't had too much fast food outside the States currently. I think that has been the only thing I've actually ever had was KFC once. Because I can't think of any other time I had anything in Toronto, and Toronto's the only time I've been out of the States. So I'm pretty sure KFC is the only fast food I've ever eaten not in the United States. It was good. I'm not sure if it was better than the United States good, but it definitely was good. Yeah, some of the countries have such crazy items for fast food compared to what America gets. I wish I would be more creative. I feel like they play it too overly safe in America. As far as like what they offer on the menu. They never add like any kind of really weird out there items. Like even Wendy's most recent thing was literally just, hey, we changed the sauce on our like main burger. And that was it. Or if it is anything, it's like, hey, we added bacon or mushrooms or some other thing that's like really basic to it. They never really do like super out there items. There's always a lot of things just by the books, really simple, really recognizable things. I can't remember the last like crazy fast food item any fast food places ever offered in America recently. They're all like really, really safe things that you would kind of expect. But then like every fast food place is just running the same thing basically. It's slightly different. The KFC Double Down? What even was that? Wasn't that basically like a sandwich with two breaded chicken things as like the buns? It's not really that much different though. The way it's composed is weird. But the actual ingredient combination wasn't anything they weren't already really offering. It was just composed in a way that was weird. It's like the most unhealthy fast food item of all time. Was it really that bad? What was the double down then? Because my understanding of it was just something in between like 2 pieces of chicken. It was a grease machine. There's 2 pieces of fried chicken with bacon, cheese, and sauce in the middle. Oh gosh. So yeah, nothing that they didn't already offer. It was just composed in a different form. But none of that isn't anything that was already on their menu. Another tree for the pile. How are we doing on our stacks? Red Christmas hat still winning by 1. Purple is about to catch up by 1. And the gap between our trees is a little bit bigger. It was a 4 gap before. Now it's a 5 gap. Now that yellow went up by 1. We're counting them. It has the lowest gap of any of them, but the gap is widened till we get more blue trees. Yeah, we're almost done with all of our stone. Then what we do after that, honestly, I have no clue. I almost just want to keep doing this, to be honest. Except for stone, do it for smithing. Do the full trifecta. We did it for bones, we did it for stone. Might as well finish it out and do it for smithing. If I do it for smithing, I'm not sure if I want to do the green ones or the iron. The green one, there's way less, so we'd have a very clear goal of what we would have to do. But the iron would give us more XP. The problem with doing the greens is our bar would like basically not move. We'll do it for like half an hour to an hour and our bar will be exactly where it started. Almost. That's the only problem with doing the green. Because I think it's like tier 2, tier 3 green. At level 213 smithing. Which is not only post 200 but also like 150 levels away from when you're supposed to use them. I can't wait to look at the stonemason bank and see the cleanest bank we've ever seen, though. Which in a few more inventories will be there. I think they're all 4 stacks as well. Oh no, these should be tier 5. Never mind, 2 of them should be tier 5. Because Flint and Basalt should both be tier 5. But I think I might finally do the green, just to give us a clear objective. Because I assure you, there's no way we're doing all the iron tonight. It's like 3,000 iron. It's some number above the absurdity of what would be realistic to do right now. But all the greens, we could easily finish this stream. Which will give us a very clear end goal of how many we'd have to do. Then we just have to worry about the iron later. Which is a issue for a different day. Still want to see how much iron we have. It should be about 3,000, give or take a couple hundred. So after today, we'll have, what, 5,000 bones, roughly, and 3,000 iron we'd have to go do. Which is easily doable. Also, this is giving us a little bit more XP than I thought. I say we'd get to about 200.5, so honestly, we're not going to need that much. Or maybe we will. I'm actually considering that, doing 213 mining on stonemason instead of iron at this point. Doing basalt flint. Do like triple basalt into 1 flint runs. Because we're going to need a lot more of them if we plan to get 206 at some point. Whereas our smithing is pretty much good to go. It's already at the infinite XP category. Due to the AFK and everything. So I'm probably just going to keep all the iron that I have as iron bars. All the tier 5 iron for later use. And then just go all in on basalt flint. For when we do get like 215 mining. I'm not sure if that banks us 206, but it'll bank us a lot more than what we have now, which is none. Otherwise our bar just stays there. The problem is, even if we do that, at best we get to like 202 or 203. It doesn't even get us to 206 that we need. Is the only problem with that. Because we don't want to be doing it for 2 mining levels, which is nowhere near where we need to get to. So I'm not sure how we plan to get the other 4 levels when we eventually need them. It's not a big priority to get them, but yeah, I'm not sure how we're going to go about it. There's a lot of the product I want to save for when I actually need to make stuff. Like right here, you see 657 and a 552. Stuff like these stacks I want to save for when we actually need equipment from them. I don't want to waste them on XP. Well, you know, not waste, but I'd rather use them on 3-star equipment that we need rather than spending them on just XP. There's even another reason to get 199 bone right as well. It's just so we can start actually getting stonemason XP post 200. Because whenever we need a weapon upgrade, we'd be able to go get it then. Or just something interesting that we can start doing right now too, which I almost forgot about. We can make a 199 stonemason as of this stream. The main benefit of this is I could do a 199 smithing into a 199 stonemason, which goes all the way up to a 139 4-star. Which means even when we're at Minefighter, you know, like 120, 130, 140, we can still make a viable weapon for it as a 4-star. It's only after that point does it start to get a little harder. Actually, let me go do the math. What is our current max craft? Assuming stonemason's 199, smithing's 213, and bone right is 93. So this will be 1 less level than what we actually have. Just because I wouldn't bother making a 200 stonemason for just 1 level. But if I take 199 plus 213 plus 93, what does that number come out to? Divided by 3. We can currently make a 168. That's not bad. Yeah, I can make a 168 right now. If we were to combine everything. A 168 would be the product. A 168 4-star. If we made a 93, a 213, and a 199. Which means we're almost at the precious 199 then. We're only 30 levels away. 31. You know, not 31 levels as in getting levels, but, you know, 31 tier levels, which is like 93 basically. And 93 more levels across these 3 skills, mostly smithing and bone right. We would have ourselves a 199 4-star then. And obviously we can keep going even higher than that. There's one of the nice benefits of why I want to go all in on smithing as well. is we could do a 199 stonemason into a 199 bone right into whatever we do for smithing. And the reason for 199 is that's the rarity cutoff. Everything 200 higher gets a lot harder to craft. But let's say hypothetically we did get like 302 smithing. What does that make? We did like a 300 something there. Yeah, if we take a 199 plus a 199 and then add like a, I don't know, a 302. Divide that by 3. Yeah, we'd be able to make a 233. It's not that high though. Okay, if we added around 300 smithing and 199 in the other two, it makes around a 233. It's not that high. It's gonna be really hard to actually craft them then. Because the highest you could ever make, let's say we get 500. Obviously not doing it with combat, but let's say trading's not out yet, though trading would definitely be out. If we did a 500, a 199, and a 199, what would it come out to? Divide that by 3. Yeah, even at 500 smithing, you would only get a 299. If you had 199 bone right, 199 stonemason into a 500 smith, it would only be a 299. That's not ideal. It's still a whole nother 200 levels then. They're just in like that dead space. Obviously you would get a bunch from combat and other stuff like that, but still. And of course trading when it comes out will be a big component to making that work. We're almost there. 100 more to go. And then just so we go for the full sweep, I think we do the green ore. And then after that, we would have sweeped through bone right, stonemason, and smithing. We would have cleared every single bone we did today from gatherer. We would have cleared every single stone in our entire bank, including the ones we mined today. And then we would have cleared every ore from our bank except for tier 5 iron, which is an issue for a different day. There's just no way we're clearing that tier 5 iron today. I could do it for the rest of today and it still wouldn't get done. So I'll do the 500-ish green that we have then. It's like 500 or 600. I forget the exact number. It's nothing too much. It's less than how much stone we just did. As well as way less than how many bones we did earlier. It does use gas, but it's already gassed up like crazy. Same as this one. Well, this one isn't, but the other one has like 800 gas or something left. Something absurdly high. I do need to fill this later, but luckily that's a later issue. I'm pretty sure we're leaving stonemason there for a while. Which I'm curious, how many ranks of stonemason did I go up? Because it's probably a lot. Even though we're at 200, but it's based on how much XP you have. So we almost got to top 20 just by doing that. Actually, I just realized getting to the AFK activity almost gets you to top 20. The AFK activity is at 206 to be able to get infinite XP. And 20th place is 207. And one rank down's not even at 206 yet, it's only at 204. But I didn't even think about that. Look how much that moved up. We're like top 30 for both blacksmith and stonemason now. Actually, how's the blacksmithing one? 220. Oh, there's that one smelt guy. We were actually even earlier. He's really been smelting then. Because we were at the exact same smelting level at 2 something. I want to say 205? We're both at 205 at the same time, but now he's at 220. But I assume given his name, he's been prioritizing it a little bit more than we have. As I've only been training off the AFK activity. Where he, since then, has obviously still been actively training at some degree. But also probably still doing the AFK activity as well on top of it. Yeah, it's one of the reasons I almost want to go for the Chronopolis push. That'd be kind of funny to have the double top 20 in both the zones. Because they're definitely the two better zones right now. That's because they're member locked, so they have a lot of the better features in them. I feel like we're far away from Chronopolis, though. Like, let's say I got 25 more Leatherworker levels immediately. I still wouldn't be on leaderboard. I think it's mostly because all the people that go crazy high on raid dens, I think, are the main people here. Like, anyone you click up here is probably, like, 300, 400, 400. Except for Miles, yes, they went all in on Merchant. Let's go check Old Schooled. Let's see. Yeah, look at that. Oh, gosh, are they? They're 470, 498. Yeah, they kind of overkilled it a little. I feel like a lot of people on this leaderboard are that when it comes to Chronopolis high score. There's a lot of bulk of it is watch person detective simultaneously. You can tell too, even at our level right now, there's still like 100 people higher than us in both. Despite being at like 226, 222. It's one of those pointless things, but it'd still be kind of fun to have. We don't really have like one primary zone. We kind of had two at this point. And I don't think we'll have a third until at least Chapter 6, because I don't feel like I'd go pretty hard on Chapter 5. I will on Armor Maker, I might on Builder. But Shield Breaker's just going to be another combat, so I'll barely even touch it. And Gatherer, it really depends how important it is. Chapter 5's Gatherer skill. By that point, I would probably have 200 Forager and 200 Gatherer, so, you know, doing another 200 like that, I guess wouldn't be that big a deal. Not sure if I would get it much beyond that, though. It's just we don't really know too many of the use cases for that Gathering skill. And most of them probably aren't that viable, or, you know, that good. It really comes down to how much is it required to do Builder. Because there might be a chance you need to get 200 Worm Wrangler to even properly do 200 Builder. We just don't know what ratio of supplies it will be for Builder compared to not Builder. Like, obviously we'll give some alchemy supplies. I believe it can even give some fishing or cooking supplies, potentially. The only ones we know for sure, I believe, are what? It feeds cement, which will give you bone right EXP and building EXP. We know it'll feed some amount into, obviously, alchemy, because the EXP pots and everything. I'm not sure if anything else has been 100% confirmed for it. I'm not sure if it's confirmed or rumored that it's used for bait. I haven't done any of the AFK fishing, so I actually don't know. Does anyone know? Does any of the AFK fishing on the bait have like an icon next to it that would indicate that it came from Chapter 5? Because I haven't done any bait fishing, so I actually have no clue. And then the only other one would be, what? Cooking? But there's currently no dish that uses anything from them. So if it was to have an association with cooking, it would have to be a new dish being added with Chapter 5. As currently existing dishes do not use it. But so far, every gathering skill like that has had at least one cooking component. Gatherer had potatoes. Forager had potatoes. Gatherer has leeks. So it makes sense that there would be potentially one for the other one as well. Oh, so speaking of one, I have exactly one stone left. Am I about to walk all the way over there just to put one stone in? Because I believe the answer is yes. It's not ideal, but we'll do it. Yeah, quite a bit more XP than expected. Almost like 2/3 there. Not bad. We're still a mile away from 206, but... And that was with every last one we had in our bank. Even if we get to 215 mining, I don't think that gets us to 202. So how on earth we're making up the rest? I have no clue. Because if I was to mine it, I would have to mine basalt flint for like 8 to 10 hours, which we're definitely not doing. I would sooner start dumping knowledge into it to try to get to 206 than do that, probably. I would do it to 215, but not a second longer. Alright, we're about to do this for 1 stone. Exceedingly not worth, but I gotta make it look nice and clean. So we gotta run 1 singular stone. What a waste of gas. Does that actually consume a whole gas just for 1? Some overkill right there. Yep, it consumed the whole gas just for 1. That's fine though, we got our 1. Alright, there we go. Look at that. Look how clean it is. Ignore those. Psst. Honestly, I think I'm about to go sell them right now. I really don't need them. I don't think anyone's going to need them. I'm just going to sell these. It's driving me crazy right now. I don't even care for buy selling. I'm just selling. I need the bank to look a little cleaner. We AFK'd these from 200 mining just to get up to 215 a little bit easier. But I didn't realize it's probably just been pyro mining. But I did do it for like 30 hours, it looks like. Oh, wrong shop. Though while I'm here, out of curiosity, how much is tier 5 iron I was mining earlier? Tier 5 iron is, yeah, 5.7 iron, 5.7 silver each. Yeah, these things are, let's see, they're 8.8. How much does he sell them for, though? If you were to buy them from the shop. Trying to figure out what stone it is. There's so many of them. Ah, 39. Are they worth keeping? Is 8 silver now worth more than like 20 silver later? Who on earth is buying them though? Like what market, what part of the market is buying these? Just to get like the last 5 levels you need. I'm just gonna sell them, I think. The money now is worth more than later. Even though that would probably sell for like 1 gold later. Also, I gotta make the bank gold nice and clean. There we go. Alright, I'm gonna sell these and then go look at the bank. Now it should just be perfect stacks of all etched stone with no unetched stone in the bank. Now that's what I want to do to the other 2 banks. We got 1 bank done, we got 2 to go. It might take us a while. And I'm not sure if we're gonna power grind it or just do it over time. But I want every bank to look as clean as this one when I go in here right now. This is my goal for every bank in the entire game. Is to make it look as clean as this one. There we go. That's all we have left. Just etched of every single one for every single tier. This needs to be every bank. Currently only a few banks look like that. Like our leather bank and our stone bank. But I will eventually want every bank to look like that. Alright, let me go get an XP pot and then go head over to the deep area. Okay, I think I have one last goal for the stream. And it's simply to go run every last green ore we have. I'm not going to be able to make our ore look as clean as that, but we'll get pretty close. Oh, you went to sleep and we're still playing? Yeah. We've been going for a while. We normally go like 11 hours every day, except for Mondays, where we go a little bit shorter. We've been going a heavy amount. Yep, we're still around. And we'll do the same thing tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day. Alright, let's go run the other ore. Oh, that's not the right teleport. But at this point, we're probably going for about another hour or so. I'm probably honestly just going until we finish these green ores. There's just no way we're going to do all the iron. I'm not even going to bother starting them. If I do, it's going to be off stream. I'll probably be running the bones off stream because we got like 5,000 bones to go do. I gotta keep poking at them somehow. Alright, let's go check the damage. I want to see how much iron we have so we know how many we need to do later. But I did say we'd do every last green ore here. Let's see how many we have. It shouldn't be that many. There's no way it's over 700. I'm pretty sure it's under 600. Alright, it is 600 and something. Like 40? That's not too bad. There's all the gold I'm using for the AFK. Okay, we only have like 2.5 gold. This is for my current AFK, so I actually need those. That's not just junk. That's something I actually actively need. We're always going to have at least one stack in here. That's the only thing that's going to look a little ugly. But whenever we want to see our perfect stack, I can just drop them on the ground. But yeah, this is my current active AFK. And eventually this is going to be like the Shenarium, which will be all the way at the bottom. But the main two we need to clear, at least today, we'll be clearing all these greens. And at some point later, I got to clear all this iron. And if we ever want to see it without this, we'll just drop it on the ground. As long as I don't drop more than 100, it won't despawn. Plus, they might stack as a single item, I'm not sure. Anyways, let's get to it. I'll do the lower tier first, I guess. I believe this is tier 2 and tier 3. Yeah, it's tier 2 and tier 3. They were kind of skipped with all the other grinds just because they require gas. However, I've since put in 1 billion gas and we have 820 left. So it'll be good for a while. Yeah, this will be the final grind we tackle today then. And then we just got to finish out the other two storages at some point. I don't think we're going to do it tomorrow just because this is going to be way too much to bother with. What's my highest rank? Oh yeah, we're showing it earlier. Our highest rank is, oddly enough, Mines of Methodical, where we are right now. Rank 18 Mines of Methodical, 19 total. And as far as any one individual skill, it seems like smithing, which we're also doing right now. Which is at rank 25. It's also my current active passive. Or, you know, the passive activity that we keep doing. The AFK one every night. It's been the main one we've been dumping it into. But yeah, no skill on the top 20 currently. No individual skill. Only the area, Mines of Methodical, and total level. Mostly because we've been doing a little bit of everything. Which is why our total level is so high, but no individual skill is particularly high. Also, we're getting almost no XP while doing this, by the way. This is simply to just go stack them in the bank and for future crafting. The actual XP rate of this is, like, negative. Like, it'd be better XP to drop them on the ground than it would be to actually process them. But here we are. The knowledge rate's still the same, so that's that going for it. Or it would be if I didn't accidentally burn 2% right here. From accidentally forgetting to use this on the previous one. Hey, you like the laugh? Thank you. Yeah, some people always comment on it. I feel like my laugh has changed a couple times over the course of my life. And then just kind of settled on what it is now. Oh, is that a 500 alchemy cape? Wait. Did I just see a 500 alchemy? Was that 200 or 500? Oh no, that's 200. Never mind. False alarm, false alarm. That's a 200 cape. Actually, does anyone even have 500 alchemy yet? Now that I think about it. Unless they're hidden. There's no one with 500 alchemy even in the game yet. But there might be a hidden person on rank 1. Kale feels like he's been doing it 24/7 and is still rank 6. But he's been doing a lot of other skills that isn't just alchemy though. I feel like anytime I ever go in there, I see him though. Like anytime I go to the alchemy place, it's like, oh yeah, there's Kale. We have him added as well, which is probably why. So whenever he's around and we go in there, it's like, yep, there he is. I just realized we're getting pretty close to 2,200 total. Actually, we're getting up to another funny number as well. 2,277. It might sound like a completely arbitrary number, but 2,277 is the max in his other game. Or, you know, the OG RuneScape. And it's kind of funny because, yeah, we're about to hit that in like, what, 2 months total? And we would have gotten there. Whereas to do the same thing in old school RuneScape, I think takes around, well, it depends how long. I did all my hardcore in about 1.5 years. I could have done it in about a year. I just kind of waited on Slayer because I just didn't want to do Slayer. But, yeah, it takes like roughly a year, give or take a little bit. Yeah, in this game we got it in 2 months. Also, thank you for the $2 tip, Tate. Greatly appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Helps a lot and is greatly appreciated. But yeah, we should be able to get that before the end of the new year. Maybe that's our new end of new year goal. If I would stop doing post 200 skills with material meant to be done at level 60, we'd probably get there. But I think that might be a side goal of ours. Get to level 2,277, which is max total in his other MMO. He doesn't run it anymore, but you know, it's still his to some degree. He started it. Yeah, that might be our end of year goal then for total level. It should be really doable. It's less than 100 levels in 5 days. If we average 20 levels a day, we'll easily hit it. These days, what? It's 26. So 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th, 31st. Yeah, we got 5 days. That's what I thought. Yeah, as long as we average 20 levels a day, which should be really free regardless of what we're doing, we should be fine. And with all the post 200 skilling we did today, we gained easily over 200. I mean, over 20, I mean. If you train alchemy, are there any good potions that you can get that's not available in the shops? Yes, but only at the higher level range. But some of them we get a little early. I think at level 35 you get the first potion that isn't in the shop. It's also the first potion that's purely profitable. It's the level 35 heal pots. They heal for 28%. The best you can buy from the shop is 25%. So yeah, you get your first one available at level 35 alchemy. It's also the first potion that will actually start making you a profit if you sold it. But it's also the first potion that the shop does not itself sell. Yeah, we maxed the hardcore Iron Man in 1.5 years. It would have been closer to a year, but I kept putting off doing Slayer because I was waiting for them to buff it. And the buffs were taking too long because they delayed one of the patches that they did by a while. But yeah, we've been playing it every single Brighter Shore stream. Even right now. We're still on it right over here. It's woodcutting. Yeah, it's a max hardcore. Actually, I don't have the max page on. It's a max hardcore. There's all the 99s. Oh, you can barely see it because it's kind of blocked there, isn't it? There we go. Actually, it says higher than 2277 just because it's doing all the virtual levels. It is level 2277. I have a plugin that's showing me all my totals beyond 99. But, yeah, we've been playing it every Brighter Shore stream. It's just hidden. But it's the most recent thing we've been doing in old school. Max hardcore for the last 1.5 years. I think it turns 2 years in a couple months from now. I think of February or March it turns 2 years. And still hasn't died yet. Though I'm not really playing it for it to be able to die at the moment. So it's kind of hard for us for it to die while we're doing Brighter Shores. There's just nothing it can die on. But honestly, agility isn't that bad in old school these days. As long as you don't mind doing hollow sepulcher. Which I still haven't done in the league yet. I still need to go do that. I've been putting it off just because I don't have the agility level to do final floor. And Halls of Poker is not really particularly good unless you can do final floor. But once you can, it's insanely good. If you know how to do it properly. How many holiday hats do I have? Too many. I think it's over 1,000 at this point. However many that is added up. It's too much math to be doing this late at night. But it's definitely over 1,000 at this point. But however many hats, all that is added together. Our highest hat currently is 56 Santas. And our lowest is 33 orange pudding. So yeah, our natural hat stack has gotten our highest, surprisingly. It's like the best one, and it's naturally our highest one as well. Purple Elf is catching up on it. Purple Elf was the highest for quite a while recently. But hopefully Red Santa stays above it. Yeah, that's where they're currently at right now. I made a prediction on day 1 that our hats should be around 73 by the end. Like our average hat per stack. Which on average should mean they're all around like 65 to about 80. And that seems about right. It depends when he ends the event though. Because I calculated out as if he'd end it on like January 1st or 2nd. But it could go a little bit deeper. He just said it's going to end early January, but has yet to give an exact date. What's the total hours on the iron? Oh gosh, that number is absurdly inflated. I can go check real quick. Let's see. Mostly because we do some ultra AFK things on this account, so it's going to look like an absurd number. You have to keep in mind, like every second of Brighter Shores, we've also been playing it. 291 days. So almost a year of playtime in a year and a half. You have to keep in mind a lot of it's ultra AFK. Like right now I'm doing 1 click per 5 minutes. So that number sounds high, but it's not as high as it seems. Because it's almost always running in the background whenever I have my computer on. So the number's high, but it's higher than it would normally be for any other game. Because some activities are as high as like 25-minute AFK in that game. But the one I'm doing right now being 5-minute AFK. Per click. But yeah, how many hours is that? What's 24 times 291? I don't even have a calculator open. Yes, I do. Never mind. 291 times 24. I have played it for 7,000 hours. However, keep in mind, probably like 70% of the time is 100% AFK. I probably only actively played it for like 2,000 hours in the last year and a half. A lot of that is super, super AFK. Either AFKing collection logs or AFKing skills or literally what it's doing right now. We're just whacking a tree every 5 minutes. But yeah, basically 7,000 hours, a little under. But give it a week, it'll be there. Yeah, 7,000 hours. Compared to Brighter Shores, where we're not even at 1,000 yet. But I think in old school RuneScape in general, I probably have over 40,000 hours, like 30, 40,000. Over the course of 23 years. Actually, not 23 years, 21 years. Because I started in 2023. I mean, in 2003, I mean. Though there have been some years where I didn't play it at all. I think the longest I ever played it for was, not play it for was 6 years. Which is from 2018 to 2023. That's when I ended up eventually making the hardcore. And then I got addicted to the hardcore. And it basically has been running in the background of my computer since, including every Brighter Shore stream we've ever done. Has had it just running in the background. As well as even off stream, just when the computer's running. Only time it's not running is when I'm sleeping. Or not around the house or anything. But sometimes even when I go out the house, I'll still put it at an activity where it can AFK for like 20 minutes. Like Nightmare Zone or something. Oh, you actually have Santa hats back in the OG RuneScape? Oh, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, I can only imagine what those are worth these days. I never played in the classic era, so I don't have anything like that. Also, I don't have any of my OG accounts back from like 2003 or 2005. I think the oldest one I have is one from 2007, but it doesn't have any like the cool uniques or anything. Like it doesn't have any Santa hats, it doesn't have a party hat, it doesn't have anything like that. Yeah, I have a defense pure from way back in the day. I think I like somewhat converted it into a main at one point though, just to try a little bit more of the game. So its stats look absolutely awful. Because it's not even like a max main in RS3. It's a really, really old account. I haven't played on it in like 20 years. Actually, probably 18 years actually. Actually, it was back when Summoning came out. Actually, Dungeoneering would have been out too. So it's been like 13 years, I think, since I touched the account. Because Dungeoneering came out in like what, 2010? So it would have been 13, 14 years since the account was touched. It wasn't the main account I had back then. I'm not sure what happened to that one. But it was like a defense pure account that eventually got made into a main. Because at that point, the defense pures were kind of out of meta. And I was like, I must just make it into a normal account. Because I made a lot of skillers and defense pure skillers over the course of RuneScape history. Actually, the name of Tacit on Old School RuneScape is still a defense pure. It's the highest defense pure I still have. It's pretty much a max defense pure in Old School. I think it only has like 4 or 5 skills it needs to get to 99. Most of them are within pretty short range if I really wanted to grind it out. What do you think has the most efficient smelting system in World? Gnomes with their gas power or goblins with the puffy puffy? Honestly, the puffy puffy is way more convenient. Though this is definitely way more advanced. Plus they got the really cool AFK smelters. You don't use these much beyond pre-200, but post-200 you basically live here. This is where my guy goes to bed every night. For the foreseeable future. He just comes here and smelts on those little boards. It's actually a pretty cool animation. Where you like put it into like the mold and then, you know, make the thing out of it. I never really did it pre-200, but post-200, you use it so much. Like so much. Especially if you're a Cryo Knight. But yeah, our guy basically lives here. He spends at least 1/3 of every day in this room. Even if not actively playing. I haven't been doing too much active playing in this room, though. As far as AFK, he sits here AFK at least like 6 to 12 hours a day, pretty much. Just at this jewelry bench over and over again. That's like half his life these days. He's just sitting there or standing there doing jewelry making. Alright, we're almost done with one. Then we just gotta do the other low tier ore. And then we don't have to do any low tier stuff ever again for smithing. Just for bone right. And then after we do it for bone right, we'll never need to do it again for anything. Because then all my gathering will be caught up with my production skills. Finally. Well, not all of them. I guess we still have forager and then fishing and then everything else. We're getting there. One step at a time. Also, I love how this XP bar move has not moved at all. It has moved like a few pixels upwards. It will move a little bit more when I go to the tier 3, but barely. These are all the tier 2s and tier 3s I didn't bother doing because they weren't worth it at the level range. And now they're so not worth it that they barely even touch the bar at all. But it's annoying me that they're in there. It's quite literally more efficient to drop them on the ground than to use them. But I gotta use them. Like, I don't want them to be ore in my bank. But I also don't want to drop them to the ground, so the only solution is to do what we're doing. Regardless how absurdly inefficient this is. It's not going to take that long, though. We'll finish in the next hour. I don't know, most skills are technically max the second you get a post 200 AFK for them, though. Like, the second I have 206 Stonemason, I have level 500 Stonemason. The only difference is the amount of time in between. But you literally max it at 206. That's basically how every skill is. If you wait a long enough time, it will get there. Obviously, that's like half a year in time, but still. If this game goes long enough, that will be viable. If this game lasts for like 20 plus years like RuneScape, that will actually be viable. To spend half a year just getting 1 to 500 with nothing but AFK. Could you imagine? My all accounts are going to be doing that, actually. We did the math earlier. I think it's like 280 days or something. And they'll go from level 0 to 500. Or not 0, from 20 to 500, I mean. I just realized this guy's multicolored. That one Cryonite. I'm not sure if he did that deliberately or just hasn't changed it since. But he's like half white and half red. Kind of works. Not sure if it's deliberate or not. It's always hard to tell when someone's using multicolor, or if it's just they haven't bothered changing it. Or if they actually want it to be that way. Sometimes if you're going for upgrades, some things get weirdly colored. There's some keeps that kind of match everything. But yeah, he's white on the top and then red on the bottom. Right now we kind of went with the leathery look. Just to match the mining cape a little bit better. Also because I hate how this chainmail looks, and that's the only way to compromise. Because we're stuck with this chainmail for a while. It's a 218 4-star. Which is so bad. It's so good, but so bad. Because now we're stuck with the bad cosmetic. I almost feel like getting another one just to wear it just around. And just remember to switch it out whenever you do actual combat. I probably will at some point. If we ever do a little bit more combat and get a plate body. I just realized the poll. We're at exactly 69 votes. Nice. That's what got my attention on it. We're at 69 votes on the poll. Good old funny number. How much gold do you currently have in Brighter Shores? At 0 to 3, we have 59%. At 4 to 10 gold, we have 14%. At 11 to 50 gold, we have 12%. And gosh, there's 51, or at 51 plus gold, there's 14%. Which is tied at the 4 to 10 as well. I was not expecting that number to be so big. I think the crazy part is the gap between 11 to 50 to 51 plus. Because that means that people are really hoarding. Like 100 plus, 200 plus. You know they got at least 51. But if you got 51, you're probably closer to like 80 or 100 or 200 or 300. If not more. Because anything above that, you got like a lot. You don't have just like 51. You have like 500. Like if you have more than that, you have like way more than that. But most people are thought where it would be. 0 to 3 is like already like 60% pretty much. Which is also where we're at because we keep spending it constantly. I think since we did this poll today, I think the poll for tomorrow is going to be what were people's max gold you've ever had. Like the most you've ever had at one moment. Because I'm curious to see what that comes out to. Because obviously current gold and max gold ever obtained are two very different things. I said, hello, Onda! Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. We've been dunking a bunch of bones today, as well as smithing a bunch of stones to finally get 200 stonemason as well. And now we're finally cleaning out the bank of all the useless tier ore. We're getting like no XP while we're doing so, but I will finally be able to rest happily, knowing that all the ore will be done as a point. Because I'm trying to do everything but the iron that we have left. The iron will be for a different day. And then I think we have to dunk like 5,500 more bones at some point, and then like 2,500 iron. Not all today, obviously. We're just doing all the green ones right now. Which is like 400 more. 400 more, somewhere around there. Yep, someone's trying to add us. Oh yeah, my current friends list is currently maxed. And I can't even tell who tried adding us because there's so many. It's hard to tell. But yeah, we've been over encumbered for a while now. I've been doing the random selection kicking, where I just randomly kick someone who I think I haven't seen in a while. And if they ever want us to re-add them, we just re-add them. But I need to go through that backlog at some point. Alright, one stack done, one to go. And then all we're going to have left in the bank is tier 5 iron. Which is actually good XP. Which is actually our best XP we can even get at our level. Until we get to Carbonese at... actually, when does Carbonese start? Carbonese starts at 220. I'm pretty sure Flanked Mace is still iron, isn't it? 1, 2, 3... I actually don't even remember these days. I'm pretty sure it is. There's one of those that I never make, so I always forget if it's iron or Carbonese. But I know for sure the rings are Carbonese. We can't mine Carbonese until 223 mining, though. You tried adding us? What's your name in game? We could try getting you added. We're just trying to do it somewhat minimally, just so we don't have to go through like our entire list. But occasional people we can kind of get in. I just gotta find a way to go through like the whole list. Because I can't try clearing 16 right now. That would take forever. But which one on here is... Oh, I think I know which one is you. It's probably the one that says Onda. Found it. Alright, let's see. Let's go find a name we think we haven't seen in a while. There's one with hardcore in it. If they would have died, they probably aren't around anymore. There's like hardcore something. Where is it? Yeah, hardcore perch. Let me go check. Let's see. Yep, that's what I thought. Let's get rid of hardcore perch then. Let me do it because it interrupts our actions. So let me just do it real quick. Get rid of you. Don't accidentally do he. And then get Unda in. There we go. The friend shuffle has been completed. If anyone is hardcore perch, let me know in the future and we'll get you back in. But they weren't on leaderboard, and given that they're technically a hardcore, I'm pretty sure they already died by now. We're 50 days into the game, they would have died by now. Alright, what level bar is this? Gosh, 127. That's not as bad. It's still kind of bad, though. It's better than, like, the 67 or whatever one we were doing earlier. Not by much, though. I think it's only one tier above. 2 at most. I think it's only 1 tier, though. But hey, smithing XP is better than none. And we still need the bars eventually. And then we'll... Actually, this will be our biggest stack of green bars, oddly enough. Even more than our tier 4, because I need them occasionally. Because those are how we make our 199s, is with tier 4 of green. Which I know you got to be the only awkward thing when we go do tier 5 of it. It's only tier 4 that can make a 199. If we ever need it for anything. I can't do that with a tier 5. Tier 5 is like a minimum like 240 something. Which I can tell you exactly. 294. Tier 5 green, his lowest level is 294. That is so high. So yeah, at tier 4, we're going to be needing a lot of that, actually. I don't even think I got enough. I only have like 700 something left. Or high 600 something left. Because the next tier up at tier 5 starts at 294. And it's not even tier 6. It's just tier 5. I think we have barely enough money to actually get all of our XP pots then. Because I'm going to need like 10 for tonight. And then we start it back tomorrow. You know, I was kind of joking about the Dunkin' Donut thing earlier when the Dunkin' thing. But honestly, I might pick up something for tomorrow. Because I'm not sure. Maybe tomorrow's the day we finally do it. It would definitely be a theme for a stream, that's for sure. The Dunkin' stream. Where the whole stream is just dunking bones and bars. That would be on the other furnace, not this one. The better furnace. Mostly bones. It would probably do more than just that, though. We'd probably do some combat in between or something interesting. But it's a grind we just kind of need to get done. So we might just bite the bullet and just do it all in one go. So we don't have to keep doing it like 2 to 3 hours every single day off stream. Because I still need to focus the other accounts off stream. This is one of the main reasons why I want to do it that way. And maybe just do it all tomorrow. Because I need to go get them the rest of the hats, my 2 alts. They're not even at 20 yet. I need to get both of them to 20 at least. Ideally slightly higher so we don't need to trade for as many. And I want to try to do that before the next year in case he ends it on January 1st. I highly doubt he's ending the event on January 1st, but he said early January without giving a date. And January 1st is early January. So I kind of want to have it done before New Year's. Just in case it literally is January 1st. I highly doubt it is, but it could be. I assume he'll give us some amount of warning. Like, hey, the event will end in like a few days or a week or whatever he'll say. But there's a non-zero chance it ends January 1st. I assume he would give some amount of announcement before then, though. Like, hey, the final 7 days to go do the event. Oh no, we got a hatless person over here. How could they? Oh no, we got another hatless person. And by no hat, I mean like literally no hat. Like no helm, no anything. They're not bald, but their head is barren. Same as this guy. Except he has a lot more hair. All the humbugs over here. In all fairness, this guy's a level that he might not have gotten a hat yet. Or really anyone who logs in like mid-event. If they haven't been for like the last few weeks. Or if they're just doing like the AFKs. Alright, we're almost there! 303 more ore! And then all we have left is our 2,500 iron a different day, and like the 7,000 bones or whatever they are a different day. I don't even want to look at the bone stack again. Whatever it is too scary. That's a scary amount of bones we have banked. And I plan to dunk every last one of them. Regardless how inefficient it is. Because I know that is absurdly inefficient. But hey, we can have one day where it could be as max inefficient as possible. Dunking like level 20 something bones at level 93. But hey, they still give the same amount of knowledge. The knowledge per hour is still exactly the same. It's better than when we had to do Lost and Found, where we're giving 6 times less knowledge. Which is kind of insane to think about. Because we did the entire Lost and Found grind for that one quest. With only getting 6 times less knowledge the entire time. At least for when you're producing stuff like this. You're only counting one of them instead of all 6. You're only getting 0.5 knowledge instead of 3% like you should be getting. Of course now if it works properly you get 3%. And that includes the dunking of the bones and the etching of the stones as well. But at launch and for about a week after, it was only giving 0.5 until they fixed it. As it was only counting one of them and not all 6 of them. It's kind of funny, we're going to grab a green potion while doing green ore. It's probably the first time I ever actually boost something like that. While doing this. Oh, we can almost do dandelions. I think that's for the other fear potion. Since I got 23 of one, I should probably get 23 of the other. I won't need to do anything again until we get to 112, though. And then we'll be back to the bone spikes pretty soon after. And then we camp the bone spikes for a while. It's one of the other reasons why I'm boosting this up. So we can get to the rake upgrade and the really good bone spikes again. Because right now we're in a bit of a dead zone for bones as far as their usefulness. But eventually it'll pick back up when we get there. Alright, we'll be back. 279 ore. Let me go get a potion real quick. I almost feel like bringing 2 just so I have another one. But I have to juggle it for like 20 minutes, so I'm not going to bother. Like 20, 30 minutes, because I'm going to double stack the knowledge. Which is almost probably closer to 40 minutes we'd have to juggle it for, so I'm not going to bother. I'm just going to come back here whenever we need it. So why do you have a black hitbox? The black cat has a black hitbox. I was wondering why I was getting so much larger when I was hovering it. It's because its hitbox is black. Now, what am I looking for? XP pot for chapter 2. And together you go. Let's go finish the ore. Actually, now that I think about it, we can actually figure out the exact amount of knowledge we'll get relative to how many ore we do. Because every single one is like a flat 0.5, or yeah, 0.5 for not doing any boost or anything. So what does that come out to then? So every 200 ore is 1 bar. So we actually know we're not going to over-encumber our knowledge throughout this then. Because we're doing less than 400 more. What's kind of funny is when we finish this stream, we'll be right at the AFK activity we're currently using. I think this is actually going to be the first time this happens. We're all finish these, and it'll be like, oh yeah, let's go to our AFK activity. Yep, there it is. 3 steps away. Normally we're like a mile away and have to come all the way over. But it should take less than half an hour. I still haven't tested how many it is per hour, though. I really should at some point. I think that's one thing, if we do it all day tomorrow, 100% something we gotta time. The amount of bones you could do per hour, the amount of bars you could do per hour, so on and so forth kind of things. Because I've always been guesstimating what on earth it is, and I've never bothered timing it. I think tomorrow's finally the day we time it. See what the realistic amount per hour is, see what the actual amount you could be doing if you're doing it like tick perfectly. Like when queuable actions come out. Because then it'll be a lot easier to do it tick perfectly, assuming there's no delay between actions. There's one thing I'm really concerned with when queuable actions come out. Is if because you're using queuable actions, it adds like an extra delay to each action. Because even if that delay is a single game tick, it's going to be too much to bother ever using. If you're going to have like a game tick of delay every single time. That means if you want to do 6 actions, you're going to waste over 2 seconds of time. Compared to doing it manually. And that's on top of whatever time it loses due to pathing issues. Like if it goes the wrong way when it should have like went the other way. Like a manual click or something. Due to the east-west priority thing. So it might double lose time. Lose time between each action, but also lose time if it does the wrong pathing. Since you're not manually doing the right pathing. But it'll be really nice for things like this because you don't need to worry about anything. You would just be able to do a whole inventory with like a few clicks. Same as if you could do a leatherworker that way and a few other things like that. It's going to be so nice. I feel like leatherworker is going to be the biggest beneficiary of it. I can't think of any other skilling activity that's going to benefit more. The one that will gain the second most amount of benefit is exactly what we're doing right now. Assuming you can do it for a whole inventory. And the third is if you could do it for a make-all for production. I'm not sure you'll be able to for that, though. But I feel like something like this you probably could. I sure hope he adds a make-all for production, though. He needs it so badly, especially when you're trying to do a weird number. Like a 199 when we're at like 213 smithing. That is so annoying to input every single time. Especially when you have to do it like what, 12 times or so? In order to get a 3-star. Somewhere around there. Like at least 10. Someone's asking if they have other characters. I wonder what he wants to know about it. Only in my head? That's a funny response. I should say yes, I play 10 at once. But no, multi-boxing's not allowed in this game. I think the most I ever played Old School RuneScape was like 6 at a time. And even that is like mind-numbing to try to keep up with them. Even something like 4 is like absurdly hard to do if you're doing anything even remotely active. Hey, Blue Santa. I think that's one of our lower ones, oddly enough. In the Santa category. Yeah, we're almost there. 200 to go. So close. It's so far. Yeah, that is our lowest Santa. Wow, it is still our lowest, even after that. 41. Also, look how little our smithing bar has moved. Because we're doing such a low tier ore. We started at about 1/4 of a bar. It's not even a half after like 500 bars. Luckily, we only have like 200 left, and then we never need to touch the low tier stuff again. But this stuff is pretty useful. It does all the way up to a 188. It's still pretty good if we need something at that level range, particularly for any of the areas we're already in. Most notable one is probably Arboray Bow, especially if it ever gets a good special attack. It's the only way our account has to do green damage. So if it gets a special attack that's actually relevant, it's our only way to utilize a green special. Because we have no melee weapons that could do green. But I think that's pretty much our game plan then. I think tomorrow we might go a little dunk heavy. We'll see. You'll be able to know from the title. But we might go a little dunk heavy. From there we do all in on Gatherer, which then feeds into 200 bone rate, or towards 200 bone rate. We then offset that with 200 Mind Fighter, putting all of our knowledge while doing 200 Mind Fighter into bone rate. And that should bring us pretty close to 200 Gatherer, Mind Fighter, and bone rate then. And then our issue is everything else. But most of the important ones would be done by that point. I think after that we pivot into foraging to go finish out 200 alchemy. Because by then we should have 200 alchemy banked. And whatever we don't, we use knowledge, of course. And whatever gaps we have. Or even buy from the shop. Any of them are actually profitable up to 131. And then beyond that and that, I'm not sure what the game plan is then. Because it's probably the woodcutting carpentry pivot unless we want to go focus on the other two combats. It depends around when the combat rework or special attacks are coming in. Because everything that I just mentioned is probably around the time that would happen. By which point we'd probably go back into a combat pivot. And might not have enough time to do the carpentry and woodcutting beforehand. Oops, wrong storage. I do have to say, this is pretty relaxing to wind down to. Especially since this place has some of the better music. I do have to say, this is probably Chapter 3's like strongest suit out of anything. Particularly the combat music. This place has the best combat music out of anyone, or anywhere, in this game. Next best is definitely Chronopolis by far. Hope Forest and Hopeport don't really do it as well. Hopeport's basic music, like the ambience ones, are a lot better than the average area. But I don't feel like their combat ones really do that much. The same as Hope Forest. Mines of Tubin and Chronopolis ones go so good though. And I think my favorite track in the game is in the Mines of Matubin combat one. Whenever we do 200 Mine Fighter, we're going to be hearing it a ton, that is for sure. Because I think there's only like 5 or 6 combat sound, musics here. It's like every hour it would cycle at least like 3 times probably. Yeah, we're almost there. 141 to go. What is that, like 5 more inventories? Probably about 5. And we still got plenty of gas. We have barely even dented it. I pretty much put a lifetime of supply of gas in here last time I filled it up. Because until we get to tier 5 greens, we're probably not going to need it for a while. At most, I'll get like 2-ish thousand carbonice. And at 6 apiece, let's even say it's like 2,400. That's, what, 400 gas? We'd still have 436 left. Or sorry, 336. No, I did the math like so wrong there. Wait, what? No, that's right. Yeah, we'd have 336 gas left. Well, technically less. We'd have like 300 gas left. But even then, this all the way until like something mining. Like 294 mining. And even then, I would have to get about 1,800 of them before it would finally run out. Which by that point would be like 300 mining. Maybe even up to the AFK method. Though, one slight issue though is even if I utilize the AFK method to 309, which we probably would there, I'm not doing gold panning most likely. Which means we got to figure out a way to go from there to there. I don't know, do we bother with gold panning? The upside of gold panning is it banks smithing XP. The downside of gold panning is it's less mining XP per hour. By quite a margin. Like, I mean by a lot. Like, we're talking at that level range, like 16% less XP per hour. That's not a small amount. Unless I want to go upgrade my gold pan. I don't really consider that a dead zone, though. Like, we'd easily power grind through, like, 8 levels. I don't know, is there a dead zone in the other one? Yeah, we can easily grind through that. Yeah, I don't think we bother. There's not a single thing you need the gold pan for. I might still just get it so we have a cool looking gold pan. I don't think I'm enchanting at all or using the AFK for gold panning. I'll still buy it though. Actually, I still have tier 1 gold pan. Maybe I don't actually. Still have the basic gold pan. I might just leave it like that to be honest. Because I don't think there's any dead zone big enough that we'd have to gold pan. The downside of not doing it is we get slightly less smithing XP banked. And have to go buy the supplies from the store that are going to be way too expensive. But the upside is we get better mining XP per hour whenever we do the AFK mining. By quite a margin. So I'm probably going to skip them. It's going to hurt too because of how much smithing XP we're skipping on though. And honestly, it might just be cheaper to upgrade the gold pan by 18 gold than it is to go and technically 20 gold after we get all the upgrades. That's something I'll need to calculate out later. It might actually be cheaper to spend 20 gold to max out the gold pan to 25 than it is to not gold pan and actually buy the gold ore at the given smithing ranges that we need it. Because the concern is more so with the smithing grind. Like, let's say hypothetically at like this area, I'd have to do it from 422 to 442. Well, I don't have to mine it for that long. I'd have to smith it for 20 levels. That's a lot of levels to have to do that for. Like a lot of levels. And then there was another gold one over here. The gold brooch. No, never mind. That's a part of that. Which even more of a range that we'd have to do it for. I have to do it all the way from 409 till 442. That is a lot of burning money. That is like setting on fire our bank amount of burning money. Actually, how much would that burn? Because that's a lot. Same as over here. We got the gold thing over here. I'd have to do that from 260 to 280. 20 levels there is not bad. Doesn't look like it double dips like the other one, though. Interesting. I'm kind of curious now. How much money would we burn? Golden jewelry. Cufflinks. Or let's even do just the brooch. Gold brooch. Is that how we'd look it up? How would I have to type it to look it up real quick? I guess brooch, gold, let's see. Let's just type in brooch. Alright, what's the burn rate on this? It costs 36 silver. What does the item sell for when completed? Wait, that's 36 silver? Wait, what? No, I think I looked this up wrong. What is the, Alright, 36 silver is the final result. How much is the gold? Ah, that's a lot of money. That is like a 95 silver burn an hour. Though it is for really absurdly high smithing level range, though. Like the final range. But, ow. With no XP pot, it's 95 silver burn an hour. But you have to keep in mind, this is like post 400, though. We're talking like 409 to 442 category. That is a very big number of burn rate, though. For how many levels we'd have to do. Is what, about 10 hours is what, a level or so? Give or take a bit. And we'd have to do it for 30... What does the number come out to? Well, we might not have to do it for the whole time because mining will offset it slightly. But let's say hypothetically it was the whole time. Because that'd be the last... That would definitely be when we would want to go power grind whatever ore we're at right now. At that range. Whatever that would be. But, yeah, that's rough. Which would probably be the blue one, given our level range at that point. We'd probably be doing the blue ore. The Flatiniums. Tier 6 Flatiniums. Well, let's say we weren't doing any. 409... 33 levels. So 33 times 10, 330. 330 times 95. Times 95. Wait, that number's not that big? Okay, wait, that's not too bad. If I did the math right. Really? There's no way it's that small. It's only 33 gold. Like, that's a lot of gold. But it's also a lot of post 400 levels. Nearing the 500 mark. It's also the highest burn we'd ever have to do. Even the higher ones we can offset with mining, so it's not as big of a burn rate. But, yeah, it's not that bad, actually. If all that math was correct, let's see. I did 330, which is the amount of hours we'd have to do. Wait, where did 330 come from? 330 was... Well, 95 was the burn rate. That's the amount of hours. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that doesn't seem like... Okay, that's actually not too bad, then. It's like 31-ish gold. Plus, we did get some XP, so it wouldn't all be... you know, we'd still be able to get it through smithing. So technically, it's like a bit under 30 gold. Just want to use 5% XP pots, but then it gets more complicated because we have to take away the number from the other number, but... yeah, it's about 30 gold. To go from 409 to 442. And that would be the most expensive thing that we'd have to do. All just to not upgrade a tool for 20 gold. But in all fairness, it's still worth doing it that way, because even if I did hypothetically upgrade my panning thing, I would still have to do all of the gold panning as the AFK, and then separately do the other activity. If we buy it from the shop, one good advantage of it is we can simply just go straight to the AFK activity. Also, by then, trading would definitely exist, so there might be someone who did a mining grind, but doesn't want their gold ore. that they would want to go sell. And it would be slightly cheaper than the absurdly high price that the shop wants of over 100 silver each. I think it was like, what, 120, 125? I know the burn rate was 95, but whatever the sell thing was from the other place. Yeah, it's still really expensive though, but for that high of a level range, 30 gold's basically nothing. But that does mean we would be paying over a gold per level. Basically 1.5 gold a level. Hopefully by then I would have like 7% AFK pots or something. Alright, we're almost there. Also, speaking of gold, that's the one I'm currently AFKing right now too. Alright, 2 more inventories to go after this one, so technically 3. And then that would be every single ore completed except for tier 5 iron. And we're still not even halfway to a level. I didn't really expect to get that much from this. We'll get more from the AFK activity in a few hours than we will probably from all of this. Because every time it gets an XP drop, it gets one like every 10 seconds or 5 seconds, and I think it's 10. And it does it for like 1.4k or so, 1.3k, somewhere around there. Yet every time we do a whole set of 6 of these, it's not even like 4k. Like, our AFK activity is literally giving more XP per hour than what we're doing right now. But hey, it's not giving knowledge or the bars. It's actually burning money. Because that's the gold that we were talking about earlier, though it's a way cheaper gold. But I'm just going to power through on all the gold areas. We're going to be really adamant about not getting that gold pan. Because we're pretty much finishing one of the gold dead zones right now. We then get another dead gold zone at 301 to 314, but that's barely anything. And then our final gold dead zone is the one that we were calculating for earlier that we said would take like 31 gold or so, which is the final dead zone from 409 to 442, which I would definitely probably want to train manually with as much mining as we can, just so we don't have to do as much of that AFK activity. That's when we're going to probably do like the 500 mining push. Is whenever we hit 409 smithing, it's pretty much the exact moment we're like, okay, it's time to go get 500 mining. Because I'm going to need every bar we can to push through that to minimize how much we have to do the gold there. At least till we get to 442 smithing. But yeah, I believe the best we could do at that point is Platinums. The tier 6 Platinum. Yeah, we do it at 442. And we can technically mine that gold at 450, but I'd want to just do the Platinums all the way. I might even ignore granite and just keep doing Platinums. Just because I would need the smithing XP more than the stonemason XP. Because I'm doing every stonemason AFK. Because they all require a pickaxe, I'm pretty sure. I don't know of a single one that doesn't. So every single one that ever comes up here, like the Myth Stone, or the Paldium, or Purpalladium, or the Albastar, like every single one of these, we'd be able to easily do into Stonemason. So I'm not too concerned with Stonemason, because most of it will get done with AFK. Like, if I don't get a billion perfect granite, it doesn't really matter. So we can focus on Platinums at 442. To try to push through the gold that we would have otherwise needed for that range. The only problem with that is the banking for them is not the most convenient at the moment. But, and we'd have to do like tens of thousands of them. Like, absurdly absurd amount. Like, I'm almost sure we'll have to do like over 100,000. The only big upside with that is we don't know what the combat rework will be. But currently, longsword made from them is our best in slot for DPS. So that's not necessarily a bad thing. If we need to go like a crazy amount of them. Because we'll be needing them for every single one of our best in slot 2-hands. Also, our frost weapon 2-hand uses that as well. And while it's slower hitting after special attacks, it's probably really viable. So there's a lot of good things we get out of it still. But yeah, we're going to have to do a lot of it if we want to skip past gold. Which we likely will. It also means we have to manually train to like 466. Probably off of just Flatinium ore alone. Even skipping granite. We'll still grab like a few thousand granite during that time, but by this point we're definitely talking like tens of thousands of numbers. We're not even talking about hundreds anymore, thousands. We're talking like tens of thousands by that level range probably. I know, we'll see when we get there. Obviously that's a long time away. I do not plan to get that high of a mining level in anytime soon. Even half a year from now, I'm not even sure we're going to be there. Alright, what do we have left? Oh, the final set! We're there. We're finally there. Anyways, guys, any other questions? Any other anythings? Because honestly, once we finish these, I think we're calling it for tonight. We have finished every bone we got today. We have finished every last stone in our bank. And we have finished every last ore in our bank, aside from iron tier 5. Which is the one we've been, like, power mining to get mining up these days. And tomorrow, I think I might finish the rest of the banks. It's not going to be the only thing we do tomorrow. But it will be probably a lot of it, to be honest. Because I just want to finally get the grind done. That way, off stream, I could focus on getting the rest of the hats on my alts and just getting them to trading. Because they still haven't trading unlocked yet. I want to finish that before the end of the year. Obviously, trading's not coming like day 1 or day 2 of next month. But there's a good chance before the end of January, trading is implemented in the game. It's probably going to be like the 3rd or 4th week. But almost guarantees adding trading next month. It was supposed to come at launch, and if he doesn't do it by the end of next month, that would be 3 months without trading. In a game that was supposed to launch with trading. So he's probably going to be pushing that pretty hard after like cubable actions and a few other quality of life things just to kind of fill the time in between. So we still got some time to get them there, but I still want to do it during the holiday season. Just because it will get them better value since they can get a bunch of free hats they need anyways. Whereas if I do it after the holiday season, they won't be getting the hats, so now would be the time to go do them. And I think our main account has enough hats. I'm pretty sure 1,000 hats or whatever it's at right now is probably enough. We'll still be primarily playing on this account, obviously on stream. But I do want to finish the other 2 accounts, at least off streams, hat grind and everything. As well as get them trading unlocked and a few other things like that. So if we dunk all of our bones tomorrow and smith all of our bars, we'll have that done and not need to worry about it. Otherwise, I'd have to split it across like a week of off stream time. And we could just do it in one single day. But that's probably going to be the game plan. Might do a little bit in between just to kind of speed, you know, break it up a little bit. Just so it's not the entire stream, but we'll see what it comes down to. But I think it's just one of those grinds we need to just finally go get done. And not just keep putting it off. Because I've been putting off finishing out all these ores for so long. And then also just doing all the bones then. Tomorrow's focus is probably going to be more so on the bones, though, than the bars. But, yeah, look at this. Look at how clean this is right here. Ooh. Wait, do we have 4 bars back to back? No, we don't, because the other thing in the way. This I could just remove if we need to, but, yeah, that 2,500 iron ore is the only thing left there. But anyways, guys, I think we're going to be calling it here for now. I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your year. It's almost over at this point. As well as hope you guys had a wonderful Christmas, wonderful holiday. But, yeah, we're going to let him go to his full-time job of making jewelry. Because I have him here pretty much 8 hours a day. Every single night just doing this. As he tends to be. I might be able to play a little bit actively a little bit later tonight. If I do, it's probably going to be dunking some of the iron and or bone. Just so we don't have to do as much tomorrow. But otherwise, just going to be sitting here doing this. But anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful week. Wonderful weekend coming up. And wonderful holidays and wonderful New Year. And I'll catch you guys later. And we'll be back tomorrow for the same thing for about 11 hours or so. And biggest grind being probably dunking the rest of our bones and smithing the bars, as well as if we have some spare time, probably doing a little bit of gathering. A lot of the knowledge during it, I'll probably be dumping into gathering. And I might try pushing a bone rank, because honestly, with how much knowledge we'll be putting into it, I think we could push to 112, just through all the knowledge we're getting. Even if we barely even train the skill itself, I think we can end up pushing to 112 tomorrow. Which sounds like a lot, but you have to keep in mind every knowledge point tomorrow will probably be going straight into gatherer. With the only exception being maybe I'll put it into a bone right, we'll see. Because at a certain point, if I'm smithing the bars, I might be putting into bone right while we smith the bars. But while we're doing bone right, I'll be doing just putting in together to help us get even higher tier bones. But anyways, guys, good night, everyone. Catch you guys later. Thanks for stopping by as always. Greatly appreciate it. And goodbye, everyone.